Zombies are very oversaturated. Between the 2000s all the way up to the mid-2010s, there was, for some reason, a major rise in popularity for the undead. Honestly, I have no clue why this is the case. I mean, it's not like these stumbling meat gobblers were a new thing, far from it. Zombies had made their debut in modern media all the way back in the early 30s, back when film was still in black and white, lasted about 15 minutes, and had no sound except for the drunken piano man playing in the back at the theater. But yet, between like 2002 all the way up until 2016, everybody and their undead grandmother were fixated on watching any zombie-related movie or show that was out there. And by any, I really mean any. For every Walking Dead out there was Zombievers, Children of the Dead, and of course, pure slop like a Rise of the Zombies. Hey, wait a minute, I've seen this set before. And this boom in popularity doesn't just account for film. With gaming increasing in popularity at an exponential rate back then, and with newer consoles allowing for more ambitious releases, it's no wonder that zombies became an oversaturated mess here as well. And just like the movies or TV shows, for every good zombie game there is like Resident Evil, Project Zomboid, or even Telltale's The Walking Dead, there were also very poorly made releases like Metal Gear Survive, Survival Instinct, and even Telltale's The Walking Dead.
Grady standard. Exemplary human being. Standard of excellence, I always like to say. And what beautiful golden hair.
Even though this market had way too many rushed, poorly executed, or outright bad releases that deteriorated the genre, I still find myself regularly coming back to play numerous zombie games on end. Mostly, it's because there's so many ways to implement these undead freaks of nature. With the zombie genre, you can find games that are more action-oriented, run-and-gun-esque, survival-related. There's even zombie romance simulator games. Don't play a romance simulator zombie game, by the way. I will find out and I will judge you. My point being is that there are so many companies that have taken the general concept of a mindless walking corpse and have twisted it in an attempt to make it stand out in one way or another. And so we have numerous companies in the market that are either known for releasing special titles that people will always come back to, or for creating just another zombie game. But out of all the companies that have tried to create their own original take on the undead, there is only one who has sort of gone down both paths. A company that, in retrospect, has made two series that are similar in many ways, but are completely opposite in the way that they're viewed nowadays. And yet, both have become so memorable, so iconic in gaming culture, that they both equally boosted the company into a legendary status to this day. The company I am referring to is, of course, Techland. In the span of just 5 years, Techland went from becoming an underdog to the top dog by creating and releasing just two series, Dead Island and Dying Light. Both series proved to be pivotal for the company, as without either one, they wouldn't even be a shell of what they are now. And due to all of the behind-the-scenes trials and tribulations that tested the sheer will of the developers in Techland, the rise of this company is nothing short of a fairy tale miracle. So that's what I want to cover. In this short series, I would like to delve into both zombie games Techland created, as well as their respective DLCs and everything else in between, to show you guys how Techland took one of the largest leaps in gaming history, and how that ultimately was the best decision that they could have ever made. So, without further ado, grab some popcorn, sit back and relax, because in this video we'll be going over their first take on zombie gaming, which is Now, before I start off talking about what makes Dead Island so special, I should give a little context on how this company even came to be. It's nothing too extensive, but I mean, without the backlog of games that Techland had, there would be no chance that they would even be in charge of making Dead Island. So, if you don't know, this is Techland. No, I'm not talking about this big-ass current-day Techland. I'm talking about this Techland, a small Polish team that was founded in 1991 by a guy named... Yeah, no chance in hell you're gonna catch me even attempting to pronounce this name. I can't even say Raleigh right. Raleigh. Just like many startup gaming companies, Techland was just a tiny little fish in an exponentially growing pond. In fact, all the company was initially designed to do was simply translate Western media to the East and then distribute it. Around this time, Poland had just dropped communism within its country due to the collapse of the Soviet Union's power in 1989, which really warms my red, white, and blue-colored heart. With the Soviets' grudge on anything made by the West now dead and gone from Poland, because the Union being dead and gone, there became a heavy demand for Western media to the east, making the market for distribution extremely profitable. So for many years, Techland would make a fairly decent footing for themselves due to their translations and distributions. But rule number one of capitalism is that no market will last forever. So over the years leading up to the 21st century, Techland would have to transition over to making small-time computer games if they wanted to stay afloat. And in 2000, they did just that as they released their first of many games called Crime Cities, something that you would think would be a Grand Theft Auto clone, but instead is a literal Coruscant driving simulator. Although Crime Cities and other title releases during the early 2000s were reviewed as fairly okay games for the time, with reviews generally being in favor for them, Techland still hadn't released their big break yet, which is surprising. I mean, how did their games like Indiana Jack not get Game of the Year? But the thing to note is that each of these games would be heavily improved on upon each release. Techland made it apparent with their switch from content distribution to gaming development that complacency would never be in their vocabulary. In fact, Techland would even strive to create their own in-house engine called the Chrome engine in 2002, which is still being used and innovated upon to this day. In essence, the sky became the limit for this ever-growing company. The early 2000s proved to the rising brand that they can swim with the big fishes, but all they needed though was just that one series, maybe even just one game to push them into the next level, and that game came pretty quickly. That's right, baby, you already know what it is. Dead Call of Juarez. In 2006, Techland finally started to receive worldwide recognition upon releasing this game. Partnering up with publishing company Ubisoft, this Western first-person shooter pulled great acclaim in sales that Techland hadn't seen before in previous titles. And the innovations that Call of Juarez has is nothing short of huge. Not only was the company aiming to go for technological features they've never tackled before, like having the ability to play as two main characters that have their own respective gameplays, but this was also the first time ever releasing a game to multiple platforms. It was very clear from the get-go that Call of Juarez was their most ambitious title yet, and fans and critics alike loved this series, which in turn would give Techland a whole new set of opportunities of expanding that IP, as well as creating new big titles. And one of those opportunities was to partner up with Austrian publishing company Deep Silver to create, yep, you finally guessed it, Dead Island. In 2007, Deep Silver would announce to the world their upcoming project by releasing a very short announcer trailer for it. Now, if you're a fan of Dead Island, or if you have eyes, you might have noticed that there's a major gap between their first announcement and the release of the actual game. That's because Dead Island was going to be a completely different game than what it was now. In a 2008 interview between IGN Australia and Techland, it was revealed that everything about the original Dead Island, from story to gameplay, was going to be completely different.
What's the core setting and storyline for Dead Island? Where did the concept come from?
Dead Island allows players to live the story of an unlikely hero who finds himself stranded on a tropical island following a plane crash. Not only is his wife missing, but the entire holiday paradise is devastated by a deadly virus that turns people into vicious, walking corpses.
Dead Island takes a non-linear approach to game structure. Can you give us some examples of how players' actions will have long-term consequences?
Interaction with other survivors on the island can serve as a good example. Let's say we get a chance to deliver much-needed supplies to a camp. Later on, its occupants may offer us something in return. Information or items, choosing not to help the camp, or worse, to unleash zombies on the innocent people by sabotaging the defenses, we deprive ourselves of that extra assistance. In addition, our reputation can make dealing with other groups very difficult. We can accidentally or purposefully get a very important character killed. That can have all sorts of consequences, from depriving us of a convenient access route to a minor goal, all the way to changing the game's ending.
Will Dead Island have co-op through the main game? Will it have adversarial multiplayer modes?
We're not planning any multiplayer modes at the moment. Dead Island is focused on an intense, storyline-driven single-player experience. It would have to be designed from the start as a co-op game, or the multiplayer mode would be only very loosely linked to our core gameplay.
From this interview alone, it's clear that Techland's direction was set in stone from the get-go. They wanted to create a first-person RPG with story-altering decisions, a reputation system, and even a lack of multiplayer. The complete opposite of what we actually got. The best way to describe what they were aiming for was more of a Fallout experience than anything, especially that hack and slash style that we got. Even the gore for the zombies were drastically different than what it became, as a trailer released by Deep Silver around this time shows off what they had in mind. But the original take on Dead Island never worked out. Maybe it was over-ambition for an underpowered console generation, maybe it was conflicted creative decisions between the company, and maybe it was a fair mix of both issues. But Dead Island wouldn't see the light of day for many more years to come. The only reason I can find this online is is from a 2013 AMA on Reddit, where Deep Silver's Guido Erikmeyer, see, I can say that name, because he's not Polish, claimed that they were not really too happy with how the game turned out upon what was supposed to be release day, even after the nightmarish development coupled with already existing delays. So all we know for certain is that Dead Island was facing some sort of major development hell for the time being. Then the 2010s rolled around. In February 2011, one of the most iconic gaming trailers to ever exist dropped, and I do mean iconic. This 3-minute trailer depicted a family of 3 fighting against an onslaught of infected within their luxury hotel room, set in a completely reversed chronological order. Fans watched as this little girl not only gets eaten alive by the infected, but immediately succumbs to the infection, eats her struggling parents, and then is thrown out of the hotel to her second and final death. Jeez, I'm gonna have to beg YouTube to not demonetize this video. Although this trailer received much criticism for the use of a dead child, this would be the perfect trailer that any zombie game would need to get immediate attention and hype. In fact, this trailer is over 10 years old, but it still gets talked about regularly to this day. That's how impactful this marketing campaign by Deep Silver truly was. And when the game finally released to the public later that year on September 6, 2011, fans were ecstatic to get their hands on Dead Island. So, after all these years of waiting, after all the features that were hyped up, and after all the controversies that spewed from the marketing campaign, how did Dead Island turn out? Well, it's okay. For the remaining bit of this video, I'm going to divide this up into 4 more parts. First, I'll be talking about the general story, as that's clearly the main focus of Dead Island. Then, I'll be discussing the overall gameplay and feel of it, and to wrap things up, I'll go over the additional content that came after the release, as well as my final thoughts on Dead Island in present day. Because that's usually how a retrospective video works, I think. I don't know. And just so you all are aware, I will be using the definitive edition as my gameplay footage, not only because it's far more polished than the original, but also it's more readily available to play on all platforms. Anyways, Dead Island first starts out with arguably the second most iconic thing that this game has to offer. In this cutscene, you, the drunken protagonist, roams around a party that's going on right outside the same hotel from the trailer. As you enter the party, you encounter a variety of other drunken guests, all while the greatest song to ever exist in any zombie game, nay, any game, blasts in your ears. Who Do You Voodoo by the absolute GOAT, the GOAT, Sam B. I mean, just listen to this song and tell me it's ass. You can't. You genuinely cannot.
Got a zombie army and you can't harm me.
Hey, watch it.
You voodoo, bitch. Drink blood like a vampire without warning. Who do you voodoo, bitch?
God damn, dude. If this was in Playboi Carti's newest album, maybe that shit would have been good. Like I said, you stumble around the party, meeting other characters that allude to their importance later on. First, it's Logan Carter, an ex-football player who apparently had a bigger fall-off than Deshaun Watson. Then it's... oh man, it's Sam B himself, oh my god! You stupidly try to crash his performance, but Sam B nonchalantly throws you off stage because he just has that dog in him. After that, Perna Jackson, the hotel's main security guard, tries to help you up, but soon blows you off because you can't keep your hands to yourself. And finally, there is the bouncer, who does help you up and tries to... oh, never mind, he's dead. The real last notable person you encounter is Jen May, another employee at the resort who berates you for both invading the women's bathroom and then stealing some perk 30s that a random woman OD'd on. What is your character, bro? After meeting all 4 characters who probably only play a minor role in the game, you make it back up to your room, where you crash on your bed, ready to wake up and take on the zompocalypse. But wait, that's not the protagonist. Oh no, instead of playing as this fuck-ass loser, you can select to play as one of the 4 characters you met in this party, ranging from Logan, Sam B, Perna, and Jen. Each of these characters have their own unique set of skills, morals, and preferences to the different weapons that you'll find in the playthrough. They even have their own voice backstory, giving you more insight on how these characters came to the island in the first place. This is an amazing starting cutscene that gets you familiarized on how these characters will act during your time on this infected island, and it also gives you an idea on how the virus was able to spread like it did within one night alone, as most of the people here were simply oblivious to the carnage taking place. This cutscene is just a great way to open up the game and set the pretty dark tone for what's to come. Unfortunately though, the rest of the story doesn't match this amazing cutscene. After you pick your survivor, and yes, you should always pick Sam B, not because he's specialized in blunt weapons, but because he's motherfucking Sam B. You wake up in a nearby suite, unaware of the events that took place. As you roam the halls, you can see clear signs of struggles and fights, but no actual people. You can even enter the room where the family from the trailer died, confirming that, nope, they did not make it and died within their arms. It's kind of sad. Let's see what we got. Moving to the outside balcony, you get a glimpse of where exactly you are. This is Banoi, a Papua New Guinea-inspired tropical island set north of Australia. Covered in luscious jungles and surrounded by beautiful beaches, Banoi is the ultimate tourist spot, where many rich Western people go do whatever many rich Western people do. But beyond the tourist attraction, this island holds a lot more nightmares than you would think. As you look beyond the horizon, you get your first glimpse of the undead falling from out of the sky. Now knowing your dangers, you try to make your escape to the elevator that totally doesn't look like it's gonna collapse at any minute. Oh, it collapsed. While in the elevator, you encounter a man watching you through the cameras. For some reason, he's more than willing to help you get off this island, but you have to follow his every direction. Though, making your way out of the elevator and through the lower floor, you encounter the first of many infected, who quickly knock you down and take a massive chump out of you. But this isn't the end. Of course not. It's the beginning of the game. This is the fucking prologue. You think this was gonna be the end of the game? Before getting eaten alive, you're saved by Cinemoy, the head lifeguard of Banoi, who is voiced by the legendary voice actor Steve Blum, who tries his absolute hardest to give a natural Australian accent. He's the leader of the sorriest group of survivors I've ever seen in any zombie media. Ones that won't even go out there to save the man who's trying to protect them from a horde of zombies. But now you're here, the main character, the one who surprisingly has not succumbed to the infection that all others have died from already. Once you make it out of the bungalow, you finally have access to fight your first set of zombies in the game's first setting. This is the resort side of Banoi, by far the most beloved area of Dead Island. Taking place off the beaches of Banoi, this place is covered in crystal blue waters, beachy bungalows to house tourists, World War II bunkers to give this place some historical significance, and of course, countless bikini babe zombies. This area is stunning to look at, even to this day. When the light glares down on you in the perfect angle in front of the glamorous beaches, oh my god, it's no wonder why people came to die here. When you think of Dead Island, you most likely think of this resort area more than anything else. Even content creators in the early days of YouTube love to reference this area alone. Like, you guys remember that old Flash animation of Dead Island starring Tobuscus? You guys remember Tobuscus? I wonder what he's up to nowadays.
Somebody was like, hey, you can take that mask off, you little weak, little stupid idiot.
As for right now, the zombies that are blasted in this resort area are relatively basic. You have your traditional walkers who stumble out at a snail's pace, can be overpowering in high numbers, and can sometimes throw their weapon in for holding one. But all in all, these walkers are extremely easy to take care of. But taking one step up though, you have to take on the infected. Survivors who have recently succumbed to the virus and have way more than basic motor functions than the walkers. They can run, sometimes dodge your attacks, and can even hit you multiple times at once, making them far deadlier than the normal walker. But overall, still easy to take down. Saving Cinemoy, he gets into contact with the man on the radio, the same man who talked to you in the elevator and who also discovered the gang's unknown immunity. The man says he can help you get off the island, but you're gonna have to reach him and his infected wife Emily. And with a monsoon that's quickly coming, it never comes in this game by the way, this can prove harder than you would think, especially since it's interfering with the radio's communications. Losing contact with the man, Cinemoy gets the bright idea of moving this group over to the nearby life station, a place that is heavily fortified and has a more powerful radio than this piece of shit. Obtaining the keycard to enter the life station, you need to clear the place out and radio Cinemoy before him and the group head over. Sounds pretty easy, right? Well, for the most part, it is. That is, until you counter the first of many special infected spread throughout Banoi. This is the Thug, a much larger and stronger variant of the undead. Similar to the Walker, they move very slowly, making them easy to avoid if you don't want to fight. But if you do want to take them on, be careful as they pack quite a punch. Every time they hit you, your ass gets knocked to the ground and you lose a major chunk of your health. And what's really cool about the thug too is that you can slice off their arms and they'll be completely fine. Hell, you can slice both their arms off and break their skull and they'll still try to get you like they're the Black Knight from Monty Python's Quest of the Holy Grail. After killing the thug, you clear the rest of the way for Cinemoy's group to take refuge. And although this place is a definite step up compared to the Bungalow, especially with the radio, you're still unable to get in contact with the man. So, to wait while you can talk to him again, you have to become an errand boy for the group. This part of the game has no substantial value whatsoever. These are just very basic side quests that get you involved with the group more, but this more so feels like a way to pad out the game, and this won't be the only time you have to do something like this. Like, you have to find gas to burn the bodies from the lifeguard station. You have to find and connect a signal amplifier to the base antenna for some guy you'll never talk to apart from the side quest. And the only way you get this part is by doing even more side quests for another group located in the lighthouse. I don't really care. The only quest that has any value is finding car parts to repair this pickup truck. That's because this pickup truck is the ultimate weapon against these zombies. I'm telling you, you can run over dozens of zombies of any variant within the game at any point. The only damage this car receives is a broken windshield and maybe some smoke. Other than that, these absolute behemoths will never break down in the game. I would make a joke saying that these 2011 trucks are more durable than your average 2025 Cybertruck, but even a little Tyke's cozy coupe is more durable than that junk. After doing some general side quests to help around the survivors of the lifeguard base, Cinemoy informs you that the man on the radio is still not responding. So, to wait until he responds, Cinemoy lets you in on a little problem that this group is facing. There's no food. Sure, the group is a little bit safer with the infected now closed out due to these impenetrable walls, but without food and other supplies, everybody here is still facing death in the eyes. It's a fucking bar. Now at first, Cinemoy asks you to look around some bars and take some cans of food, but then he takes that up to another level by asking you to take some crates of juice boxes from gas stations because they're so valuable in a time like this. Cause you know, why have food when you can have a motherfucking Capri Sun? But because this place is a resort and not a military compound stocked and supplied to the brim for any sort of disaster to come, the supplies that you will find are very limiting. Recognizing this, Cinemoy asks you to enter the city to try and find some better food. But first, you need to get past the blockade in the tunnel that connects there. To do this, you need to explore the hotel's parking garage where a Bank of Bonoi armored truck is stationed. Exploring the hotel, you come across a security guard that somehow has this place unlocked. He'll be willing to give you access to the parking garage, but you need to do a task for him, which is finding and taking care of his lost security guard partner. I gotta admit, exploring these lower levels of the hotel is pretty interesting. Instead of roaming around the upper floors, which you have just done in the prologue, you have to maneuver through different built-in shops, offices, and even a giant indoor swimming pool. And geez, if it wasn't for the vicious man-eating freaks of nature ready to tear you from limb to limb, I'd definitely invest in a timeshare here. Screw it, I would live here with the man-eating zombies. Making your way to the lost security guard, you find him mortally injured and trapped within a random closet. The only thing you can do for the poor guy is just to give him morphine to ease his inevitable death. And once you do, his final words are just heartbreaking. Making your way over to the parking lot, you hightail out of there with your newly found whip, but as you make it out of there, a random helicopter crashes. For whatever reason, Cinemoy believes that this obviously not cargo helicopter might have a bunch of cargo within it, so he tasks you to now head over there and check it out. Honestly, this quest feels like the most filler quest in the game. Nothing comes out of the crash itself. I guess there are two notable things that happen when you go check it out. Firstly, as you trudge the Diamond Bungalows, you encounter the second of many special infected.
Holy shit!
Careful! Watch it!
This is the Boomer. Not really, that's not his name. But if I were to say his actual name throughout the rest of this video, YouTube would take it down faster than they took down that one COD Black Ops character stroking it. So Boomer it is. Similar to a lot of the explodey type of zombies in other games, the Boomer will explode in a massive bloody mess if disturbed, so hitting it or even going near it can prove fatal to you no matter how strong you think you are, unless you're in a pickup truck. Second notable thing from this quest is this Russian character, Nikolai. He doesn't actually play any vital role in Dead Island, not by a long shot. The second you escort him to a nearby bunker, he gives you a side quest that can only be beaten at the end of the game, and even then he doesn't give you a reward for completing it, making it the only quest in Dead Island where this is the case. But hear me out, he's voiced by Steve Blum, and if you thought his Australian accent wasn't all that, his Russian accent is far worse.
My name is Nikolai. As you can see, this piece of shit helicopter that was supposed to get me off this fucking island crashed. Figures, it wasn't Russian.
I love you, Steve. You are genuinely one of the greatest voice actors in all of voice acting history. Stop doing this Russian accent, though. With that out of the way, you have one final task left to do before heading over to the city, and that is turning this already badass armored truck into a reinforced badass armored truck. To do this, you head over to a nearby workshop where a bitten mechanic named Earl is willing to help you out, so long as you do him a favor. You have to bring his daughter Jin with the gang before he succumbs to his sickness. And I'm telling you guys this right now, no joke, no meme, no anything. Jin is hands down the most useless character in Dead Island 1. To say that she is more useless and annoying than motherfucking Amanda from the second game would be an understatement. And Amanda sucked. I would probably say that Jin is up there to be the second worst Dead Island character of all time. I would tell you who the first is, but you'll just have to wait and see who that is in the next part. With the truck looking cooler than ever, it's time to make it over to the next area. This is Moresby, the capital city of Hanoi and arguably the most experimental area in the game. Named after Papua New Guinea's capital, Port Moresby, this city is a sprawling area full of slums for low-income residents. Due to the sheer population density of these slums, this city is undoubtedly the most affected place that this virus has struck. With barricades, quarantine zones, and first responder vehicles everywhere, it's clear that whatever resistance that was established to help contain the outbreak is completely gone, with the only thing that's left here are the dangerous undead and far more deadly rascal gangs. Interestingly enough, quite a few gameplay designs are exclusively present in this area, which can be considered catalysts of what was to come in Dying Light. A couple keynote features I'm referring to are the weather cycles that frequently come and go as you roam the undead city, as well as the ability to climb and run around virtually most buildings here. These features are very bare-boned in the game compared to Techland's successor. The weather here will only last for a few moments and is found nowhere else in the other areas. There's not even a day-night cycle, it's just rain or not rain. And as far as parkour goes, there's not much to talk about. These roofs have barely anything apart from a few collectibles here and there. Match that with a completely outdated movement system, and this is something that most players probably missed out on. It's nice to be given a new layer of traversal to counter the undead, but it's far more efficient just to run or drive through the confined roads. Nevertheless, it's insanely cool to see Techland try out these features, especially since they get far more refined later down the line. Driving into the city, the gang's first stop is St. Christopher's Church, a place where many helpless survivors have convened to try and survive this outbreak. Even though their way of defense boils down to praying with their thumbs up their asses, this shockingly doesn't prove to be useful. Upon reaching there, the place is being swarmed by the undead due to the constant ringing of the church's bell, which has brought in some nasty new infected. This is the Ram, the equivalent of a zombie pickup truck. Like the Thug, the Ram will knock you down wherever it hits you. However, due to its constricted arms, the only way it can attack you is by either kicking you or ramming you. I mean, it's in the name. On top of that, the Ram is very armored due to its padding, meaning you cannot hit it everywhere. The only way you can damage this borderline mini-boss is by hitting its exposed backside. Or just run it over with a truck.
Just fucking die!
Taking care of the infected problem, you meet up with Mother Helen, the leader of the ragtag group of survivors, who is not voiced by Steve Blum. So she's not really cool in my book. She tells you that they cannot supply any other groups with food, as even they are dealing with limited supply struggles. Yeah, it really seems like you guys are dealing with a lot of food problems with these crates upon crates of apples. Apparently, Moresby has been looted long ago through various survivors and rascals, but Mother Helen does know of a place that you can go to get some food. Of course, though, you gotta help her out with something first. You guys seeing a trend on how these missions are structured? This little favor that you have to do isn't all that much, though. You need to go to a nearby water treatment plant, liberate it from the rascals, and bring water back to the people. Avoiding any of the side quests, this will be the first time where you face off against hostile NPCs. Nearing them, these rascals will immediately draw their guns on you and open fire, creating a whole new layer of combat that's not just bashing an undead skull in. Not gonna lie though, this place is easy to conquer. Just grab a gun, aim for the head, and you're golden. It's one-shot headshot. But one key note about this place is that it's home to a certain transmission played from the police station. You can also hear this announcement outside of the police station, but just keep this in mind. Clearing out the water treatment and restoring water pressure, Mother Helen thanks you for your service by revealing that the supplies can be potentially found within the wealthy district of Moresby, an area that has been cut off by the rest of the capital city as their residents turn to the military and ask for the only bridge connecting both places to be blown to shreds in an attempt to contain the outbreak. Golly gee, I wonder if this was a smart idea from the residents. Due to the bridge, the only way to gain access to this wealthy district is by doing some parkour on top of these pipelines that are still connected to the two areas. Wait, no, I'm sorry. This is so embarrassing. This isn't Dying Light. Parkour? What the hell is that? The true way to gain access into the wealthy district is by gaining access to the sewers. Now, before you hit up the sewers though, Cinemoy gets into contact with the gang via radio to give a little update on what's happening back at the resort. And what he has to say contains the biggest plot hole this story has to offer. I'm sorry, who the fuck is Laura? Some little girl who stumbled upon the lifeguard station and is somehow considered very sick? This is so out of left field. The gang definitely needs to head back and check on this poor little girl. Where is she? So Laura is a quote-unquote character in the Dead Island universe who makes no appearance at all and who has no lines of dialogue, but is supposed to bring some sort of value to the dwindling food storyline. And spoiler alert for all you Laura fans out there, but the next time Cinemoy contacts you after obtaining the supplies, which is like 2 missions after this, she fucking dies. This character had 0 impact on the game, and what, we're expected to care about her? I don't even understand, man. Why was she added into Dead Island? Who thought that adding her was going to sway any player's mind about this story? Anyways, to reach the sewers so you can get the food that Laura definitely won't need, you'll need the help of this survivor, a man I don't care to know the name of because his escort mission is lame. This guy is about as strong as the Dallas Cowboys the second they make the playoffs, and you have to escort him across the entire map. And if he gets attacked by just a few zombies, no, if he gets attacked by one zombie, which will always happen, especially at the end of the escort, you'll most likely have to deal with him dying and with you having to restart the entire escort all over again. But if he does somehow survive, you'll get full access to the world beneath the world. Entering the sewer, you'll first have to activate a few valves to stop the water from flooding the entire place. This part is very easy, as all you have to do is take out a few zombies guarding the valves. Oh shit, that's an exploder. This part is very easy, as all you have to do is take out a few zombies guarding the valves, crank that shit like your Soldier Boy, and boom, there. But after clearing out the water, you'll have to face an all-new danger. This is your average Discord moderator, otherwise known as the Floater. These guys are insanely cool in my opinion. Their bodies have enlarged greatly as they become bloated with any puddle of water, which gives them this very fat look. Inspecting their body a little closer, you can also see water trapped in their completely dilated organs, giving them a somewhat transparent look. That's not all though, as the mixture of said water and their infected blood has given them the ability to spit it back up as a projectile. If this bile gets into contact with you, it'll burn your skin, causing you to lose health while being blinded in the process. And if the floater can't be any more dangerous, this special infected is practically immune to any fire or poison related weapon. So there's a good chance that the arsenal that you have equipped could be proven useless against it. That is, unless you have something that deals electric damage, as, you know, electricity and water doesn't really mix that well. From the way the floater looks to how it's the only type of infected to deal projectile damage in Dead Island, this zombie is without a doubt my favorite in this game. As far as the sewers go, it's an okay environment. This entire area is very enclosed and labyrinth-like. It's kind of like if you were a pet hamster in one of those cool tunnel cages, except you're a human being in the sewers. It's very easy to get lost underground with all the twists, turns, and dead ends. And with how many types of infected are down here, one wrong turn can be proven fatal to you. But I don't know if it's the mini-map that shows you exactly where to go, or if it's simply because I've beaten this game numerous times, I feel like I fly by these sewers. I kind of just run in a direction, close the numerous doors that are apparent down here that prevent any affected from biting your ass, and boom, you made it to the wealthy area. Now, unlike the slums, the wealthy area is very limited as far as the space goes. You won't actually be able to roam the cityscape, but instead you're confined to just being in the town hall, where many of the remaining residents and police force are hiding out. You know, it seems as if blowing up a bridge didn't actually contain a virus that spreads through blood contact, go figure. And if things couldn't get any worse, it seems as if the people over here are also dealing with food issues. The residents are very much worrying over dwindling supplies, all while the mayor completely brushes off the issue like the soy boy that he is. Now, you're probably watching this video right now thinking to yourself, Scrakes, what the fuck is this storyline? This plot was established from the get-go, as the gang's goal is to simply get into contact with this mysterious man on the radio, so you all can get off this dead-infested island. But yet, all you've been doing is going on some wild goose chase, trying to get food for some survivors who are too scared to even go outside themselves. What is the point of all of this? And that, dear viewer, is a very good question, that even the gang themselves start to question too.
Jen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Were you able to get anything?
We're calling it off. Come get us at the sewer exit.
Wait, what are you planning to do?
Look, if we're gonna survive, we need to get the hell out of here. No one here is gonna help us.
We're supposed to be the ones helping. We're the only ones who can. I couldn't help my father, but I can help the others.
Jin, listen. The best way to help everyone is to find that guy from the radio. He's the only one who understands what's going on. We're only wasting our time here.
I promised I would get those people food and medicine, and I will, with or without your help. We're staying with the plan, where I'm taking the car and you're on your own.
You won't make it without us, doll. You know it's true. And if you leave us here without transportation, we're not gonna make it either.
No one's going to make it if we don't help them.
Jin, you are so infuriating, haha. Why would you ever threaten the only immune people on this island if they don't help these random people who, you know, aren't immune? And on top of that, the random people you include are the rascals that you've never talked to, who have publicly announced that they're the ones who killed off the police force and will kill anyone who gets near them. You are willingly defending these people and trying to give them food and supplies, but what about that group in the lighthouse, you know? Fuck them, I guess. So with this newfound threat to your life, the last resort is to head over to a nearby grocery store where another gang of rascals are held up. Going there, another basic shootout occurs between you and the rascals, because they're fucking rascals and they're deadly people. Take some notes, Jin. You know, I kinda like the mix of the zombies in the lower part of the grocery store, as well as the front entrance where a ram has broken through. It shows that these rascals are just nothing more than dumb bandits, who want to cause chaos and despair for any remaining survivors on Banoi, but their actual methods of survival are very flawed. It's a neat touch. After taking care of the rascals, the gang loads up as many groceries as they can in the armored truck. So, are you happy now, Jin? You better be. So many people were murdered by the gang so you all could get some groceries. So just distribute the food, Jin. Don't fucking go near the police station, and we'll be back before you know it so we can all head over to the lifeguard tower and figure out how to get in contact with the radio man finally. Now, back at the town hall, this place has been completely overrun by the time that the grocery store was cleared. This might be be because of the ram-sized hole in the entrance as well as the ram in the courtyard. It also may be because you opened up the sewers and allowed zombies to freely walk through there now that the place is not flooded anymore. But that doesn't really matter to me though. The only thing I care about here is this cool-ass turd up here. I'm sorry, did you say you're being eaten alive, Mr. Wealthy Resident? I can't hear you over the sounds of this machine gun! Anyways, back to the church. You talked to Mother Helen about... Where's Jin? Did she... No, the fuck she did not. This dumbass bitch decided to head over to the police station to give some food, and now she's been kidnapped. Even my boy Hank tried to tag along with her, and look what happened to him. I hate you so much, Jin. Instead of progressing the story, you now have to take a detour to save Jin at the police station, because Jin is just so useful and important as a character. We just love Jin so much. At the police station, it's just another similar shootout to the grocery store in all honesty. You make your way through the sewers to get there, you fight some zombies on the lower end of the station, and you take on the rascals in another shootout throughout the rest of the building. Nothing too special. What is special is this amazing line by Sam B.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Bro has no chill, and you know what? I can't help but respect that. Anyways, now that the group is all well fed and Jin is fucking saved, yay! I missed you so much, Jin. Cinemoy informs the gang that the man on the radio can finally be reached at the hotel's radio. There, the man lets the gang know about his status. He is alive and well, unlike his wife, and he's still open to extracting y'all so long as you reach him. The only problem is that he's sort of a bit of a distance. Actually, he's not sort of far away, and it's not like a bit far away. He's on a different island. That's right, he is huddled up in a nearby prison island, home to the world's most dangerous murderers, gang members, and all-around bad people. Boom! There we go. We finally have some revelations about who this man behind the radio is. Only took us a few hours of gameplay. This is supposedly Ryder White, the colonel of the Benoit International Defense Force. Trapped on the prison island to aid his infected wife, Ryder turns to you four as a possible way to cure her in exchange for your extraction. But getting to Ryder might be harder than you would think, as the only way to get there is completely surrounded by sea mines because, you know, places filled with the world's most dangerous criminals and all. The only way to safely get to the prison is by tracking down a man named Moen deep in the jungle, as for some reason, he's the only person that can maneuver through these sea mines. With the main story back in motion, it's time to make way over to the third and final location, the jungle. Because of how luscious this island really is, the jungle could prove to be a very hard place to get to, let alone find a random guy. But we could cover some ground if the gang... Wait a second. Guys. Jin knows a way to find Moen. Oh my god, red alert everyone, this waste of space is actually useful? I feel like a parent watching their kids ride a bike for the first time. I'm just so proud. Reaching the jungle, the gang gets into contact with Colonel White once more, and although reception here is complete dog ass, the gang makes out that White is most likely bringing them out there not just to get into contact with Moen. You know what, Jin, what do you think about this? Maybe you could go 2 for 2 with being useful in this new area.
I don't fucking care.
Alright, back to being a useless character. That's cool. Now, Jin does lead you to a nearby village located deep in the jungle to get a lead on where Moen might be. This would be cool of Jin to help out, but this invokes one of the most unnecessarily annoying escort missions that are plagued throughout the jungle, taking you from the very top corner of the map all the way down to the other side. And the best part about this is that most of this escort mission is on foot, and you can't even cheese the game by using the truck to kill any affected along the way because of her fat ass getting in the way of this narrow path. God damn it, Jin, move! No, I'm okay. I guess this would be the moment where I would talk about the new environment that you're in, but honestly, not even the game wants you to explore the screen hell in the main story. This jungle is huge. Even this long escort mission that's supposed to give you a tour of the new land covers maybe about just half of the map, but after you complete this escort, you reach the village that was just previously attacked by a rival, do 2 more main story missions that are very linear, and then never come back here. I shit you not, all you do in this map is help Matutero, the wrecked village's leader, in getting revenge by stealing the rival's village ammo and then killing their leader Afran. Then the gang alongside Jin and Matutero just fucks off in the boat to go find Moen. There is an entire top half of the map with 2 more populated villages full of their own quests that never get mentioned once in the main story. And if you wanted to even explore these missions, you would have to backtrack heavily and take a detour from where the escort mission was, as the main road to the right of the map is blocked off by an impenetrable wall, and have fun trying to get a truck into these villages. Apart from the main roads that lead from Matutero's village to Afran's, most of the map can only be traversed by foot. So, if anything, there's zero reason to explore the rest of this map unless you wanted 100% Dead Island, which is just a shame. I would say that maybe the only thing impactful about this map is the introduction of the game's final special infected. This is the Butcher, and unlike its really cool cutscene and design, this is by far the most forgettable and bland zombie. Basically, the Butcher is just a regular infected that's a little faster, a little stronger, and a little beefier. Oh, and it can maybe dodge your attacks a little more often. But, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be an issue for me. So if this giant-ass map, arguably the largest map we've seen in Dead Island so far, is not used for more than an hour at most for the main story, where else did the gang go? Well, would you believe me if I said there are not one, not two, but 3 more jungle maps that you have to explore after this? What the fuck are we doing here, Techland and Deep Silver? Now, the first, I guess the second jungle area you go to after obtaining the U-boat is this little place where Moen is residing. It doesn't take much to get Moen to join your group at all. Although he doesn't admit to knowing the way into the prison just yet, he offers to take you deeper into the jungle where a research lab is. So, immediately after saying that, the gang just fucks off from this place, never to come back here again. I don't even think you can return back to this area to do any side missions because there are no side missions here. So they just immediately go over to the third jungle area, the place where you'll most definitely spend the most time at. This is the Geofarm Lab, a place that is suspiciously hidden in the middle of the jungle, trying to keep away from prying eyes. By the time you make it to the lab, this place is almost in complete shambles. The nearby huts and warehouses are completely overrun, and so is the front entrance of the main lab itself. But there are still a considerable amount of scientists present, one of whom is overseeing what little research is being conducted. Dr. Robert West. Upon meeting him for the first time, he immediately tries to explain that this place is nothing more than a cosmetics research lab that is located here to keep away from animal rights activists. And although I myself don't like PETA and would definitely understand this isn't the humane labs from GTA. With the sheer amount of human-sized cages and West's utter fascination with the gang's immunity, it's clear that he is hiding some true intentions of this place. No matter though, West takes some blood samples from the gang and asks you to help around the lab while the tests are being conducted. Soon, West informs the gang that the zombie infection is actually a mutation of the Kuru virus. Now, the Kuru virus is actually a legitimate virus that can be found within Papua New Guinea. The way it's spread is via cannibalism, with it mainly targeting the indigenous Fore people who practice the ritual of eating their deceased family members as a way to, quote-unquote, free the spirit from the dead mortal body. Now, I'm not here to judge how the Fore people of Papua New Guinea practice their beliefs, but I will say if you were to try this yourself, you gain the risk of obtaining a non-curable disease that can, and will, attack your nervous system until you're physically unable to do anything except wallow in pain until you die from either malnutrition or from skin infections that develop due to numerous amounts of lesions and tremors that form on your body. So don't do cannibalism, folks. Interestingly enough, the Fore people have practiced this for so long, not anymore though for obvious reasons, that they develop some sort of immunity. Well, not really, because if you get it, you have it, but if it infects the indigenous people, the virus can linger in their body for up to 50 years before any symptoms start to develop, meaning that this virus can act as a ticking time bomb within their bodies, ready to go off at any moment. The Kuru virus acts the exact same in our world as it does in the Dead Island universe. However, the virus in the game has mutated, supposedly at random, causing the infected to reanimate from the dead and be able to spread via blood contact, which is the reason why the outbreak has happened in the first place. However, with the 4 main characters, the virus doesn't incubate like the indigenous people of Benoi. Instead, their antibodies are able to kill it off as it's nothing more than the common cold. West is completely fascinated by this discovery, but he doesn't know why this is the case. The only commonality that the gang shares is that they all have the same blood type, O negative, which really doesn't explain all that much, as O negative is the universal blood type that any human body can accept without experiencing blood clots. But with this newfound information, West instructs the gang to get in contact with a nearby tribe and to get some of their blood to further test the Kuru virus. Making your way over to the tribe, you meet Ope, the leader of the tribe, who reluctantly gives you some infected tissue after proving yourselves in a fight to the death against his warriors. Apart from the mini-boss type infected warrior, this fight is very easy enough, and the gang makes it back to Wesk, where he asks you again to help out the other scientists as the tests go on. But yeah, no, fuck that. West soon gets a little more insight on how this virus works, and figures out that he might have some knowledge on how to make a trial vaccine. The only thing that he needs to start production is another tissue sample belonging to a tribe member, this time who is infected solely by the cannibalism, not by the dead. So going back to Ope, he informs the gang that he can take you to their burial site, where many of the untouched mummified corpses are, to get a somewhat fresh sample. This triggers another escort, because escort missions are so much fun in the game, but this time he leads you to the fourth and final jungle area. This is the village where the tribe members you just fought used to be held up at. I would say out of all the jungle maps in the game, this is by far the best looking. Instead of just trekking through the thick trees and narrow paths, you have to instead scale up a mountain, where you're able to see these amazing sceneries. Like this bridge that connects from one part of the mountain to the other is so beautiful. It almost makes it worth having to deal with these 3 other pretty mid-jungle areas. Now, for whatever reason, instead of telling the gang where the burial site is located, you have to escort Ope again across this entire area. Because why have one escort mission when you can have 2 back-to-back? Going up the mountain, you discover the burial site, but you find out that you're all not alone here. Fuck, dude, I'm not dealing with another Jin. Ope, get her ass. Ooh, kill her. Ooh, kill her. Ooh. Oh. Man, R.I.P. Ope.
Did you see that, man? That was fucking voodoo. Not the living dead shit.
Thank you, Sam B. You are genuinely keeping my sanity at this point. So, this is Yerma, a surviving tribe member who has practiced the cannibalism ritual and has somehow survived, and she's also someone who seems to be 20 times more useful than Jin could ever be, as she actually plays a vital role in the story with her condition. You know, I already like you, Yerma. I think we're gonna be good friends. Oh, come on! I have to escort her now? Bro, why the fuck are there 3 back-to-back-to-back escort missions? And this one is by far the worst in the game, as even if an infected rubs their nuts on Yerma, she folds faster than me when I talk to a woman. Oh, dude, this is just blatantly bad game design. And it gets so much worse too, as before you can even escape this area, Moen, for whatever ungodly reason, is now getting his ass whooped by the infected. So now you have another person to protect.
You saved my life for the 2nd time, so I owe you one, yeah.
Dude, I never even saved you 2 times. You know what? Forget it. So with Yerma now added to the gang, you all make it back to the laboratory area, where you have to once again partake in another escort mission. Because what's better than 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back escort missions? 5 back-to-back-to-back. Back at the lab, West is astonished by the existence of Yerma, as the dormancy of the virus in her could be the missing piece to solving this Kuru's mystery. And once again, he needs some time to do some tests. But no, we're not helping these pissant scientists. We now have our own things to do. Because we saved Moen, for the 2nd time apparently, he tells us that he does know the way to the prison, but we do need to get a few things before heading there. These are pretty simple stuff to get. The gang travels back to the slums to obtain some extra gas for the boat ride, as well as some gifts for a certain prison leader on the island. With that, Moen also asks for some poles located back at Earl's workshop to help push away some of the sea mines safely, which is another easy thing to get. While we're here though, how are you feeling, Jin? You've been acting a lot more of a fly on a wall than you usually are. What's going on?
There's something else I need to do, all right? But I need to do it alone. So just wait here.
Oh wow. Jeez, I know this must be hard for you. Killing your own dad, someone as great as Earl no less, has to be hard for anyone. But like I said, Jin, you gotta do what you... Oh! Sam B is a play on words for zombie! Oh my fucking god, that's amazing! Zombie! Oh, Sam, this is why we love you, man. Anyways, what were you doing, Jin? Actually, I don't fucking care. Before you head to the prison, you get word from Ryder White that the lab is being attacked. So heading there, this place has definitely been attacked. It seems as if Wes tried to extract every drop of Yurima's blood, causing her to try to hide away in one of the nearby cages. And as Wes tried to open it up, all the cages open instead, causing the lab to be overrun from the inside out. But it's okay though. The only Wes that should be in a zombie apocalypse is my boy Frank. So Robert West, rest in piss. And hey, he was even able to make a trial vaccine, so it's not like he died in vain, hopefully. With the lab gone, the vaccine in hand, and the boat ready for transport, it's time to finally head over to the final area of the game, the prison. Just like all other parts of the island, the prison has its fair share of zombies, but it seems like out of all areas we've been to, the prison is the most contained, as prisoner leader Titus was able to lead dozens of convicts to safety. And not gonna lie, I think Titus is one of my favorite characters in this game. Not because he does anything cool, don't get me wrong, but he reminds me a lot of my childhood dog, Titus. Now that I think about it, they both actually have a lot in common. First, starting off, they share the same name, so that's pretty cool. But they also command the attention in any room they're in. I mean, Titus the prisoner is this absolute beefcake who looks like he would easily rip anyone's head off. Just like my dog Titus, who is a vicious Great Dane boxer mix. And if they couldn't be any more similar, both Titus the prisoner and Titus my dog are dead. Yeah, so when you go to the prison, Titus demands your absolute respect and work. He doesn't allow you to make it to the C block where Ryder White is stationed at, unless you do some favors for him first. And these favors seem to be pretty endless, from saving his cellmate who was trapped in his cell for however long this virus has taken effect, to trying to get weapons and guns for his inner circle. It's clear that Titus wants to be a dictator in this prison, which not only antagonizes the gang, but all other prisoners who aren't in this said's inner circle. You can actually hear the prisoners conspire against Titus after completing each quest, as tensions boil against his horrible leadership. So much so that when push comes to shove, the prisoners riot against Titus before he gets his hands on any gun, causing the nearby infected to rain down on them, killing everyone except for you and the gang. Oh, and you survived too, Jin. That's so great. I'm so glad you survived. One notable prisoner who you meet while doing favors for Titus is Kevin. He's a worldwide hacker who used to work with terrorists in the past like Al-Qaeda, which is a crazy mention, by the way. That is the last group of people I would ever expect to be Dead Island canon. Wait, is 9/11 also canon in this universe? Anyways, when first meeting Kevin, he seems to be a good-for-nothing prisoner just like the rest of the inmates. All he does is help the gang out with obtaining ammo for Titus's inner circle. But keep his bald presence in the back of your head for now. With nobody to stop you from reaching Colonel White, you and the gang head over to an elevator to finally get in contact with the man. But oh no, it was a trap all along. Colonel White set you all up from the get-go to try and save his infected wife. But good thing Kevin is here to wake you all up and tell you his ultimate plan that he somehow knows. As after White extracts with his totally not zombified wife, he plans on calling up the ultimate solution, blowing up Benoit once and for all. So it's up to you and only you to stop him from exploding every survivor out there. For now. I mean, he's in the military. If he dies, someone else is probably just gonna call on the bombs. At the roof, the gang confronts Ryder and his wife. And yes, his wife is definitely dead. I mean, look at her eyes. What do you see? Definitely not a cult of personality. I crack myself up sometimes. Cult of personality? Jin, wait, what are you doing? What is this monologue you're giving? And wait, she just let the zombie wife loose? Okay then, you just upset the now infected man with the only gun on the roof. Wait. Yes! Ryder, you absolute goat! Techland was trying to make you the antagonist? Bro, you are my hero for doing this. Thank you so much for... Okay. Well, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Damn it, dude. Now I have to kill you. This is the game's final boss fight, and really, this is just like facing a butcher infected. All mutated Ryder does is run towards the player and hit like a common thug. So as long as you keep your distance and dump all of your ammo into him, this fight is absolutely no problem. Even the Ram is a harder infected to fight than Ryder. Once Ryder is defeated for good, it's time to get the hell out of here. With Kevin taking the role as the pilot, the gang finally makes it out of Benoit, ready to reach Sanctuary in a nearby aircraft carrier and ready to leave this infection behind. Or maybe, just maybe, this is just the start of their nightmare. And that's basically the story of Dead Island 1 summarized in however long this part of the video will be. The best word that I could describe this is incomplete. I feel like there's a lot of highs with how this virus came to be and how a lot of the main groups in the story are handling this outbreak. I also really love how there's a lot of real-world similarities in Dead Island to the real world. Having the island set as the non-official Papua New Guinea, even down to the virus that the country had faced, is very interesting. I don't think I played any zombie game that implemented a real-world virus that wasn't rabies, like the Kuru virus. It's unique, intriguing, and it makes me want to learn more about Dead Island's virus and Papua New Guinea's. And the characters are really good for the most part. Fuck you, Jin. I really enjoy all four of the main characters. They feel real. They have their own sets of morals, guidelines, and ways to survive this apocalypse, making each of them different from one another, and having them convene as a group who do argue and do have their differences, but who can also agree when they need to set their own priorities within this outbreak is very down to earth. Of course, I love Sam B. If Sam B had one fan in the world, you best believe I'm that fan. But I also like Logan, I like Perna, I like Jen, who is a close second favorite compared to the Voodoo Man. So all things considered, there are a lot of good and interesting things that I do have to say about this. But there are a lot of inconsistencies and plot holes that plague the story that I simply cannot overlook. Side characters who barely or never appear but are presented to be ones that we care about, and advancements in the story that, at the end of the day, make no sense when you really think about it, are so common throughout the story. It makes me think that a lot of the story was simply rushed or cut for time. Laura is the perfect example of what I mean. She gets brushed into the story from a radio call by Sitamoy and is never shown in the game, and then will die only a few missions later. How am I supposed to care about this little girl if she doesn't even say a line to the characters? Speaking of the whole storyline, the beginning half of the game where you must find supplies for countless survivors feels like a drag. I think the plot itself can be engaging. The grim reality that supplies will dwindle and people will die if they can't eat or get the daily medicine fits into the dark, depressing tone that Techland tries to push. But apart from Sitamoy's group who save the main characters and are helping them find Ryder White, I don't want to help the rest of these people. I don't care about the lighthouse, I don't care about the church, I don't even care about Matutero's village, because this game never gave me a reason to care. It was basically do 1 to 3 missions for this group and then never see them again. And then when the game tried to make me care by having Jin threaten the gang with leaving them to die, I felt nothing but obligated, which is not a good motive to have. Oh, and let's not forget how this entire plotline is shown to be nothing more than a waste of time, as the military does carry out with their final solution on the island. So even though the survivors are eating good for now, they're still dead as far as we know. So what really was the entire point of doing this? Overall, is the story bad? No, I much rather enjoyed the story, characters, and antagonists than in any of the following sequels. But this could have been expanded so much more efficiently than how it was, so yeah. All I can say about the story is that it's incomplete. With that said though, it's finally time to move on from this incredibly long segment. There's no doubt that Dead Island is a story-centric game. The way that you progress to new areas, find and modify new weapons, and encounter the differing types of special infected cannot be achieved unless you get to a certain part of the story. And let's not forget the fact that once you do beat the main story, you cannot go back into the island. You have to start fresh even with your experienced character. But now, let me be clear, there's a lot of faults to the gameplay, you cannot deny it. A lot of this is because Dead Island is still, after all, a game designed for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Like anything made for older consoles, there will be many features or graphics that simply do not hold up compared to many modern day games. But with that said in mind, everything about the gameplay is still solid to say the least. Starting off with the graphics, because unfortunately that's what most people tend to judge when first playing anything, let me remind you one more time, even with the Definitive Edition remaster, this game was originally designed for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. If you were to compare this to the sequel that was released 10 years and 2 console generations later, of fucking course you're gonna prefer one over the other. I know, what a shocking revelation. Wait until you discover that the sky is blue and that the sun is hot. Regardless though, I still think Dead Island 1 is beautiful. Frankly, the oversaturation of colors mixed with the high contrast and gritty atmosphere perfectly resembles the dark tones of a touristy island like this. The beaches of Benoy with their crystal blue waters and overdone paradise themes perfectly represent what a tourist would see at the surface valley of a country like this. But going deeper into the island where the locals live daily has this gray, arguably depressing color scheme that shows that life on this island isn't all sunshine and rainbows as a tourist sees. Poverty and crime riddle this area way before this outbreak was even a thought. The streets look chaotic, messy, and downright horrible, and it probably doesn't look all that much better before the dead infested the streets. These two contrasting environments tell such a great story in which tourists who come here are only shown barely a fraction of what life is actually like on this island. And then the jungle, it's green. Do I have to talk about these jungle areas? Like, really? Tell me who in their right mind thinks of the jungles when they play Dead Island. I don't even think Deep Silver did when they were marketing in this game, because all the trailers show the iconic resort areas. Fine, the tribal people here look really cool with their character designs and their villages, and this high up bridge with the waterfall behind it is aesthetically pleasing. Are you guys happy now? Techland knocked it out of the park 2 out of the 3 times with the main areas. But then you bring in the zombies, the dead part of Dead Island, and they really look cool too. The walkers infected do look like walkers infected that you'll find in any zombie media, but frankly, it's really cool to see how the dead look in the respective areas. And then the special infected, man, that's where Techland really shined in these designs. The thug towers over the player, giving this menacing look that'll make you stop in your tracks when you run into them. The exploders look beautifully disgusting, with boils and blisters taking up their entire body before they explode into this red mist that acts as a sort of smokescreen. And fun fact too, but if you hear them well enough, they'll plead and beg for help, making you think that these zombies still have some conscious people behind their soulless eyes. Then the rams. Oh man, the rams are terrifying. They look like an absolute tank while also acting like an absolute tank. With how confined and restricted they are, you might think to yourself, who even are these people? How did they get here and how did they turn in the first place? Or you might also be thinking, whichever really comes first, the floaters. They're just so unique looking. I've said this once and I'll say this again. Their bloated, somewhat transparent look. The closest I could probably relate these zombies is that one bloated zombie from season 2 of The Walking Dead. They make you want to stop and look at their anatomy, unless they blind you with their bile, of course. Even the butchers look really cool, as their arms have been shaving down, most likely to their own choosing, giving this sort of look of death that you would never want to encounter face to face if this type of outbreak happened in real life. And don't even get me started on the gore, which still looks pleasing to this day. The way that any of these infected have chunks of their bodies sliced off when you cut into them holds up. The way you cut their arms, legs, and heads off are satisfying, especially when you get a critical hit on them, which slows down time and makes you feel like an even more badass killing machine than in Killing Floors that time. Oh, and of course there's the great feeling of smashing their skulls in with your foot, watching them poison themselves to death, or slowly burn away into this cooked rotten flesh that looks more tasty than a white guy grilling up bland chicken at a barbecue. Oh, and then blowing up these undead freaks into a million pieces and watching their bodies fly in every direction. It truly never gets old. Just the way that everything looks and the way that you attack these zombies, it still holds up. And as far as the combat goes, it's average. Dead Island primarily focuses on hacking and slashing, with features that are either really cool or really annoying. In essence, you have 3 different ways of killing these zombies: by hitting them, by throwing stuff at them, or by shooting them. Now, the latter of the 3 is kind of useless compared to the other 2. Shooting is definitely best saved for the human NPCs, so let me cover that first. You shoot the NPCs in the head, they die. That's about it. These NPCs will die with 1 shot to the head, just like if you were to shoot your teammates in the head in a match of Rainbow Six. So really, at any stage, even if you use your most underpowered gun, you'll still have no problem facing them. Okay, but with the hitting and throwing stuff at zombies, it's so much better. Depending on who you choose to main as your playthrough, you might be better off maining blunt weapons, sharp weapons, or throwables. Sharp and blunt weapons have a chance of dismembering or crippling a zombie's limb respectively, making them not be able to use that that limb. Additionally, with these melee weapons, you'll be able to repair, upgrade, and even modify them at a nearby workbench, which is one of Techland's most iconic features to exist. These modifications can range from adding bleeding, poison, and electric damage, which adds a whole new element to the combat. You can even see how these modifications change the look of your weapons, and each of them looks so badass. My personal favorite is the Ripper mod for the baseball bat, as it adds a motherfucking circular saw to your weapon. You cannot tell me that this is not cool, and if you do, you are a liar and a fraud. Another staple of Techland's weapon features are the way that they'll look after they lose durability. If you depend on a weapon for too long, it'll break over time, making them ineffective against any enemy at any level. But looking at these damaged weapons, you can see that they'll actually have considerable amount of damage to them. Chips, cracks, and missing parts are just a few things that you'll see covering whatever damaged weapon that you're using. And it's small things like these that make this game as charming as it is. Oh, and fret not about the ineffective weapon bit, as you'll be able to fix them to its fully degree as many times as you want, so long as you have the money for them. Because even in a time of apocalypse, cash rules everything around you. It's all about them dollar bills, y'all. Even though you can repair and upgrade a weapon, that doesn't mean you should depend on that one thing throughout your entire playthrough though. As you level up and find more powerful weapons, the zombies and human NPCs will do the same, meaning that they'll take more of a punch and will punch harder than before. So one machete that you love to use in the resort area might just be a worthless piece of metal by the time you reach the jungle, even if you upgrade it to your max ability. I really appreciate this feature. It forces you to scavenge, complete quests, or simply use the shop throughout the entire game instead of, not doing that. It also balances the combat system between you and the zombies. It isn't like once you reach level 60, you'll be able to take out zombies like they're nothing. They're still a challenge. No matter how powerful you are, they still will be a challenge from beginning of the game to the end. There's still that one chance that you'll get overwhelmed without it being unfair. Oh, and throwing weapons, it's really cool. I like throwing weapons. You aim your weapon at a zombie and you throw it. I'm doing like a motion of me throwing a weapon in my recording booth, also known as my car. But you just have to trust me that these throwing weapons are pretty cool. These are mostly the good things about Dead Island's combat. Unfortunately though, there are some bad things, which a lot of it is because of the outdatedness of Dead Island. Primarily, it's through the general movement. If you've ever played this game for yourself, you'll know that your character likes to slip and slide around like it's an ice skating rink. You'll often find that your character will move a few steps even after not pressing anything, or will tilt their head side to side if they move left or right. Oh, and by the way, turn off motion blur for this game. If you do not like motion blur, it's going to be very nauseating playing this game. Anyways, the movement wouldn't be a problem, but there are instances where parkour is required in certain areas, which do make it a problem. This issue is later solved and outright perfected in Techland's next zombie game, but this is not part 3 of the series, so hold your horses there. There's also a lot of times where your character will get stuck on essentially nothing. I don't need to explain how annoying this is and how frustrating it can be when you die because of it. There are many times where I would try to run away from the infected or from a butcher, but then I would get stuck on a rock, or I guess God's invisible cock and balls, and get eaten alive. It sucks. Nothing much more to say about this. Another very apparent flaw that admittedly Techland perfects later on down the line is the stamina system. If you decide to run or attack or that's it, your stamina will drain until it reaches 0. The upside about this stamina bar is the really cool feature that once it drains, your screen will completely blur out, as if you're on the brink of passing out. The downsides, though, are everything else. This stamina bar is so small. I don't know if the gang is secretly diabetic or has never done cardio in their life, but they run out of breath very quickly. Aside from the screen blurring, if you have no stamina and get hit by a zombie, you'll get knocked to the ground. It doesn't matter if the zombie is a pathetic walker or a giant ram, they all do this to you. This would be tenseful to the player, but once you get knocked down, the zombies just wait until you get back up again. And by the time you do get on your feet again, you've already recovered half of your stamina, so you can get right back into fighting. Not only is this feature more beneficial to the player than harmful, but it completely ruins any sort of pacing. Why would you ever risk losing more health by standing around and waiting to regain stamina, when you can instead get knocked down and momentarily be This is just a bad oversight by Techland. The stamina bar was bad enough, but with this feature, it sometimes makes fighting a group of zombies more of a headache than anything. As you know, getting knocked down is bound to happen multiple times. But I mean, that's why you should always keep at least one grenade on you at all times. It clears out all the zombies without you having to eat shit, and the explosions are very fun to see. Last but not least, to round out the gameplay, each character you play as has their own Fury mode. They also have their own skills, but the Fury mode gives the player a large damage buff, as well as making them receive far less damage from the zombies. Each of their Fury mode has its own respective traits to the character, and can be upgraded with an easy to understand skill tree. Again, these skill trees are easy to understand. If you want to upgrade a certain skill that relates to your character, all you have to do is level up and allocate that skill point to a skill of your choosing. If you want a character who can absolutely go apeshit with their Fury mode, cool, go for it. If you're like me and don't really bother with the Fury to put points into other skills, also cool. The skill tree is digestible and allows you to replay the game to create different build characters. It's not like Dead Island 2 and their unnecessarily complicated skill cards that have their own meta build. Sorry, I just really wanted to throw shade at Dead Island 2. All in all, the general gameplay is definitely flawed like its story, there's no doubt about that, but I do enjoy the gameplay so much more. I enjoy the game more when I'm doing my own thing, killing zombies as I want to, building the characters as I want to, and playing it with friends the way we want to. You know, I haven't talked much about the multiplayer because I'm very lonely, but Dead Island is one of those games that is best played with friends. It's so enjoyable to kill the undead together, kill each other together, and just fuck around like in many other zombie games. If you're wondering too, the Dead Island servers are still up and running, and they work very well. You can play solo with your friends or even up to 3 random people. So if you do want to try Dead Island for yourself or you want to get back into it, I definitely recommend playing with other people. But with the general gameplay aside, there is another component to Dead Island that really makes me love the game, and that is the best thing about Dead Island 1 is its extra content. From the side quests to anything else that was added into the definitive edition, there is so much that you can do, so much to explore, so much that you can find, and so much that you can play that'll make you appreciate what Techland has added. Starting off with the side quests, there are a lot of people that you can talk to and help out at all areas of the game. In total, there are 103 side quests that you can take on, which is quite a bit if you ask me. In comparison, there are 48 main quests that you have to play to beat the game, meaning that there are over double the amount of side quests compared to the already long main story. Now, a lot of these quests are fairly basic, don't get me wrong. They mostly involve you having to get specific items for a person, clear out an area of infected or hostile NPCs, or escorting people to other locations. A lot of these quests too boil down to you giving specific supplies to people, which will never end. In fact, one of the first ever side quests that you can come across boils down to giving an already drunk man some more booze, which is definitely a choice to have in the apocalypse. So yeah, you can do these quests over and over and over again just to farm XP and money. They're nothing that'll blow your socks off, but in all fairness, the main story quests are just about on the same level. Unlike the main story, however, I really appreciate and enjoy what these quests are about, and the sheer amount of world building that takes place because of them from the characters that are seemingly random people. To understand what I mean, I'll give you a few examples of the side stories that I really enjoyed. At the resort, you can break into a nearby bungalow lounge where a group of women are held up, who are completely defenseless. One of these women is Anne Snyder, a person who is so scared of being eaten alive that the only thing that she asks you is to find her teddy bear. What she's experiencing is something called age regression. And no, it's not the age regression that you will find on VR chat daycare. That's what we call degeneracy. This is something that people can face when experiencing a highly traumatic event, causing them to mentally turn back to an age that they feel comfortable with. This side quest feels very dark, as even if you get the teddy bear for her, you have this lingering feeling that she won't last too long out here. No matter how brave she calls Teddy, there are still so many zombies right at the front of their doors, ready to eat her at any moment. It's kind of crazy how this one character and her short quest makes me feel 20 times more sorry for her than whatever the fuck Jin is doing. On the opposite side of the coin, there's this woman named Kelly at the lifeguard station, and like Anne, she's not taking the apocalypse too well. Although she isn't mentally 7, she is absolutely terrified and wants nothing more than to be with her loving and caring husband. Except he doesn't feel the same. Finding the husband towards the top of the map by the diamond bungalows, he's hiding out in a bungalow filled to the brim with baddies who want to do nothing more than to party and fuck. And when asking him to go to the lifeguard station to be with his wife, he has this to say.
I can't believe that crazy bitch sent someone to find me. The whole world's going to hell, and the last person I want to be with is that goddamn wife of mine. Look, take the money and whatever else you want. It's no use to me anymore. And tell her I'm dead. Believe me, it's for the best.
Similar to the previous side quest, this quest feels dark, but low-key funny as well. Imagine being in an apocalypse where you're just about to die, and even though you want nothing more to be with your soulmate, the person who wedded you, they don't want your ass. I just love it. I don't think Techland is all that good with writing long-term stories, to be honest, but these short, easy-to-digest ones are absolute peak. I could go on for hours talking about many of these side quest storylines, all sharing these dark, depressing, and somewhat funny undertones that do a great job in setting the world and the survivors within it. Like, I haven't even mentioned the plane crash that you have to explore, and then scavenge for parts once you find that everybody within it is dead. But this video is already long. Oh wait, how long is it? Yeah, no, if you want to check out these side quests yourself, I 100% recommend it. The gameplay that revolves around these quests are basic. As I stated, many of them consist of fetch or extermination quests, but the story themselves so make up for it. Apart from the side quests, there are a lot more extra content to talk about. There's a horde mode that many actually don't know about because it's hidden away in a World War II bunker by the resort. Housed by many of the soldiers who tried to contain the virus, the group lost contact with headquarters after being stationed down here, and instead of just lying around begging the gang to get them supplies like beta cucks, they're going off into different areas to kill more of the infected. You can join them where you have to fight an infinite amount of waves of infected until you die, which I really enjoy. And these arena sceneries are so cool, as they're not just segmented areas of existing maps. They're new, fully fleshed out places, with their own advantages and disadvantages that affect your survival. My favorite of the bunch is by far the overgrown area. The place that is very confined, very watery to slow down your movement, and is covered in seagrass, which heavily distorts your vision. There's probably a Vietnam joke here, but I'm too lazy to think of one, and I already made a 9/11 joke, so we can't have two of these. we can't do two of them. Fuck it, let's just do a Scrakes exclusive content. Put down your favorite Vietnam War joke down below in the comments for a chance to win. The winners will be picked when I feel like it and will receive a grand prize of nothing. So hurry while this contest lasts, folks. You don't want to miss out. With the Horde mode that was added from the definitive edition, there's also a new Rider White campaign. When selecting the characters to play as, you can choose to be the game's antagonist. You don't get to play as him in the main game, sadly. I guess that would break the fabric of space and time if he was both the protagonist and the antagonist, but you do get about 3 new hours of content showing how he made it into the prison in the first place. Starting out in the city of Moresby, he carries out the mission of exploding the bridge to the wealthy city. Yeah, he was responsible for it after all. He was also supposed to call in the airstrike right after extracting, but once he discovers his wife's infection, he makes his way to the prison instead, where he comes into contact with Kevin. And it turns out that the antagonist who manipulated the gang throughout the entire main story wasn't the one manipulating the gang after all. Instead, it was the bald man himself stringing everyone along. He's even the person that let the zombies in at the lab, causing Frank West to die. Or whatever his West name was. I really like this story. I think it gives Ryder a bit more of a human side to his motives. Sure, he wanted to kill everyone in a fire explosion after leaving with his wife, and sure, he still took the vaccine for himself to try to save his wife, and sure, he did try to kill the gang in a final boss fight, but he had no idea about the gang or their immunity at any point in the game. So was Ryder a bad guy after all? To help differentiate this DLC from the main story, Ryder has to go through completely linear areas that are just being overrun. So many of the zombies you have to take on are still infected survivors. I can't tell if I like this or not though. On one hand, it makes the gameplay stand out from just being more of an open world gameplay with walkers sprinkled in everywhere, but on the other hand, this DLC makes me dislike the infected runners so much. They come out of nowhere. I believe they respawn after a few seconds in most areas, so it's so easy to get overwhelmed. overwhelmed. It feels like a relentless onslaught with no rewarding feeling, as I'll just come back shortly. There were quite a few spots that I kept dying because of this, and honestly, if I weren't making this video, I don't think I would have played this campaign a second time. And I'm not the only one who shares this sentiment. It seems like a lot of people on the varying messaging boards share this exact frustration. So unless you want to explore this full context of the Dead Island story, I don't recommend playing this. What I do recommend is venturing out to find as many Easter eggs as possible, as there is a lot of them. Techland really wanted to show their love for horror, as there are so many blink and you'll miss it Easter eggs spread out in every part of Dead Island. From the titles of quests that obviously pay homage to other pieces of media, to there being a motherfucking Jason Voorhees boss fight in the middle of a jungle where you get a Texas Chainsaw Massacre chainsaw after beating him, you can clearly tell that Techland's love for horror lies in this game. Hell, the Easter eggs are not just exclusive to horror media. Even the order to bomb Benoit is a direct reference to Order 66, and it's just wow. It's so obvious that Techland respects and cares about not only their game, but other people's media. So I have nothing but mad respect for Techland for implementing as many Easter eggs as they did. Were there any Easter eggs that were your favorite? Tell me down below. In fact, I'll be running a contest. Damn it, I already made this joke. You know what, let's just move on to the conclusion. Overall, I would personally say that Dead Island 1 is a charmingly flawed game. There are a lot of features, world building, and characters that are interesting and engaging. Being able to craft a kick-ass weapon to hack and slash against the undead while playing as someone as goated as Sam B is great. And setting the tone of Benoit to be this depressing island of death behind its touristy looks was a great direction to go. I was enthralled by each of these survivors, listening to each of their unique reactions to the end of the world. I just love it. But the game is far from perfect. No matter if this is the original or the definitive edition, bugs and unpolished parts are flooded in here. Some are funny, others are more infuriating, and the story has a lot left to be desired. There are so many plot holes and inconsistencies spread throughout this game, and most of the main quest boils down to you doing a favor for someone else so they can help you get further along with doing a favor for someone else. The story just feels monotonous in a way, and it doesn't help either that the progression revolves around the story. Of course, introducing these zombies in specific parts of the story is the most natural way to bring them in, but introducing new zombies past the 70% mark of the main story is not fun. I don't want to put up with Jin's bullshit for hours just to fight a single butcher, and admittedly, age has not been kind to this game. Even with an 8th generation remaster painted over this, Dead Island 1 is still a game meant for the 7th gen consoles. You can see it with the animations, controls, and even the looks, and have fun playing this on 30 frames per second. I know I did. And yet with every single flaw in Dead Island, I still come back to this. It's not a bad game in the slightest. It's charming, it's fun, and even with the infuriating moments, I still have an overall fun time when playing Dead Island no matter what age I'm at. I remember playing this game when I was 14 years old and loving it. I remember playing this game when I was 21 last year and loving this game. I just love Dead Island, and this sentiment seems to be the general consensus among casual audiences.
Dead Island probably won't win any Game of the Year awards. It's got visual bugs, the controls take a bit to feel normal, and the presentation in general isn't up to snuff, but the game gets a lot right. There's a huge world to explore, thousands of zombies to kill, and a ton of side quests to take. Here, on the other side of a 25-hour playthrough, where I skipped a lot of side quests after Act 1, I'm anxious to get back into Dead Island, and despite the game's flaws, that's not something I say very often. It's not the best looking game, it does not have the best story. The gameplay is sometimes bugged and ridiculous, but it gives you an enormous amount of fun, especially in co-op. These ridiculous situations are funny, the ragdoll of the zombies is a masterpiece, weapons are fun, and the crafting system, despite its simplicity, is really well implemented. Much recommend to anyone interested in zombie games, especially with friends.
There's a lot of fun to be had while playing this game, and I believe Techland did its job in delivering something that fans can enjoy. In fact, they definitely did that, as Deep Silver announced that the title sold over 5 million copies worldwide. This would not only be the most sold game Techland has ever made up to that point, but it's also the most sold game in the entire franchise as of making this video. With the huge success of Dead Island 1, Deep Silver definitely wanted to capitalize on this as much as they could. Later down the line, they made books, they signed a deal with Lionsgate to make a movie that didn't go anywhere, and in June of 2012, it was announced that a new Dead Island game was in the works. Rumors of the sequel were long spewing, after it was discovered that Techland trademarked the name Dead World. However, that name would not be used for the sequel, rather it was Riptide. The following September, a 1.5-minute long trailer was released, giving fans full confirmation that the sequel was right around the corner. And a few months after that, Dead Island Riptide was released. On paper, Dead Island seemed to be the next big zombie franchise. It was on a clear path to be up there with other widely successful zombie games, like Dead Rising, COD Zombies, and maybe even Resident Evil. The sky was seemingly the limit for this ever-growing franchise, all thanks to the developing team Techland and their publisher Deep Silver. But behind the scenes though, things weren't looking all that well between the two companies. Heads were being butted constantly, and after the release of Riptide, Techland stepped away from Dead Island for good, leaving them with the most significant gamble the company had ever faced before. Previously on whatever this series is called.
I got a zombie army, and you can't harm me. Yeah, who do, bitch? Drink blood like a vampire without warning. Who do, bitch? Stand up. Sam B got the thing that go bump in the night. Whoa, who do, bitch?
It's no secret to anyone that Dead Island 1 is an incredibly successful zombie title. Although time has not been its best friend, not by a long shot, this game was widely loved upon release. In fact, as of recording this video, Dead Island 1 has sold over 5 million copies since its release, a milestone that no other game in its franchise has ever reached before. Even to this day, Dead Island 1 is still considered to be a cult classic gem, and it's pretty easy to see why. Jankiness aside, Techland was able to make a zombie title that oozes charisma that you and your friends are bound to enjoy. And, I mean, this is also the same game to debut the motherfucking GOAT, Sam B. Damn, dude, you know, I'm not gay or anything, but you know what, I might just be for Sam B. With the success of Dead Island, publisher Deep Silver went full on balls to the wall to capitalize this momentum as much as possible. I'm talking a tie-in novel that was released on the same day as its game counterpart, a movie that was in the works by Lionsgate Studios that regrettably never saw the light of day, but above all else, a second Dead Island game was greenlit, with Techland Studios returning to solidify their greatness on the zombie media. In June 2012, roughly around the time of that year's E3, which by the way, rest in peace to that goated gaming event. Anyways, Deep Silver would break the ice by letting everyone know that a second game was in the works, in probably the most nonchalant way possible. Every single gaming article that had released about the breaking news, from IGN to GameRant, were basically like, yeah, there's a new game coming out, here's a logo for it, and yeah. Anyways, Pikmin 3, woo! You might be thinking to yourself that this announcement felt extremely out of the blue and even a bit rushed, and that's because it pretty much was. A big reason for that was due to the massive amount of speculation fans and journalists alike were making prior to this. For one thing, fans caught wind of the fact that Techland had trademarked the name Dead World after the release of Dead Island 1, a name that you should keep in the back of your head for the time being. It was unclear whether or not the Polish developers would return back to the Undead Archipelago. Couple that with the fact that E3 would announce incredibly heavy hitters in zombie gaming like The Last of Us and Zombie U. It makes sense why Deep Silver would try to push their next project out as soon as possible. But this announcement and its following advertisements would only cause fans to be more divided than anything. A few months after the initial breaking news, Deep Silver would go on to tell the world a little bit more about Riptide. The two most notable things at the time would be its release date, which was April 3rd, 2013, as well as the fact that the game would not be considered a sequel. Rather, Dead Island Riptide would be marketed as a standalone expansion, where players would be given a conclusion to the Immune Gang in Benoit without it concretely being Dead Island 2. In essence, Techland and Deep Silver were making Dead Island 1.5, but instead of it being a DLC, it would be a $50 game on a new disc. Because of this revelation, fans were understandably weary if Riptide was going to stand out compared to its predecessor, so to counteract this uneasiness, Deep Silver listed out a bunch of new features such as a new island, a new protagonist, a new mode of transportation, a new defense minigame, and that's pretty much it. Now, Deep Silver did a lot to try to push these new features out. They even released around 10 minutes of pre-alpha footage to show off this hub defense minigame during that year's PAX to try and ease some minds. But if you were like any of these fans, or if you were like IGN's Mitch Dyer, then you weren't at all impressed by any of this. But hey, at least Deep Silver released yet another banger of a CGI trailer to hype fans up with a morbid world they're about to jump back into. It got banned in Australia, by the way. Pussies. Another bit of controversial promotion that Deep Silver put out around this time was the new Collector's Edition that fans could pre-order for Riptide. Now, Collector's Editions have been a common way to promote an upcoming game, albeit usually a hit or miss for people. Sometimes fans will get pretty cool knickknacks to complement whatever game they're about to get, and other times you're left with a shitty nylon bag from Bethesda's Fallout 76. This Collector's Edition, though, called the Zombie Bait Edition, was a mix of both. In this €90 bundle, you would be given a physical copy of the game with a pretty cool looking metal case, some in-game DLC and artwork to show off to friends, and, the controversial item of the bunch, a statue of a mutilated torso wearing an Australian bikini. Now, I don't know about you, but this bundle kinda fucking rocks. Sure, the torso is something that you would most likely find on the shelf of a gooner, but I feel like it fits the whole undead resort vibe that Dead Island is pretty much known for. Regardless though, Techland and Deep Silver would have to cease shipping of this bundle, which only took place in Australia and UK by the way, and had to release an apology for their actions. So if you're from the UK or Australia and you have this statue, consider yourself lucky, as only a few thousand of these were ever released. In essence, the build up for Dead Island Riptide was nothing but rocky to say the least. The initial announcement for the game was put out very strangely, to the point where people were left with more questions than answers, and by the time answers were getting rolled out by the publishing team, people weren't nearly as ecstatic as the build up to the first game. In fact, looking at all the receptions to these trailers and gameplay footage, the general audience were left in that love it or hate it stage. People were either incredibly hyped to return to the tropical nightmare, or they were put off by the lack of differences between both titles. But hey, marketing isn't perfect. There are plenty of games that had pretty poor build up only to blow past people's expectations. Maybe this was going to be the same for Dead Island Riptide. Well, maybe not. Dead Island Riptide starts off with a little recap on what happened in the first game.
My name's Perna, and I'm gonna tell you about the worst bloody holiday ever. I was at the Royal Palms Resort on Benoi, working as a bodyguard for some asshole CEO.
Bitch, be quiet, I already gave him some recap. After beating the absolute dog piss out of Ryder White, the gang alongside Kevin and Yerma find refuge on a nearby warship stationed just outside of Benoi in the hopes of putting this apocalypse behind them. However, instead of finding safety, the military immediately arrests them, because why wouldn't they? I mean, these are the same people who randomly put up to a warship in a military helicopter belonging to a colonel they just killed. Let's not forget too that most of the people here are infected, with the only person who isn't is a war criminal who used to work with Al-Qaeda. During the arrest, the gang is introduced to the game's primary antagonist and leader of the ship, Frank Serpo. He's the figurehead of a private corporation that's trying to research this mutated Kuru virus, and once he discovers the gang's immunity, he sends everyone down to the brig for testing. Well, almost everyone. Yerma gets escorted off the ship after biting this random grunt. Hopefully this won't cause the ship to get overrun with the dead or anything. As for Kevin, well, he develops lung cancer and decides that the last thing he wants to do in life is to create a meth empire with one of his high school students. I don't know what happens to him. In fact, it's a bit of a mystery at what happens to either character, as after this cutscene, both of them never make a reappearance. I know they're brought up in spin-off games like Escape Dead Island, but I would rather hug a tree at 90 miles an hour than replay that mess. Frank Serpo orders the military commander and third Hardy boy, Sam Hardy, to lock the gang up in the brig. And once they're down there, they're introduced to another immune person and fifth member of the playable gang, John. No, not you, John. I'm talking about John Morgan, a soldier for the Benoi International Defense Force turned deserter after he decided to help the locals during the outbreak, and not Serpo's private company, which ultimately led him to getting infected. In all honesty, he's a very interesting character. As the game reveals, he was a third-generation soldier who was bred to follow orders, but decided to defy them once he realized that, yes, good soldiers follow orders, but that doesn't mean good soldiers are good people. However, this info is mostly found through collectibles in the game and not through the main storyline, so he becomes a very quick afterthought if you don't play as him. Anyways, the gang initiates him into the pack, they go through some testing on the boat, hey, that guy looks a little familiar, and then soon enough, boom, the ship is being overrun and infected, all thanks to Yerma. This marks when the player gets control of the character for the first time in Riptide. This also marks the coolest prologue and maybe even mission that the Dead Island franchise has to offer. You have to make your way from the quarantine zone all the way up to the top deck. During that passage, you have to deal with engines exploding, the hull flooding, and of course, the undead. This would already be a Michael Bay movie straight out of someone's nightmare, but reaching the top isn't the end of it yet. The monsoon that was heavily mentioned in the first game has now finally arrived, and it's wreaking havoc on all the remaining survivors of the ship. The boat could topside at any moment, so it's best not to stick around here for too long. You and the rest of the gang have to fight your way up to the front of the ship, where Sam Hardy and the rest of the 4 military members well, make that 3 now, are huddled up at. Now you might be asking yourself, Scrakes, didn't the gang pull up in a military helicopter? Can't you guys just fly out of the storm? And that's a really good thing to consider. That's a fucking phenomenal thing to consider. Hats off to you, dear viewer. Except for the fact that the pissant himself, Serpo, decided to get the fuck on out of here, leaving absolutely everyone behind. While that's happening, you can hear the captain of the ship frantically scream his lungs out as the zombies are, well, chewing on it. So realizing that nobody is manning the ship, Sam instructs the gang to head over to the captain's room to make sure that there's no chance the ship could ram into an island. But once clearing out the infected area, the ship rams into an island. Like I said, this is such a cool mission. It's a great tutorial that shows new players what they're going to be experiencing for the next few hours, while also not boring the experienced players in the meantime. The prologue is very fast-paced, wasting no time showing off the damage the already established infected from the first game can do to the military. It was also a smart decision giving the players a taste of the far better guns you'll be using. I mean, this shotgun finally has a use going against the undead. That alone sold me. It also establishes who's going to be the main asshat of the game, while also showing that some of the despised military personnel might be friendlier than you think. So, all in all, this was just a perfect way to hook the player into this follow-up story. However, this might just be the peak for the follow-up story. After some time, you awake on the shore of Palanai, a small neighboring island on the archipelago of Banoi. Unlike the tourist destination, Palanai is far less westernized. Untamed jungles still riddle the area, tourism is fairly uncommon, and the only real signs of mass-gathering civilizations come from either rundown fishing towns or old-fashioned cities. This island is very susceptible to storms like this great monsoon, as later on you'll find that the lands here are ravaged by floodings. As you wake up, you're greeted by, I gotta be honest, the worst character of Dead Island. You remember when I said that Jin was the second worst written character you'll come across? Yup, she's finally been bested. This is Harlow, the survivor who claims that she works for the World Health Organization, and upon first impression, she does want to help out the gang and anyone else who is washed up on shore. Truth be told, she's seemingly the game's version of Cinemoy, as she directs you to a nearby group in which she leads at a place called Paradise. She might seem a-okay right now, but just you wait, dear viewer. Oh, just you wait. Making your way over to Paradise, you'll find that the place is under attack by a ginormous horde of infected. Countless zombies are surrounding the place, and the people inside are getting beat harder than that time that Peter beat up that girl. To help defend Paradise, you and the gang are introduced to the new and exclusive Dead Island Riptide minigame. Woo! It's lame. This is a base defense minigame, the feature that Deep Silver heavily advertised for Riptide, and something that was supposed to be in the first game if you remember correctly. On paper, Techland wanted to create a defense style where the infected would try to break into different groups. You would have to place down various defenses to stop them or just fight them head on. Though, if you really wanted to, you could flat out ignore the attack, which would not only kill off the survivors, but affect the main story as well. Sadly, this was, of course, never put into the final product of the first game, and it's not really as fleshed out as you would think in here either. Sure, you can place down different traps to stop the undead, but that's about all there is to do. Other than that, you're tasked with slashing the infected for what seems to be an agonizing amount of time. Some of these hordes also restart, making the fight even longer than it should be, and the worst part, you can't even kill the survivors. Okay, hold on, I need to word that better. What I mean is that if a survivor does die, which the only way they can is by being grabbed for a pretty hot minute, you're hit with a game over screen, forcing you to restart the wave all over again. This feature feels incredibly rushed, a theme that you'll be hearing for far more times in this video. Once stopping the infected by blowing up Paradise's bridge, badass by the way, Harlow returns with one more survivor, Sam Hardy. The gang is understandably upset at Hardy. After all, they see him as just another military grunt who wants to help the higher-ups test them for science shit. I don't know, I'm not a biologist, fuck you. To gain some trust, Hardy tells everybody that this island is on the verge of being nuked. The military is pulling out of the island faster than Tyreek Hill has ever pulled out in his life, which admittedly is not really fast for him, I must say. But once they're out of here, this place goes up in flames. This makes sense, as Banoi was supposedly blown to smithereens. At least that's what Colonel White was planning to do before he himself got murked. So to escape this soon-to-be dead island, good fun? No? Okay, I'll fuck myself then. To get out of here, Hardy tells the gang that the best way to escape is by heading over to the city of Henderson. There, another station colonel would be able to evacuate everybody. But getting to Henderson isn't going to be easy. After all, the monsoon left most of the areas completely flooded. So the gang decides to try and head over there first by boat. In the process of getting a boat, the gang heads over to a nearby fishing village of Helle?
I left some things in Halai.
No, it's Halai. This place is arguably the most unique area of the entire jungle. It's also a definite precursor to a certain slums area in Techland's future game. Constructed by wooden scraps atop a palinized beautiful blue shore, this fishing village offers a lot of vertical movement for the player. You're able to climb on top of many fishing huts or wade through the water underneath the piers, all to avoid the many affected that are crowding the already cramped walkways. It's a lot like how they designed Moresby in the first game, but a little better. Mostly because this town isn't a full-on area as its predecessor was. There's a lot less empty space, especially the higher up you go, and not to mention the town plays into the colorful and saturated scheme that Dead Island as a franchise is most known for, unlike the dull and gray tones of Moresby. I know Dead Island is not one of those franchises known for their advanced player movement, but Techland really wanted to make players traverse this area as freely as they could. It's cool. I give it an official Scrakes' thumbs up. At Halai, the gang comes across another group of survivors.
Get out of here! You're attracting them!
Okay, cool. Thanks, I guess. Who basically tells them that there's no boat and to get the hell out of there. They also state that there might be a shitty boat in the nearby less interesting villages, so with that, they could ride a lagoon down to a road which will lead them to a bridge that goes straight to Henderson. So the gang heads over to a nearby village to look for a boat. They find a boat, they repair the boat, and now they have a boat. There we go, boat got. This new vehicle is kind of like the truck in the first game, if the truck was a Make-A-Wish child and had the entirety of America depending on it to capture Osama bin Laden out of Pakistan. Because of the monsoon flooding the island, the truck was not really an ideal way to traverse anymore, so you have to rely on this floating piece of wood to transport both you and any key items to other places. But this boat, low-key, sucks total ass cheeks. For starters, there's a new zombie that you'll find in these flooded rivers called the Drowned. They don't have a cool introduction cutscene, so I can't really do what I did in the last video, but they are a handful to deal with. If you come into contact with them, they'll immediately get up and sprint at you as if they were infected. And usually there's a good amount of them in one single area, so if you aggro one of them, the rest will come after you as well. Now, if you're on a truck, this wouldn't be a problem. Just run them over like that one Asgard music video and then problem solved. But this is a boat if you couldn't tell, and the Drowned here won't get run over. Instead, they will climb onto your boat, initiate a quick time event, and then will fling you out of the boat if you fail. This quick time event happens just about every single time you aggro one of these assholes, so you're gonna have to deal with this one way or another. I've noticed that as well, sometimes hitting any zombie head-on will cause your boat to get stuck in the water. You'll just stay here like a fish in a barrel, waiting to be devoured by these water-bloated fucks. Now, you can use a speed boost on the boat to go a little bit faster, which will actually kill the zombies, but the speed boost has a cooldown because of course it does. It's genuinely so annoying to be on this boat that if you were here to play this for the first time, I flat out recommend just wading through the water. Sure, it can take a little extra time to get from point A to point B, especially if you have a key item to carry along, but wading through this water, I've noticed, decreases the chances of aggroing these Drowns, so it's low-key worth it. So yeah, screw this boat, you don't need it at all. Regardless though, boat still got. The gang tries to take the lagoon over to a bridge, but oh no, the bridge is gone because the game can't end that soon. So with that, they decide to go back to Halai, back to the group that doesn't want anything to do with them, to see if they can find another way into the city. There, one of the Halai survivors claimed that
I left some things in Halai.
Okay, yeah, I heard you the first time. They claim that a missionary by the name of Marcus Villa might know a way there, but he's off gooning his shit to some zombies. Not really. Oh, well, to a degree, actually. But you go and save him from the impending doom on the other side of town. And once doing so, this 60-year-old version of Mario is astounded that people like Sam B would be immune to the virus. Nonetheless, he tells you that the gang could reach Henderson through some Japanese World War II bunkers. The only problem is that his stuff, including the map of the tunnels itself, is located back at his hut deep in the jungle.
Where the fuck you keep your stuff in the jungle?
Cause he lived there? I don't know why you're asking this, dude. I know you had some troubles with trusting people in the past, Sam B, but look at him, dude. That's the face of somebody you can trust. At Marcus's hut, you're stopped by a family who are holding up there to try and wait for the flood to die down. But one of his sons, this guy, I don't know his name, dude. He's so unimportant to the story. In fact, he's so lame. He's sick, by the way, so his family won't let you in. But this little quest is so lame that to counteract whatever illness that he has, you have to give him some tree bark to chew on like some damn big league chew, which cures him then. So they let you in, but a shocking revelation occurs. There's no bunker map. Now, there are some old notes showing that Marcus used to study the Kuru virus here alongside that of a Dr. Kessler, but still no map. What's worse is that the father here does know Marcus, as he was banished from the elders for trying to bring back the old rituals of cannibalism. You know, maybe that's just a coincidence. Maybe he's learned the errors of his ways after the outbreak started. Maybe he's chilling back at Halai doing whatever it is NPCs do best while standing there. I'm sure he's still completely trustworthy.
I know there are immune among you. Step forward and honor the gods. With your hand, we will conquer the evil that has infected Palanai. You are the key that can save humankind.
Get a fucking grip, man. Put that down.
Don't you
now.
see? You immune are the cure for this pestilence. And if you will not step forward and sacrifice yourself for the good of all, then you shall suffer a trial by fire. We must feast on your flesh to ensure the future of the human race.
Oh, fuck. So yeah, Captain Inseto over here is actually a bad guy. I like how he's more so a tertiary antagonist of the story, a small roadblock to the gang's ultimate quest for survival. It gives me major psychopath vibes that you would see in the Dead Rising series. Somebody who has completely lost their sanity and will stop at nothing to spread their demented path throughout the entire island. Interestingly enough though, you can go back to Marcus's hut and confront the dude after he attacked Paradise. No clue what happened to this family here, by the way. I guess they're out sucking some more tree barks, but Marcus, he's here. He gives you a long explanation on why he did what he did, that he was trying to find a way to use the ancient rituals of the past to rid the world of the zombies of the present, and how you are the problem. You are the murderer. You are the real monsters of this. Oh, he's dead already. Back at Halai, the gang huddles together to find another way to gain access into the tunnels. Out of nowhere though, Harlow speaks up and recommends that they should come into contact with Dr. Kessler, the same guy that you found out was working with Marcus back when he was, you know, your ally and not trying to kill you. Kessler is a more level-headed scientist compared to Marcus, even though he is German.
Oh, you like my glowing green ball?
And has worked alongside him and Harlow for many years before the outbreak. But as she offers this new opportunity, both the gang, and most likely you, are raising a few red flags. First off, it seems like Harlow knew exactly the type of person Marcus was. After all, even the locals stayed away from him before shit hit the fan. So why didn't she warn the gang of the person that they would be messing with? On top of that, she never mentions Dr. Kessler before this group huddle. Sure, she claims that she had no idea if he was even still alive, but that doesn't mean the info should be completely hidden until this point. Plus, the gang already knew who Kessler was in Marcus's place, so it's not like he was a totally unknown character to the gang. Nevertheless, there's no time to question Harlow because of the, you know, the whole nuke thing, so the gang makes it over to the nearby laboratory where Dr. Kessler is still alive and held up at. Once reaching there, you find out that he is yet another scientist of a reskin of Dr. West in the first game, but this time without glasses. Who knew that once you become a scientist, you become a balding white guy from Half-Life? Upon learning of the gang's immunity, Kessler doesn't want to eat you, thank God, but rather will help you out so long as you do a few things for him. First off, you gotta give him some of your blood. And I know that sounds a little sus, but he's one of the only scientists in the series who genuinely wants to find out why you of all people don't get infected. On top of the blood sample, he also wants you to gather some DNA off of his mutated lab assistants in the nearby room. And that sounds easy enough, right? Well... This is the Grenadier, one of Riptide's exclusive zombies. Like the floater, the Grenadier is low-key exactly like the floater. Its special ability is that it can use parts of its body to throw at you, in which the random carbuncle will explode and do heavy bleeding damage instead of poison damage. It also has a close range attack in which it'll swipe at you with their mutated claws, and for whatever reason, this mutated zombie has immunity to fire, which is the exact same as its counterpart in the first game. You would think this new mutant would at least have an immunity to poison as it's wearing a hazmat suit, but I guess not. It's just about a 1-to-1 replica of this walking fat ass, with the only real difference being that it specializes in bleeding and not poison. At least its design is cool. It gives me Two-Face vibes with how half of its body is mutated beyond recognition, and you can also blow up its gas tank in the back, so I guess some brownie points to the Grenadier. But overall, this is a very forgettable zombie variant. Regardless, you give Kessler the reagents, and he gives you the map of the tunnels as well as some information about your immunity. According to the German scientist, you are still infected with the virus. It lingers in you just like how it lingered in Yerma, but you are able to prevent the virus from multiplying or evolving right now due to the antibodies or blood type or something. I don't know. I told you guys, I'm not a biologist. However, I did pick up the fact that certain reagents that you can come across will become a catalyst to mutation in which you could flat out lose your immunity. So it's best to avoid anything that could cause mutation. Anyways, time to explore the Japanese World War II bunkers. And did I mention this place is filled with old radioactive waste that have mutated people down there? So the gang, alongside the Paradise Group, make their way over to an old Jesuit tunnel in the middle of the jungle to get into the bunker. But before they reach there, this guy, we'll call him Wayne because that is his name, gets bit by a random zombie. Now, of course, if you've seen any zombie media whatsoever, getting bit means you're going to turn. It's even established in this zombie media. But for some reason, instead of showing this dead man walking some mercy, this bitch, Harlow, decides to hide his infection from the rest of the group. Now, bear with me, Harlow's stupidity does not end here. Okay, so the gang is now at the Jesuit entrance, but it's flooded because of the monsoon, so to get rid of the flooding, the Paradise Group decides to pump the water out. So you know what that means. Another defensive minigame! Yeah! 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 Yeah. The gang makes their way into the old Japanese bunkers to scout out the way for the non-immune group. This bunker is a really cool place, definitely one of the most unique areas that Techland has created for Riptide. At first glance, this place looks like just another version of the sewers in the first game. The tunnels are long, twisty, and completely dark. It seemingly just looks like another underground place that you can speedrun in to quickly get to the next area. But there's far more than what meets the eye here. Plants from the green hell above this near-century-old facility are seeping down, breaking apart the remaining walls that are still present. There's broken electric panels and of course the radioactive waste that Dr. Kessler warned about, making this a not safe place to linger around in. But that's not all, as once you get to the main area of the bunker, you're greeted to such a breathtakingly cool looking satellite room. The top of the bunker is completely open, exposing you to the unknown jungle that you definitely would have gotten lost in had you go topside. And below that are a couple stories worth of broken catwalks and endless pits that you can Sparta kick zombies down into. This bunker screams isolation. It's clear that this place was completely abandoned by the Japanese after World War II, only for the island to take it over by the coming years. But with how weapons, radioactive barrels, and other tech were just up and left to rust away for decades on end, you have to question what really went on down here. Why was everyone before the outbreak so ready to leave everything behind without a second thought? What's more concerning are the infected that you'll find down here. Of course, since the isolated bunker would theoretically be a good place to camp out during an outbreak like this, many people have come down here only to succumb to the Kuru virus in one way or another. So finding normal walkers and other mutants will be like finding a super senior in a college freshman dorm. However, these normal zombies aren't the only infected that you'll find down here. You can come across bodies of new strains, new infected, those who have mayhaps mixed with the reagents down here to become a whole new threat. Thankfully, these ones down in the bunker are not going to attack you. The collapsing debris seems to have put them down for good. But this isn't the last time you'll see them. So the gang goes through the bunker, taking out zombies, fixing fuses, and even going against other human NPCs who have used these tunnels as a way to smuggle weapons in the past. They're absolutely zero problem to take care of, just like in the first game. Just shoot them straight in the dome and soon enough you'll make it out of the bunker without a scratch on you. Except this bunker seems to have affected someone more than the rest. Alright, yeah, new infected, this is the wrestler, the infected mutant down in the bunker, yada yada yada, we'll get right to that. We need to talk about this bitch first. This is really the turn point of when Harlow goes from this new version of Cinemoy who helps the gang out to being the absolute worst written character in Dead Island. It's one thing to hide a bite that someone else got from the rest of the group. If I was Sam B and I found out about this, first of all, I would thank God that I'm Sam B, am I right, boys? Dude, I fucking love Sam B. But secondly, Wayne's getting murked right then and there, no question about that. And third of all, Harlow's getting left behind like she's Lily from The Walking Dead. Just by this action alone, she's shown to not be a trustworthy person in the slightest. But it's another thing for her to push him into the radioactive waste so the mutagen can cause him to mutate into God knows what? Huh? This just made this ticking time bomb 20 times worse, as up to this point, nobody in this group really knew what this mutant was capable of. A spoiler alert, the wrestler is this game's version of the Ram, maybe even deadlier than that, and her reasoning behind this is so mind-numbing. She made this infected guy into a super weapon so she can, what, test out what the mutagen does? What are you, a 4th grader figuring out for the first time what vinegar and baking soda mixes into? Fuck, dude, I think I wouldn't even be this upset if she wasn't so defensive about all this. She acts like this is our fault he's turning, and we're the bad guys for not even knowing that Wayne here has become a lab rat for this wannabe scientist. At no point up to this story has she even hinted at being this psychotic. But hold on to her actions and reasoning here, because it makes even less sense once you get the full picture of who Harlow really is. Oh yeah, this is the wrestler. I'm not gonna lie, this cutscene really put me out of it, so here's the briefest breakdown on this mini boss zombie. It's kinda like a mix between a thug and the appearance of a charger from Left 4 Dead 2. It can attack you up and close and personal by swinging its giant jerk-off arm. Its attack is pretty deadly, as it might just be able to straight up one-tap you if you're unlucky enough. So getting close to this mutant is just not a good idea, but it's also deadly at a distance. Its secondary attack is hitting the ground, causing a sort of shockwave that'll knock you to the ground. And once you're down, well, I can't even say you get swarmed, because this game also has that same problem as the first one, where if you get knocked down, the zombies just kind of stick their thumb up their ass. It's not really that good game design. Your best way of beating this mutant is straight up by shooting it. Being at a far distance to the point where ground pounding just won't affect you, while also being close enough to hit its head will take down this undead giant after a few shots. So just do that. All in all, the wrestler is an okay new infected. Its design is whatever. Like I said, it resembles that of a charger, so I can't say this enemy looks unique by any means, but it was always a big threat to me whenever I encountered it. After killing... what would be a good wrestler name for Wayne? Wayne Dre the Giant. Good enough, man. After killing Wayne, the gang informs Kessler about this mutation. He basically tells you that you're fine because you didn't already mutate, but you shouldn't go near any other reagents because that might affect your immunity. So with that reassurance in mind, the gang makes their way over to a nearby ferry where they can hitch a ride over to Henderson. But oh no, a group of escaped convicts are already there, and they want to rob you for everything you got. So to take them on, you mutate because of the chemical reagents from the bunker, forcing you into a locked fury mode until you brutally murder these convicts. This game either really loves juxtapositions, or this pacing is so bad that it'll give you whiplash. Hey, at least there's no defense minigame that furthers delay you from getting over to Henderson. This is like the only memorable horde mode to me, not because it's fun or even any different from the other hordes, because the last new infected makes its introduction into Dead Island Riptide. This is the Screamer. It screams. What did you think I was gonna give a long rundown on one of the most overused zombie types in gaming? Like if you ever played Killing Floor, Days Gone, 7 Days to Die, World War Z, State of Decay, Back 4 Blood, or even another certain Techland game, you would know that a Screamer is very loud, can stun or damage you with their loudness, and will attract more zombies. So once the horde is taken out, the ferry shows up and it's finally time to make it to the new area. You get a nice cutscene of the entire Paradise group huddled up together, waiting to get to the new land in the only moment of peace throughout the entire story. It's a sort of calm before the storm, if you may. And boom, you're in the city. This is Henderson, by far the most standoutish area of both games. Unlike Moresby, Henderson is a far wealthier and older city. You're not gonna find any slums or low-income houses here. Instead, most of the housing here has this upscaled, old-fashioned look to it. A lot of the architecture features that of a traditional brick layout, giving these villas a very eye-catching look compared to what we saw in the first game. But that doesn't mean the streets here are gonna be safer in any way. Far from it, actually. For one, Henderson is a pretty constricted area just like Halai. With all these houses packed up so closely with one another, you're going to be finding yourself trapped in many tight alleyways. So getting ambushed by the zombies is going to happen more often than you would think. This also means that traveling by truck is flat out impossible. In fact, this is the only area in both Dead Island games where the elusive killing machine will simply not spawn in. Coupled with that, a lot of the streets in Henderson are still flooded from the monsoon that just took place. With no human intervention to prevent flooding anymore, it's no surprise that a good chunk of the map is submerged underwater even here. So when you're getting chased by zombies, there's a good chance that the water will slow you down enough to get absolutely murked. Not to mention, the drowned infected types make a hefty reappearance here. There will be many cases, especially when you come to the first part of Henderson, that you'll encounter a good handful of them ready to ambush you at a moment's notice. Now, there are many parts of the map where Techland encourages you to use some vertical traveling to escape the dangers below. The city is littered with ladders and parkour areas that'll lead you to safety. Just like many of the other city and town places, Henderson is a great example of Techland trying to implement as free movement as possible. What I find really confusing here though is that there's no boats to counteract the flooding. Don't get me wrong, I still think that the boats in this game are poo-poo garbage buns. Even the Titanic was stronger than these things. But there isn't even a hint of the new vehicle being in this area. For something that Deep Silver heavily pushed prior to the release of Riptide, and with how you spend a fairly decent amount of time just finding the boats in the first place, it's astounding that they're only subjected to the first open area of the game. Obviously, just by looking at this map, you can tell that Henderson took a massive inspiration from cities like Venice. I think it would have been pretty cool playing into the inspiration a little bit more by making the player traverse through overly flooded canals to get the unattainable parts of the city. Not having these boats at all really made this feature more forgettable than it already was. Overall though, this city is gorgeous looking. It's by far the area I think of when I play Riptide. Out of the two hugely open area maps in this game, Henderson just has this fresher look, an environment that we haven't really seen before in the series up to this point. Compared to the jungle, which was a widely disliked area even prior to Riptide, Henderson definitely has that more apocalyptic paradise feel that Techland really pulled off in the resort area of 1. This town was definitely the area to include in Riptide. It gives a certain level of distinction between both games that the jungle really fails to do. With that said though, I have no clue why this area was subjected to the latter half of the game. Every single time I talk to somebody who has played Riptide before, Henderson is the place that they compliment the most. Anyways, back to the main story, it's almost done, I promise you. So the gang makes it to the docks of Henderson, but oh no, there's zombies here. It seems as if the military presence that Sam Hardy was talking about, you guys remember Sam Hardy? Yeah, he's still in the game. But the military he was talking about hasn't even done a good job, and the streets are still flooded with infected. So the gang clears the way for the group, and next thing you know, they're huddled up in a nearby cinema. They cleared the place out from zombies, closed the shutters so no more can enter, and then save the cinema's owner, Jacqueline. She's French. I don't want to talk about her. Once settled down, the group plans on what to do next now that they made it into the city. Hardy tries to contact the nearby military base to get the survivors on out of here, but the base is not responding. So naturally, the gang starts to hypothesize. Maybe the military has already extracted from the island. Maybe they've been overrun by large amounts of infected. Maybe they've defected from the government and are hostile to anything.
Sure they would. Just like they did in Benoit, just like New Orleans. And that's just how it works.
Kanye, is that you?
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Tensions are high within this group. For all anyone knows, this plan has already fallen through, and everyone has just risked it all to make their way to the grave. But things get even worse for the group, as our favorite Dead Island character goes missing.
Is Harlow here?
I thought she was with you. Who saw her last?
I thought we ran like crazy. I thought she was with us.
Fuck! You left her behind, just like you'd leave us all.
More red flags start to be thrown up for Harlow. Why did she abandon the group upon arriving to Henderson? Does she have any ulterior motives with the infection since she wanted to test out the mutagen on poor old Wayne? Why did her disappearance cause a mini fucking race war between the non-immune Paradise group and the immune gang? These are all really good questions. But for now, the gang still has to worry about the impending nuke that'll arrive on the island. So the gang makes their way over to the military base, and it's overrun. Why is the military so incompetent in every zombie media ever? You would think that a huge group of highly trained people would be able to take down any bit of zombies in any media, but they are all dumber than a TikTok influencer trying to talk about politics. The military here getting killed off without even seeing what happened just blows. We already had to deal with that in the last game, but I guess we have to deal with it here too. Whatever though, the gang goes through the entire base, they kill zombies, they turn on the power once again to get the base's transmitter working once more, and once the power comes back on, guess who the gang contacts? Frank motherfucking Serpo. Do you guys also remember him? Yup, he's back. Being the backstabber that he is, Frank takes a 180 once he finds out that you are the immune gang. He even offers you a first-class extraction from the cinema. But even though Frank is clearly trying to pull a fast one on the gang, he does have a few interesting things to say in this conversation. For one, he claims that there was no plans to nuke Paladine in the first place. The entire final solution that Hardy warned about was nothing more than a lie to get the gang out of the island. That's not the only thing that's revealed in this cutscene though, as off camera, Frank discovers Harlow has been caught while snooping around. Looks like the cat has been kidnapped by the military? I don't know how the saying goes. It's midnight as of recording this and I'm so tired. The jig seems to be up for this crazy lady. Harlow is clearly not who she says she is, as even Serpo has a huge knowledge and disdain for her. And Hardy, well, the gang's just gonna have a word with this lying grunt. Back at the theater, tension in this group has grown by tenfold. With the secret out, the Immune Gang is ready to wreck Hardy's shit, just like how any Cowboys fan is ready to wreck Jerry Jones's shit for trading away our best player on defense. Why would you do that, you senile man? Micah isn't Herschel Walker, he clearly has a lot left in the tank, and now we have the bottom leading defense in the NFL because you are a stupid Anyways, Hardy explains that he needed to lie about the nuke to get the gang over here in the first place. Otherwise, nobody would trust him to extract out of the island because he's established early on that he's about as untrustworthy as Jerry Jones saying he's gonna go all in. I'm sorry. This is the last time. I'm so sorry. I hate Jerry Jones, man. Regardless of whether anyone can trust Hardy, Serpo is still sending a helicopter over here, so the gang needs to make the extraction zone safe. To do this, you head over to the nearby concert area to use the sound and pyro to lure some zombies away. This segment is definitely one of the best parts of Dead Island Riptide, solely for the fact that we finally got a second Sam B song. Oh my god, yes, Mr. President, they've hit a second hit single. Sadly though, I can't tell if this song is copyrighted or not. I mean, Who Do You Voodoo wasn't, but I took a huge gamble on showing it because, well, it's Who Do You Voodoo. I mean, I'm not gonna show off this song, but this one I'm more so on the fence about, so I'm just gonna have my good friend The Beak read out some thought-provoking and enticing lyrics to you all.
Yo, Sam, we back, bitches! Good grip on that hood shit. Full fighting in front of the bull pit. Bad bitch, don't take shit. Fuck last week, been dead since. In the muck one time, kill 'em all with one line. From the swamp, bump and grind. Ain't with the game, no shoot and chop. Ain't no soft mouth, when is gold. Can't hang low where the demons go. Cats don't talk, they bleed in filth. One disappearance, nobody sees shit. On a different plane, taken outside, it's so insane. Sam Wright, rip real simple and plain. Sam B, motherfucker, y'all in hell.
What a masterclass of a song. No wonder these wannabe rappers like Drake never even thought about dissing my goat Sam B. After diverting the infected horde, the gang goes back to the cinema to await extraction by the rooftop. You set down some flares, and soon enough, Serpo's helicopter is here. Only, there's one big problem. Being the 2-bit asshole that he is, Serpo tries to extract the gang only to test on them, which leads to Hardy getting shot as he attempts to board the helicopter first.
I have my orders!
Rest in peace, Hardy. You were such a forgettable character. For some reason, Hardy's death angers the gang so much that Logan pulls out a motherfucking bazooka and blows up the helicopter. I can't really find the words to describe the logic of the scene. I don't know why the gang is so upset that Hardy is dead, because he most likely used them to get out of the island and already used them as Serpo's lab rats once more. And I don't know where Logan got a fucking rocket launcher to blow up this helicopter. And I surely don't know why Techland loves to use this horde mode minigame as you once again have to fight off the infected. Alright, with the final stretch of the story, it's time to confront Serpo. You traverse all the way down to the bottom of the map to find the wreck helicopter, but there, Serpo is nowhere to be found. Even the helicopter's pilot is missing too. Wherever could Serpo be? Oh. With no real safe area now, the Paradise Group hurries over to the crash area as a temporary base. This has nothing to do with the story, I just wanted to include this inconsistent cutscene. Confronting Serpo, he does the typical "I'm not the bad guy" speech that you hear in like every single cliche piece of media ever. Oh, I'm not doing anything wrong. Oh, I'm trying to help the world cure this disease. Oh, Harlow is the bad person. She snuck into our secret laboratory in Henderson that may or may not be the potential ground zero for the outbreak. She even has the same immunity that you all have, but I bet she didn't tell you because she was planning on using you to escape in the boat that the facility holds. That sort of cliche dialogue. Wait, what? Serpo also gives an interesting tidbit about your immunity. He clearly knows the reason why the gang isn't turning from their bites, and he knows that the immunity won't last much longer. With the info dump that the snake Serpo gave, wait a second, Serpo is a nickname for serpent, and that's a type of snake, and Frank is a snake. Oh my god! Not as cool as the play on word that Sam B has, but where was I? Oh yeah, the gang makes their way over to the hidden laboratory base. If you've played this game before, you would know that the lab is in an area that is completely cut off from the rest of Henderson. You're not able to gain access to this little chunk in the map until you get to this part of the story. And if you've also played this game before, you would note that the only way to gain access into this area is by blowing up a barricade with a motherfucking killdozer. That's right, baby, killdozer for the rescue. Marvin Heemeyer walks so Sam B can run over these undead. Rah! Once entering the laboratory, you find that the place is completely overrun. The soldiers and scientists who once held ground here for devious reasons are now completely dead, but Harlow is still nowhere to be seen. Going deeper into this labyrinth of death, the gang soon comes across a testing facility. It's clear that this was the place that first unleashed this virus. In fact, some of the travel logs indicate that most of the equipment was sent here to this very place weeks before the undead first started to rise again. But this place being the reason how the outbreak started doesn't explain how the building itself was overrun. Frank Serpo just stated that they caught Harlow snooping around here, meaning that the facility was functioning just a few hours ago. And the dead among this very room are unlike the ones in the rest of the building. These corpses are fresh and were taken out by something other than the zombies. These questions soon get answered, as in a nearby room at the back of the testing area, you finally come across Harlow, but she's clearly not the same person she was towards the beginning of the game. Here she's frantic, manic, and all up in a panic. She's throwing around vials of something inorganic.
There is no antidote!
Harlow believes that the military should pay for all of this. After all, they were the reason that the virus broke out in Benoit and Palanai. They were the reason for all the mutations, as the scientists tested heavily on the innocent immunes. They were the reason for all of this carnage. Also, they could test off some bioweapons and sell it off to the highest bidder. However, it seems like they finally tested the wrong person, as once the mutagen went into Harlow, she went into a rage similar to the one that the gang went through at the ferry station. Knowing that she, alongside the gang, won't be able to control the mutagen soon enough, Harlow takes matters in her own hand to make sure that the outbreak never happens again. She'll destroy every test, every rough antidote, and every immune person that exists on this island, including the gang. So if you want to get out of this nightmare of an island once and for all, you're gonna have to go through her. Oh. That was easy. Yeah, this boss is hands down the worst fight between both Dead Island games. Harlow as a boss in general is pitiful, but as a final boss is even worse. After you take her down with more ease than a rabid animal with no limbs, she decides to take some more of the mutagen to make her fight any bit harder. But things only get less interesting from here. The only thing that the mutagen does is make her grow like a solid 2 feet in height and give her a random ass chainsaw. I didn't realize a virus could mutate into a chainsaw, but I should have figured that out after playing Resident Evil 4. I would argue though that this stage is even easier than last, as this time she doesn't have a gun to shoot you, so you can just run around shooting or throwing grenades at her until her health drains to nothing. But killing her here still doesn't actually kill her.
There's nothing happening to her.
Why is she doing the Harlem Shake? Who animated this? To actually put her down for good, you are forced to take the spare mutagen in the nearby room. No matter how many times you drain her health, you are essentially soft locked until you bite the bullet and take the prick. Doing so sends you into a rampage where you easily kill her, and bada bing bada boom, the worst boss fight to exist in zombie gaming is over. As Harlow grabs onto her imaginary wounds, she tells you that you'll be the reason that the world collapses. If you leave this island, you will not go back to your normal life. You'll just be a harbinger of death, a ticking time bomb until the mutagen fully takes over. Then she dies. The gang makes their way to the end of the facility where an intact boat is located, ready to extract everyone out of Palanai. As the gang loads up the Paradise group, good old Frank Serpo shows up one last time.
We can discuss the morality of the situation later. For now, I have a ship and a medical team standing by. All of their equipment is state-of-the-art. Once we're on board, you have my word that we'll do whatever it takes to treat you.
Yeah, fat chance, Serpo. You're just gonna have to find someone else to snake your way out of the island. Oh, you died. I mean, you could at least hop the fence, gang. It's chain link too, but I guess not. Rest in peace, Frank. Rest in peace. The last cutscene of the game shows off everybody looking back at Palanai one last time before leaving the island for good. And as the boat slowly drifts off away, you can see multiple survivor camps get broken into by the relentless zombies. Like the few walkers breaking down a makeshift hospital by the military base, a Rhea making its way into the cinema that for some reason the French woman decided to stay at, and that's it. The game ends off with the survivors celebrating their extraction while mourning the losses of their fallen comrades. But hey, at least a good handful of people made it out alive and can begin their lives in normalcy once again. Except
authorities in Benoit and Palanai report that the crisis is over. Life is slowly returning to normal as rescue crews clean up the aftermath of the monsoon that swept through the archipelago. All travel to and from the region is still prohibited as the rescue operation continues. Rumors of a possible plague outbreak have been discredited as international relief organizations continue to assess the situation. On my zombie train, all aboard, kill abroad, leave a bloody, soak the stain, won't play games.
and the devil locked his tongue.
Oh man, ambiguous ending? Are the survivors still alive? Was Harlow right all along with the gang losing their control of the mutagen? Will this ending be retconned with the release of Escape Dead Island and Dead Island 2? We may never know! And that's the final story that Techland has created for the Dead Island franchise. Yeah, Riptide's story kinda sucked. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna go around and say that Dead Island 1 had this phenomenal story, and for Riptide to come out was the worst thing that happened to the franchise. But the story lacks any charm or passion that its predecessor has. Simply put, the best word that I can describe Riptide's story is rushed. Oh, there's that word again. The pacing felt god-awful as some moments dragged out while other parts completely zipped by. Character motivations felt really bland or missing at times, and I essentially felt bored while playing through the main quest. Take Harlow as an example of the story. She is someone who we are supposed to care about, as not only was she one of the main characters, but a plot twist antagonist at that. She was the final boss of the game after all, but her transition to becoming this killing machine that you need to take down just happens out of nowhere. She goes from being someone who you'd think is a nice, tangible person on your side, but then out of nowhere, she's shoehorned into being this immune survivor who wants to stop not only the military from testing out the virus, but all other seemingly immune people too. Then there's moments sprinkled in when she does insanely questionable things that make no sense to her character or the plot, like hiding Marcus Villa's batshit craziness, as well as her flatting out forcing Wayne to become a mutant infected that endangers the entire group. Oh, and let's not forget that huge chunk of time where she's completely missing from the game. She disappears from the group before Marcus turns on everyone, and she does it later again when the group makes it to Henderson. Why were we supposed to care about her as a villain at all? I know I like to rag on about Jin in the first game, and trust me, I still like to do that, but she's leagues better than Harlow, as I can at least understand her character and her morals. She is someone who is still blinded by the world. Her innocence shelters the reality of the hell truly unfolding on Benoit, and for that reason, she naively trusts people who shouldn't be trusted in the first place, thinking good will prevail. Harlow, on the other hand, flips on a dime. She becomes batshit crazy due to her off-screen shenanigans, and then boom, now she's an antagonist. It's rushed, not well executed, and feels like an afterthought. And that's exactly how I feel about the plot. Things just happen to keep the story moving, and a good chunk of the time, it doesn't make sense or never expanded upon. Let me give you some more examples. Kevin and Irma are taken away at the very beginning of the game, never to be brought up again. Sam Hardy's character as a whole was nothing more than a plot device that gives us a reason why the survivors need to use the military to extract from Palanite. And once the plot ends, he's shot dead because the writers don't know what else to do with him. The Paradise Group showing hostility and untrust towards the gang with no build-up as to why, while also not going anywhere after the cutscene in the cinema. It just happens with no purpose. These are just a few examples I can name off the top of my head that don't do anything but drag down the story as a whole. They're forgettable moments that are supposed to make us care about the plot, but instead raises questions about the story's integrity. As far as the characters go, they are the most bland imaginable. Maybe John, I can say, was a cool addition. Definitely Marcus Villa. I thought his fixation to the old world's rituals were very unique and interesting while also not overstaying its welcome. But the rest of the characters, I don't care about. Harlow sucks, Sam Hardy is a nothing character, Frank Serpo is a generic villain who likes to eat hot chip and lie. Dr. Kessler could have been cool had he played more of a part in the story rather than a means to an end for the bunker storyline. Nobody in the Paradise Group contributed anything to the plot other than Wayne for that one scene. Jane Henson wouldn't shut the fuck up about finding some of her items.
I left some things in her life.
And I can't think of anybody else to talk about because they were that insignificant. Apart from the main characters, especially Sam B. I love you, Voodoo Girl. Nobody had any real charm or memorability here. There isn't a Cinemoy, Ope, Ryder White, Svetlana, or even a Jin in this game that made me think of them after beating the story, and that's just a shame. Pivoting from the main quests, in my last video I mentioned how the side quests were more unique and fun plot-wise compared to the main story, and a good part of that is the same for Riptide. There are a couple quests that really stuck out to me after beating them. Some of them include coming across a junkie in Hawaii who asks you to go find some baggies of suspicious white powder from his dead dealer's hut, only for you to give him some flour instead, because even in this world of flesh-eating zombies, drugs are still uncool. There's a movie producer who came down to Palanite to film a zombie movie before the zombie outbreak, but he still wants you to kill some infected, as that will send him into the A-list category. There's even a wannabe superhero called Eddie the Zombinator, kick-ass name by the way, who will beg you to find some of his costume and gear so he can take out some zombies and save the day. These quests are definitely interesting and more engaging than any of the quests from the main game, but that comes at a bit of a price, as these quests are very few and far between this time around. Most of the quests you come around are nothing more than fetch quests, where you just have to find a generic item for a generic survivor. There's also a bunch of new quests in this game where you have to clear out some zombies for a survivor, where they'll give you some basic rewards as thanks. Kinda like the survivor missions in Dead Rising 3, so that's how you really know that these missions can be a drag. A good chunk of them also are infinitely repeatable quests, like you finding canned food, so it's not like you're missing out if you don't want to engage in them. I will say one cool thing that Riptide introduces in this game is the group side quests. In a menu within the game, you can view all the survivors in your party, in which they'll have certain quests for you to do. Even the Immune Gang have their own set of quests for you to complete if you or your friends are playing as them. Each character gets 3 different quests where you have to go find some certain items in the world and bring them back to them. Completing a quest will essentially upgrade the character, which entails giving them better weapons to fight off hordes with, better items in their own respective shops, or even some new traps to place down to fight the horde off, like some electric fences. Although these quests are just simple fetch quests and can be completed by just scavenging around as normal, they're pretty good additions in my book. It gives you a certain reason to engage more with the people in your group, and it's not like these fetch quests are annoying to complete. But all in all though, these side quests in Riptide are very hit or miss. It has very high highs with some of the longer quests, as these mini plot lines are the plots that stuck with me the most throughout the game, but the lows are very boring that admittedly have few too many here. I still prefer the side quests over the main game, as they really have the charm that the main story lacks, but if I were to pick between Dead Island 1 side quests or Riptides, there's no chance I would pick the latter. Oh my god, I'm looking at this recording right now and I'm realizing I spent so long covering this main story. I'm hitting page 33 on my script as I'm typing this out, which is, I guess, a little meta fact to tell you guys about. Look, I even wrote a little mini apology for future me, or I guess current me who's recording this, for stretching this out too long. But yeah, the main story, rushed. Side quests, mid. Let's just move on to the gameplay. As you guys may have known, I did take some time throughout my explanation of the story to discuss some of the new gameplay features, so I won't talk about the shit that I've already mentioned, like the new boat or horde mode. So if you want to re-listen to what I have to say, go to these timestamps. And if you want a TLDR, well, they suck more than Bonnie Blue on her birthday. Anyways, let's talk about some of the other new stuff to the game. First and foremost, Techland really improved the playable characters as a whole. They increased the maximum level cap while also adding in a bunch of new skills to unlock, so that way leveling up in Riptide isn't a nothing burger if you've already going in with a previously maxed character. Also, shout out to Techland for allowing you to import your character in the last game over here too. This was just a Chad move for them to do. On top of the extended maximum level, you'll now have the ability to level up certain weapon branches. So, for example, if you're playing as Sam B, who specializes in blunt weapons, you'll be able to level up your blunt skill the more you kill zombies with that weapon category. The rewards for leveling up include less stamina costs, higher damage, and overall easier ability to use said weapons. This change is so slept on, but it's so phenomenal. It makes choosing a character's playstyle more impactful, as it gives you a much larger reason to invest in whatever weapon your character specializes in. Of course, you can level up any category with any character at any time, but this by itself gives a whole new level of replayability value. Techland also included voice lines for each character responding to the other survivors. Now they'll have a full-on conversation with whomever they talk to, instead of the survivors just rambling on in a monologue like in the first game. Your characters will even talk to themselves while roaming around Palanai. Some of their one-liners can become Forspoken level of cheesy, but I would rather have that than them not talking at all. This is a subtle change, I know, but it's something that's really well put in. It makes each character and their personality really expanded upon. The addition of Jean is well included too, gameplay-wise. In the story sense, he was just there. His journals are interesting, but he contributes absolutely nothing if you don't play as him. But if you do, he's a very fun character to fuck around with. Jean specializes in hand-to-hand attacks, just like every Australian ever. Basically, his fists are just deadly. You can spend a few skills on him to make his punches far deadlier, and you can even put some skills into him using new attacks, like an uppercut that just ragdolls a zombie. It's great. Jean is a very close second as a playable character, right behind Sam B, of course. Another introduction to the main characters, which I find to be confusing, is character skins. Now, you'll be able to select what outfit you want your character to wear, potentially giving them some depth with their cool attires. But the problem with these skins is that these just kinda suck. For each character, you can only pick through 2 skins, one being their normal and the other being a survivor. This new survivor attire came with a purchasable DLC back when the game released on the PS3 and 360, but became free of charge in the definitive edition. So if you're somebody who paid for these attires, you're an idiot, I have to say. These new skins don't even have much change, as they're very subtle and not noticeable unless you really look into it. And if you're playing single player, you're unable to notice them at all, as the characters come pre-rendered with their original outfit in every cutscene. Having different outfits in a cutscene was not even an unheard of thing, as Dead Rising had this years ago, so I have no clue why this is not the case here. In actuality, I have no clue why the skins were added here at all. This isn't fucking Fortnite, what are we doing here? here. Actually, you know what? I think we do need Dead Island in Fortnite. If Epic Games could collab with the fucking Cleveland show, then I don't see why Sambi would not be able to crank 90s in here as well. Make this happen, Epic Games. Apart from some tweaks to the main character, there are some noticeable differences in combat between Dead Island 1 and Riptide. One of the most blatant additions is this flying punch. This new attack is available for all characters at any point in the game, and due to this animation, you have to press a certain button while on top of zombies. This causes your character to go flying and land the craziest punches of all time. The problem with this attack though is that it is so broken. Either it works flawlessly and you Cobra Kai the shit out of a zombie, or you do a really awkward jump, not even hit the infected, and then you're left there contemplating your life choices on why you would think this move would even save you in any zombie apocalypse. I think throughout my time of using this attack, it maybe worked 40% of the time. Sometimes I wouldn't even be intentionally using the move, as it's the same button as scavenge, so I would just be stuck there looking like a complete jackass. Another new addition to the combat as a whole are the new dead zones. Throughout the game, you can find certain places that will lead you into places chock full of zombies. Apart from the movie filming side mission, there isn't really a clear goal to these dead zones. You can enter them, fight a few zombies, collect some valuable loot, maybe even new weapon mods, and maybe fight a unique mini-boss depending on what exact zone you go to. These zones can be re-entered and fought an infinite amount of times, so if you're looking for an easy way to gain XP or loot, these dead zones are the place to go. Other than that, these areas feel very bare bones and lacking any real direction. I wouldn't blame you if you've never went to a dead zone before watching this video. And to really wrap things up as far as the new gameplay additions go, I have to talk a second about the new weapons. Techland really wanted to refine weapons as a whole and make them more unique than before, and I think they did a pretty serviceable job at it. For starters, there's far more ranged weapons that you can find throughout the world. From a harpoon gun that allows you to collect ammo after firing it, to a flare gun that has more effectiveness just throwing the damn weapon at the zombies, there are far more cool pew-pews that make firing weapons actually useful against the undead in this game. With that, there's also far more bladed, blunt, and throwing weapons that you can find. I'm not going to go over all of them. Here's a scroll through on the game's wiki for all the weapons that you can use in this game. Is the scroll through done? Okay, cool. And to complement this huge variety of weapons, Techland also put more focus onto weapon crafting. Now, actually crafting or repairing a weapon is the exact same as before. You find different materials to craft modifications, and you use money to either upgrade their base stats or repair them whole again. But there's a good bit of new crafting mods to enhance your weapons into killing machines. Once again, I'm not going to go over all of them. Here's a list of the new mods though. Now, it's not like these mods are groundbreaking by any means. They all give the same effect on the zombies as the previous game, so you're not going to find an effect that makes zombies explode into a million little meat chunks, which would have been cool, but we would have to wait 10 years later to finally get that in the franchise. Regardless though, these mods give your weapon a pretty cool new look, so they're a-okay in my book. Lastly, I want to take a second to talk about the setting of Palinoy, because that really irritated me. Not you, Henderson, you're a cool place. This place stood out. This place stood out and was something we've never seen before in a Dead Island game, and was the place I really loved to be during my time playing this. But the jungle, oh man, who thought this place was a good idea to be at? Apart from Halai and maybe even Paradise itself, no part of this map stood out to me. It's just an endless jungle, an endless green hell, an endless amount of water. This place was so boring, and I don't understand why this would be the first area you explore in Riptide. It was fairly accepted in the fanbase that the jungles in Dead Island 1 were the least enjoyed areas of the game. There's nothing special happening here, no part of it felt memorable. It felt like filler, especially compared to the widely beloved areas like the resort in Moresby. Of course, I don't think recreating another resort would have made this stand out, but Techland had no problem creating a memorable Henderson and even a visually appealing bunker area too. And to further prove my point about how blasé this jungle area is, let's play a game here. I'm going to show you two different jungle locations, both from the two Dead Islands, and I want you, my thoughtful viewer, to tell me which is the jungle from Dead Island and which from Riptide. Alright, here we go. You have your answers locked in? Well, fuck you, they're both from Riptide. You probably couldn't tell because it all feels the exact same. This environment feels like the most egregious example of Techland coming up with really good ideas of something, like creating Henderson or the bunker area, but having to rush other parts, and in turn, making the entire idea feel half-baked, like including the jungle. This place is just bland, uninspiring, and it does not stand out in the slightest. And that's basically all the gameplay changes in Dead Island Riptide. Yeah, there wasn't much, is there? I feel like a broken clock when I say this, but this entire gameplay feels rushed, exactly like the story. In essence, Riptide feels very similar to the first game, for better or for worse. Most of the changes between games, though, either fall really flat as they aren't fleshed out as they should be, or are just simple quality of life changes that make you go, huh. yeah, this should have been in the first game. I don't know, it just feels like there isn't enough here that makes Riptide stand out compared to its predecessor. Like, ooh, you can now travel by water because after all, you're on an island, but ooh, this shit fucking sucks to be on. You can now hear Sam B talk back to people in a cutscene, and then now there's weapon-oriented shops. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot that the organized shops were a thing in Riptide until talking about it this very instant. Maybe if there was more time on the development, these features would be good enough for me to care about. But in the final product, the stuff like the boat, horde mode, dead zones, the character skins, well, anything, it doesn't excite me. It more so frustrated me at times. Simply put, it made me want to go play the first game instead. You might have noticed as well that this game is very unpolished. I mean, Dead Island 1 had its fair share of broken moments. Even Techland themselves said that the first game was a bit of a learning experience for them with working into the genre and engine. But Riptide is far worse. I've came across numerous instances where I would get stuck on basically nothing for no reason. I've seen zombies and their pathfinding get stuck on absolutely nothing for no reason. Attacks from either me or any other hostile would sometimes just not land, even though we clearly hit one another. Clipping was a huge issue, both from random items throughout the world and from the AI. And the most egregious unpolished that I've seen is the lack of original assets. I brought it up with the reused scientist model, but it's so many things from the first game were copy and pasted into Riptide. If you were a tertiary character with few speaking roles, chances are that you were most likely a reused model. It's just frustrating to experience this. It's clear that just about every aspect of Dead Island Riptide was not as drawn out as Techland wanted it to be. It feels like there is something here, stuff that Techland wanted to implement the right way, but were just unable to. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say that every bit of Dead Island Riptide sucked, that this was the worst game of the franchise, and I would be better off playing Dead Island Retro Revenge, because that is simply not true. There are a good amount of glimpses in this game that made me enjoy my time playing, but it's nowhere near the amount of fun that I had playing the first game. With the final product in mind, I think we should shift over to the behind-the-scenes development of this game, to see what really happened to make Dead Island Riptide as rushed as it really is. Because I'll tell you this, the development of the direct sequel was nothing short of a disaster. As I'm making this video, there isn't a concrete interview where the founders of Techland sat down and openly vented all their grievances with Deep Silver, mainly because that would be the most unprofessional thing that you could do in any business whatsoever, and would create a rift between Techland fans and Deep Silver fans. Yeah, I took a business 101 class in college, guys, I know what I'm talking about with this. But looking at some of the decade-old interviews post-release, you can find certain themes as to why Riptide was in a rocky state, and why this ultimately caused Techland to leave the franchise that they created. The most apparent issue with the two companies were the creative disputes. This is an issue that unfortunately is more common than you would think, where publishers have a much different vision on what fans would like in contrast to what the actual developing team thinks. Games like Metal Gear Solid 5, Titanfall 2, and Dead Space 3 are prime examples of publishers essentially forcing the development team to create what they envision for better or for worse. And unless there's a written contract in which the development team has full creative rights to what they make, publishers will most likely have their way. At the end of the day, they're the ones funding the project with their own money. This was no different than what happened between Deep Silver and Techland. In an interview with Techland developer
Maciej Binkowski,
he had this to say about the dispute.
They had a lot of ideas about how they wanted to run the franchise. Even with Dead Island, there were a lot of moments where we would disagree on the creative vision for the project, so this might have been one of the factors. At that point, we weren't really in a position to negotiate, so that was the best deal we could get. It's like playing poker. You have to make a decision with the information you have right now. If you play the game thinking that something might happen, you're going to lose the game. At that point, that was the best decision we could do.
Now, this dispute did not happen out of nowhere. It's not like in one moment, Techland and Deep Silver started to butt heads trying to come up with how Riptide should be run. In fact, this creative dispute definitely happened before the creation of the first game, back when the franchise as a whole was still in concept creation. Techland knew, going to find any publisher, that they would have no reputable status in the gaming industry. They were still very small, making even smaller waves, especially compared to the much larger publisher companies. It's interesting, Eurogamer says right after this tidbit of information that Techland seems to be screwed in this scenario, and I can't help but agree. They had really no choice whether or not they would have a say when creating this game, as they basically had two options to create Dead Island. Either they could ride it solo, where funding would be so small that development may not even ever finish, on top of having to worry about the marketing of the product if it ever was done, or they could find a publisher where they would have proper funding and research to create more of the game they wanted, but at the price of legally not having ownership or creative rights over their IP. It was a lose-lose situation for for the up-and-coming company, especially in a time where AAA gaming was still dominating in the scene, not like today. For any bit of media creation whatsoever, making something where you have a company looming over your shoulder, telling you what you can and cannot add in, will always put a strain in the creation process. Here would be absolutely no different. Another thing to mention is just how little time Techland had to develop Riptide into a polished game. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out the developing team did not have long to create the Dead Island sequel. Compared to the predecessor's 5 years of creation time, Riptide had just under a year and a half to have a story written and a playable game made. Just simple math here shows that Dead Island was released in September 2011, Riptide was announced in June 2012, and was released in April that following year. That's such little time to make a sequel to a widely successful game, while also attempting to not make it a carbon copy from the last. We also can't forget that this was being made on the same troubling engine from a very inexperienced team. I mean, looking at this quote, Techland had to make do with substituting a lot of features from the first game due to frustrations and time constraints. There's no chance in hell that Techland would be able to correct their trials, tribulations, and mistakes while developing the first game this quickly on Riptide. It's clear as day that they were being stretched to their limits to create a sequel that they barely had any say over in the first place. So it's no wonder when Riptide released, players dealt with so many unpolished features, a half-baked story, bugs, glitches, reused models, and overall a rushed game. I'm not saying that Deep Silver is to be fully blamed over this disastrous release. Techland should have some level of responsibility for this, as at the end of the day, it's still a game that they have their name attached to. But the publishing team did absolutely nothing to help smooth this rocky mess out, and it's no wonder that Techland would abandon this IP and not make another Dead Island game after this. So after the release of Dead Island Riptide, what happened to both companies? Well, Deep Silver would soon release an announcement trailer for Dead Island 2 in E3 2014. This trailer, like many others in the series, would become absolutely iconic, but not for the exact reasons as before. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is one of the best trailers I've ever seen in gaming history. It showcases a celebrity jogging down LA's boardwalk listening to I'm the Bomb, all while behind him, chaos ensues as the infected rapidly take over the streets and kill everybody in their wake. And in the end, the celebrity succumbs to the bite that he hid, and you watch as not only him, but everybody else around him become walking flesh biters. It's a phenomenal trailer that you should watch if you haven't already. But this trailer would also be one of the last things that fans would hear about of the series for over 10 years, as the game itself went through a massive amount of development hell from over 3 different development teams. Now, Dead Island 2 did eventually release, and I might make a full retrospective on it sometime in the future, but all you need to know is that the series was going nowhere fast in the 2010s. But the same could not be said for Techland's next game. Remember when I talked about Dead World? How Techland decided to trademark the name after the release of Dead Island 1? How fans speculated this would be another spin-off to Dead Island? Fortunately for us, this would not be a spin-off. Instead, this would be the first concept of the next game Techland wanted to make. See, Techland really wanted to perfect their vision of a zombie survival game, create what they wanted to create without any interference from any third party. So after cutting ties with Deep Silver, they went on to retry their hand in the zombie genre. This would be a huge gamble for the company. Even though they received massive success and acclaim from their previous series, they still lacked proper funding, knowledge, or wherewithal to go off and do their own thing. But somehow, some way, their ultimate gamble worked out for them perfectly, as they would go on to partner up with a much more creatively freeing publisher, would be able to free up massive limitations from before as a new console generation came out at that time, and in turn, created one of, if not the greatest zombie game of all time, Dying Light. The year is 2015. Online media was a stark contrast to what it is today. The top creator on YouTube was the reigning PewDiePie, while big YouTubers today like MrBeast were out making Project Zomboid Let's Plays. Vine and Musical.ly were still popular back when 5-second videos were full of nothing but pure cringe. And Minecraft YouTubers were, well, I mean, most of them were low-key bad back then too, so I guess some things stayed the same. Even zombie content was starting to make waves again. Although the genre wasn't nearly as popular as it once was in the early 2000s, it still made a massive impression then. Shows like The Walking Dead were capitalizing on their success, as it was entering its 6th season while also releasing a spin-off of Fear the Walking Dead around that time too. And who could forget Z Nation? Really, who could forget something like this? Of course, with that, zombies in gaming were still going very strong as well. Coming off an incredibly successful past couple of years, 2015 released a few heavy hitters. Games like H1Z1 and Call of Duty Zombie Chronicles were making their presence well known in the market, but on top of everything that came out leading up to 2015, we received a truly top-of-the-line release in the zombie genre. Something which is not only one of the greatest zombie games, but could even be argued as one of the greatest games of all time. Since its release, tens of millions of people have played this on numerous platforms, with the series becoming so popular that 3 separate spin-offs and sequels have followed suit. Even to this day, over 10 years since it hit the market, this game is still being talked about, memed on, and without a shadow of a doubt replayed over and over because it does almost everything right on a fundamental basis. And I could confidently say that because it does just about everything right, this could be easily the closest thing that we get to having a perfect zombie game. I am, of course, talking about Dying Light. In my last couple of videos, I've gone through the rise of Techland and how they were able to go from being a very small startup company to a notable dev team. For a quick sum up, this is Techland, and this is Techland all the way back in its early years. In the early 90s, this Polish group was responsible for simply translating Western media for the Eastern countries after the fall of the Soviet Union. However, throughout the many years, this company dabbled in releasing standalone PC games, creating their own in-house engine that is still updated to this day, and working with publishers to release much larger AAA titles. One of these publishers was Deep Silver, an Austrian-based company that collaborated with the aspiring devs to take on their most ambitious project to date, Dead Island. Now, Dead Island was a success for both companies by all means. I'm talking sales that surpassed the 10 million mark, which would be considered hitting diamond in the music industry. Plus, by what most of y'all had to say in the comments section of my video, Dead Island holds a special place in a lot of people's hearts. However, a game being successful doesn't mean that everything was sunshine and rainbows behind closed doors. Behind the scenes, both companies seem to have reached a boiling point with one another. It was apparent that Techland was frustrated at Deep Silver for their conflicting ideas on how the series should be presented, and combine that with the simple problem of technological limitations of the 7th gen consoles, Techland just couldn't create what they envisioned. So, after the release of the far less successful Dead Island Riptide, Techland decided to part ways with Deep Silver and say goodbye to their fateful zombie IP. But obviously that wasn't the last time they would make a zombie game whatsoever. In 2011, news broke out that Techland trademarked the name Dead World, a name that many fans believe would be the next title of the beloved Dead Island franchise. But as far as I'm aware, there's not a Dead Island Dead World release anywhere. Rather, this would be a concept name for an entirely new project separate from the partnered IP that Deep Silver owns. Even though Techland had contractual obligations to finish out Dead Island's sequel, they still delegated some time into conceptualizing their new, soon-to-be project, which would be Dying Light. Oh wow, oh my god, who would have thought? Now, going out to create what you want to create is a great thing. There's probably a post from an annoying white woman on Tumblr with a similar motivational speech to confirm that, but there was a major lingering problem when it came to moving from the concept phase over to the development stage for Dying Light. Money. You see, and you know, this might be some insider information right here, game development is expensive, not just money-wise, but especially time. And Techland more than knew about this problem. They faced a near countless number of issues trying to put their plans into fruition with Dead Island, not only because of the publishers giving them huge creative obstacles to work around, but simply for the fact that the game was being developed on old generation consoles with an engine they haven't fully mastered yet. And for every day that something like Dead Island, Dying Light, or literally any game that isn't yet available to be sold to the public, more money is being lost. Bear in mind too that even with their growing portfolio, they couldn't afford to develop a meaningful game in a decent amount of time. So in short, they needed a new publisher. And in comes Warner Bros. Sometime in 2011, Techland and Warner Bros. Agreed to partner up for this project. The development team would be getting a massive push in the right direction to create Dying Light, as they would be getting a major boost in funding alongside a boost in attention that not even Deep Silver could garner. Warner Bros. Had already been one of the biggest publishers in gaming up to this point, with the releases like the Arkham series, the Lego series, the Mortal Kombat series, and most notably, Cars 3. Driven to success. While in contract negotiations, Techland made it apparent that they wanted one stipulation over anything else to make sure Dying Light was as perfectly envisioned as they wanted it to be: full creative control. Techland would have the final say to develop what they want, with Warner Bros. Just kind of chilling out in the back seat. And Warner Bros. Were more than happy to accept this. So with funding and creative disputes no longer being a problem, there only lies the problem of console limitations. It would be hard for Techland to adhere to the PS3 and 360. I mean, they would have to dumb down a lot of features, but maybe, maybe, just maybe, if they work hard enough, they could. Never mind, the 8th generation is coming out. In fact, they're on track to release this by the time the PS4 and Xbox One makes heavy waves in the market. This is genuinely the best outcome for them to make this game. The stars could not have aligned more in their favor if they wanted to. So, in early 2012, Techland officially started development on their soon-to-be Golden Goose. With development going smoothly, it was time for both companies to announce Dying Light, and on May 23rd, 2013, they did just that, with numerous articles coming out discussing what's going to be in store. The hype would be huge surrounding Dying Light, just with them mentioning features never seen in their previous zombie franchise, like a natural day-night cycle, swimming, and most importantly, their parkour-like movement system. Hype would only grow from there though, as in E3 2013, a 12-minute pre-alpha video was published showing off an early mission from the full game, but with a few notable changes that I'll mention later on. Then interviews followed suit, as well as hands-on demos played by reporters. Even some established YouTubers were able to play up to a certain point of the game. Like, I'll never forget the undisputed GOAT of Let's Plays, the Rad Brad, playing this game and asking audience what their favorite zombie movie is, with him always saying, "I love the 2004 Dawn of the Dead by Zack Snyder, but my all-time favorite is Shaun of the Dead." And then somewhere adding in a, "What the fuck, Charles?" I know I'm getting sidetracked, but I just had to give flowers to the greatest channel that plays games while never getting into drama. This guy was my absolute inspiration to start a YouTube channel. Aside from that, one of the weirdest promotions that Techland did around this time was where they sold a one-of-a-kind pre-order copy of the game. Now, they've done controversial promos before, case in point the Dead Island Riptide one, when they sold that torso that upset European audiences, as well as YouTube, because they demonetized my video for that. But this time around, rather than a torso, Techland decided to sell a human-sized statue of an exclusive Dying Light zombie. You would also be able to get your face in the game, free parkour lessons, 2 Razer headphones, a trip to Techland Studios, 4 signed steel copies of the game, fucking night vision goggles, and a full-scale custom-built zombie-proof shelter, all of which comes at a low price of 250,000 euros. Now, shockingly, nobody bought this promo, but, you know, Techland, if the prizes are still available, maybe you could, you know, slide that zombie-proof safe house my way. Please? Anyways, 2014 was spent just making the entire game. Originally, Dying Light would have been released that year, but Techland announced a delay to further perfect the parkour aspect of this game. If they were gonna do this with a publisher who gave them leniency like this, they better do this game right. Soon though, they also announced that Dying Light could no longer be supported on the 7th generation, which although was a bummer and alienated some of the audience, it gave them full attention to work on the newly released generation. Then 2014 came and went, and at the beginning of 2015, on January 27th to be exact, Dying Light hit the market with an immense acclaim that is still being shown as of making this video. But why is that? Well, I guess we're gonna have to just jump right in with discussing Dying Light first starts off with you in a cargo plane, receiving a debrief from the global relief effort for what's to come. The year is 2015, and you're about to touch down in the fictional country known as Haran. Just a few weeks ago, the country had gone into quarantine due to a widespread virus that has, turned people into zombies, if you believe it or not. You heard that Haran's general Kadir Suleiman was hired by the GRE to help contain the virus, but after a botched evacuation, which caused his brother to die, Kadir went rogue and stole some supposedly top-secret files that may contain incomplete information on how to cure the virus. He's known to be involved with one of the 2 major factions that have risen since the outbreak, but it's unclear which one he's involved with. So to prevent anything from happening for the time being, the GRE has set up a countrywide jammer to cease all communication with the outside world. If the file is released, it could supposedly cause the virus to mutate and become deadlier than before. So it's up to you, Operative Kyle Crane, voiced by none other than Sonic the Hedgehog himself, Roger Craig Smith, to make your way through the streets of Haran, find Suleiman, and stop him from releasing the files to the public. There's probably like an Epstein joke right here, but I don't know. You guys can make that in the comments. Alright, Kyle Crane, let's do this mission.
Fall back! Fall back! Come on! We have to move!
Let's get him off the street.
After being saved by this woman and this guy named Amir, who shouldn't really have a name as he dies immediately, but trust me, he's somewhat important later on, you pass out and wake up in an unknown building belonging to one of the Haran's factions. It's been 3 days since the ambush and you haven't even gotten close to the file. Hell, you don't even know if this Suleiman person is here, somewhere else, or maybe even dead in a ditch. And on top of everything, you are bitten. So with time being of the essence, Crane searches around to find the leader of this unknown faction. What's cool about this first mission, and many more like it, is that Crane can freely talk to the residents around here, with the game never forcing you to converse with them. Some survivors might give you useful information about what this place is like, but seemingly everyone here is so scared of meeting a stranger like you that they won't even let you into certain places, or will straight up talk shit about you right in front of your face. It's small things like talking to other survivors of the faction that are apparent throughout Dying Light, and makes the world building just a little bit more immersive. Going up to room 190, the leader's room, you will come across not the leader. This is Rahim, and like most others, he fucking hates your guts. The first time you talk to him, he's very standoffish with anything you say. He'll throw a temper tantrum at you for wanting the GRE radio back because he thinks the group could use it more. It's not like he's a bad person or acting unbelievably shitty for no reason. He kinda just walked into the place after letting a survivor die for you, asking for your shit after being knocked out for 3 days. So if you want resources and the knowledge to find Suleiman, you're going to first need to gain this faction's trust. And what do you know? An opportunity soon arises as a runner is trapped with some zombies on the 13th floor of the tower. Going to the infected floor, you'll immediately see how devastating this virus truly is. Contrary to the upper floors, this place is a graveyard. Nearly all of the power is out, so the only light that comes to this concrete coffin is the blood-smeared windows. Below that are the remains of the mauled and the consumed, to the point where there's no chance to figure out how many were here. Well, you might be able to count at least one body, but hey, you know, Dying Light would never show off a dead child. But all in all, this environment is just amazing. With only 10 seconds into this cutscene, you can understand how deadly this infection could really be. And this makeshift graveyard is supposed to be a base for one of the largest factions in Haran. These people are sleeping only a few stories above God knows how many undead are actually down here. If anything were to happen to one of these floors, these people would become sitting ducks. Opening the door to the nearby apartment, you'll encounter the first of many zombies. Although the last time you kinda got bitched by them, this time around will be different. This fight will be tough though. It will be gruesome, but this battle will be legendary. Oh, it's dead. After doing some tutorial crafting, Crave saves the totally not bitten guy and returns to the top floor to meet with Rahim again. But this time, this baddie is here. Oh yeah, nicknamed the Scorpion by locals, Jade Aldemir is the complete opposite of the bitch-ass Jin from Dead Island. Oh my god, even thinking about Jin. Oh, you suck, Jin. Jade used to be one of the greatest kickboxers of all time in Haran. In fact, she probably is the greatest fighter here now because she has a near infinite amount of zombies to practice her karate or whatever the fuck she does. But because of her fighting skills, Jade quickly took the role of protecting others who could not protect themselves during this time. Since the outbreak, she's usually seen at the tower, either training new survivors to fight against the undead or plotting where runners need to go for scavenging. For many, Jade is seen as a guardian angel or even a spark of hope against the new dangers of the world. You could even come across a random girl in the game who explains how she keeps on going because of her hero. Even though Jade is a protector that many look up to, she is someone who understands what it means to make sacrifices for everyone in the tower. To her, it's better to lose one person if that means many more get saved in the process. It may not be well liked by other residents, hell, it's not even well liked by her with how she reacts to Amir's death, but these decisions must be made at a time like this. Now, losing people is something that nobody ever wants to experience, not even Jade herself. There are quite a few people who Jade is close to that can or has changed her life because of their death. Rahim is another person whom she holds near. Being the younger brother to the Scorpion, he is someone that Jade protects like no other. And you know, this overprotection might seem to be a little too much at first, but you all don't understand this little guy. Rahim is a punk. Because his older sister is a country-recognized fighting champion, he tries to fill in her shoes the best he can. But since he's not allowed to leave the tower under the command of Jade, he usually helps with just training new runners. If he's not doing that though, he's probably plotting some plans in the absolute dumbest ways possible. One of these plots that you briefly hear while going into the leader's room is trying to find a way to blow up a nest of some sort, but gets shut down immediately by Jade. Anyways, the next thing this pyromaniac tells you to do is to get changed and to meet him on the roof. So you do just that, and the reward you get is Rahim smashing the tower with a crane and then giving you the world's greatest pun.
To feel right at home. A crane on a crane.
Up here is where you'll not only learn how to survive, but to do it with absolute style. This next door tower was still under construction when the outbreak first hit, so with it being uninhabitable, it was quickly turned into a gym. Not like a Planet Fitness type of gym, but instead a place where you're taught parkour, Dying Light's magnum opus that lets it stand out from all of the zombie games. From falling all the way down into garbage that would definitely kill you if you tried this in real life, to jumping from ledge to ledge, you need to learn every aspect of parkouring so you don't end up like in Mir. Being able to fight against the zombies is one thing, but Dying Light emphasizes the use of free flow movement. With the country being cluttered by buildings and roaming freaks of nature, it's important to be able to move throughout Haran without being trapped every moment. Since Cranes has never done this before, he's not the greatest parkourer as of right now. Even Raheem backs this up with the most 2015 insult you could ever imagine.
Not bad. For a noob.
After a few minutes of just monkeying around, you make your way back to the main tower. But along the way, Crane almost dies.
What's happening to me? Shit. Oh, shit.
Talk to me. What's going on?
Something went wrong. Raheem, what just happened to me?
Oh shit. I bet you're having your first seizure. Just get back over here.
One of the side effects of this infection is a seizure, a somewhat gentle reminder that you're about to turn. To counteract your eventual demise, Raheem tells you that you must go see Dr. Zare to get one of your doses of antizin. It's kind of like Zombrex from Dead Rising, where you must take it after some time, if the Zombrex was nothing more than a plot device that's used briefly in the story and nowhere else. To meet Dr. Zare, you have to leave the tower and go to a nearby camp, finally giving you the taste of Haran's open world. Dr. Zare is located at the community court holed up in a scientific trailer. The entire camp here is adamant on protecting Zare, and for good reason too. Although he's a bit all over the place with just about everything, he has a pretty good understanding of what this disease is. Unlike the Kuru in Dead Island, which was a prion and not a virus, thank you everybody for telling me that in my last video, the Haran virus is in fact a virus. More notably, it is a mutation of rabies, a trope that you would commonly see in other pieces of zombie media. Once infected, the person will have, you know, some time to turn. It's never clearly stated how long someone has, and it's very inconsistent throughout the rest of the story, but hey, it doesn't matter. The only way to stop this infection is by antizin, but if you are caught lacking with it, you might as well just start mindlessly roaming the streets, or worse. Antizin is by far the hottest commodity in Haran. You know it, Zara knows it, and even the leader of this small camp, Spike, knows it. In fact, he tells you that the tower's actual leader is going out on a scavenger run later in the night, which, unbeknownst to Crane, can be extremely dangerous. To aid on the scavenging run, Spike sends you out to set up a few traps. This is kind of like the end of the tutorial for the game. It shows you how to use throwables at the zombies, what clearing out and using the safe houses are like. Anyways, you contact the GRE, letting them know what Zara is up to, and they instruct you to find a way to monitor his research. Along the way of setting up these traps, the district's power shuts off. This causes you to go over to a nearby substation to restart the power. However, once there, you're greeted with one of the many new special infected that make Dying Light so much different than its predecessor.
Fuck, what is this?
This is the Goon. God, that word has become so tainted. I miss the days when Goon meant this type of zombie, or the enemies you fight in Lego Batman, not this. Anyways, similar to the Thug, the Goon is a tanky type of enemy. It requires many melee hits before this giant beast could be taken down, especially this early on in the game. Its main form of attack is by using its rebar club, where it can swing in a near 360-degree arc, or by slamming it onto the ground, both of which will knock you onto the ground. Oh, and this game isn't like Dead Island. If you get knocked on the ground, these zombies will keep going after you. It can also smack you with its hand as a quick attack, so the best way of taking down these beasts is by hitting it a few times and then creating space. Or just shoot it in the face like 2 times max. It's kind of funny how quick they fall if you have a gun. Once restoring power, you make it back to the nearby safe house to wait out the approaching deadly night that actually never comes if you decide to free roam instead. You then head back to the tower where you and Jade meet up with the leader, Brecken. Brecken is very obviously not Sleeman. I know, it's very hard to tell with this side-by-side comparison. Instead, he's an Australian parkour instructor who is Australian, and he instructs parkour. Look, he shows up for maybe 10 minutes in the entire game. He has no real plot points except for this mission and the time where he punches a TV. Apparently, the scavenge from last night was a total failure, leaving many dead or injured. So to get on his good side, you volunteer to go on a run to nearby airdrops to look for some antizin. With that, Brecken immediately trusts you and sends you off to look for supplies. Well, not before you tell the GRE about your plan to climb the ranks within the tower. This part of the mission is actually what we saw from the gameplay footage review all the way back in E3. Here, you have to search for airdrops that have already been looted by bandits or are in the process of being looted, making the search futile. One last airdrop is sent out at the far side of town, where Crane has to reach it before the light dies. Wow, that's like the title of the game here. The comparison between the gameplay reveal and this is very similar, almost identical, with the exception of a few minor things like slight map changes. However, there is one major difference that completely stands out in the gameplay reveal, and that is when you do this little side mission. Now, you're supposed to take a beeline to the airdrop to get the supplies before anyone else can, but on your way, you can encounter a screaming child who's trapped in a house with her undead dad. And here's where the difference takes place.
Hey, love. What are you doing in here?
You have to go. My daddy's sick and really angry and he'll hurt you.
Hey, honey. Hey, what are you doing in here?
You have to go, mister. My daddy's sick and really angry, and he'll hurt you.
First of all, it's cool that this game has these, like, attachable mini side missions within the main story. It provides more insight to what you do in this world and how you affect others, but oh my golly gee, guys, Kyle Crane was originally voiced by Matthew Wolf, aka Brecken. Even Jade's voice sounds less defined than it does in the main game. I can't find much about how Matthew Wolf landed the role of Crane or when Roger Craig Smith took over. For all we know, and most likely is the case, Wolf was a stand-in actor to play Crane for the gameplay reveal. Techland probably wanted to focus more on the gameplay aesthetic rather than the story or the characters, so Wolf was just a placeholder for what's to come. Like I said though, nothing is confirmed. I can't find any official articles or interviews that explain this, but it's really cool to see such major changes like this upon the final release. Anyways, Crane makes it over to the airdrop right before nightfall, and luckily enough, the drop has been left unscathed. Due to the sun setting, the bandits most likely decided to head home out of fear of whatever is out there. As Crane gets to the antizin, he contacts the GRE, where they tell him to throw away the entire batch. Enraged, Crane demands answers, only for the doc on the radio to tell him to do what he's told. The seeds of doubt against this definitely secretive organization have been planted, but as the good lapdog that he is, Crane obliges and burns most of the vaccines. But keep in mind this one antizin he stores, by the way, you know, just like cram that shit right in the back of your brain. As Crane informs the tower about the quote-unquote already scavenged airdrop, you hear some rustling about. Night has finally come, and the monsters that threaten the lives of many here are out to feast. As Crane looks for what's making all that noise, he comes across...
Heard me.
That's right, baby, the volatiles are here. These terrifying freaks of nature are completely weak against UV rays, but the sun is gone, and now you're weak against them. These undead nightmares will chase you down in packs, climb wherever you climb, and will tear you from limb to limb before you could even say, "Help me, Samby." They are brutal, relentless, and even just taking down one of them is nearly an impossible achievement at this stage of the game. The best thing that you can do is run. So, you run. You haul ass without looking behind you. As you know, taking even that simple second to look back will end with your demise. Even going at the fastest pace that you can might not even be fast enough to outrun the volatiles. With the blink of an eye, you now know just how scary the night can be, and how so many have fallen within Haran. You know why each camp has these UV lights, as without them, these survivors would be nothing more than fresh meat for the volatiles. With the inclusion of these beasts, the mission to recover Suleiman's stolen files is more drastic than ever, making the story so... I need to be honest, guys. Dying Light's story is not good. Like, I don't know what it is with Techland and story writing, but it's pretty common knowledge that Dying Light's campaign is by far the weakest link of the game. Granted, the story is pretty engaging, I guess, up until this point, especially with showing off the new world Crane has been thrust into, you know, even if there is a good level of corniness in the dialogue.
Not bad. For a new...
But soon enough, the story's pacing becomes light speed fast with major loopholes in the way. Really, it gets to the point sooner rather than later where you just stop caring about what's happening as it becomes that of an afterthought. I'll talk more about it as I go on with the story, but I just wanted y'all to make sure of what to expect if you've never played this game before. So, at the tower, everybody's upset about the failed scavenging run, people are in dire need of antizin, or else things can get pretty deadly quickly. With no other options, Brecken turns to buying supplies from the bandit leader, Rice. This guy's kinda like the Voldemort of Haran, nobody even wants to meet him, let alone deal with him, but as a way to potentially discover if Rice is Suleiman, Crane volunteers to meet with the faction. Pleased by this, Brecken gives you the coolest Predator 1 dap-up you've ever seen in this game.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
At Rice's base, you enter the stronghold to spark up a deal, but once you go through the gate, you're met with the brutal introduction of the game's bloodthirsty antagonist.
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Yeah, that's right. This is Tahir. You might remember him from the ambush at the beginning of the cutscene. Well, he's the right-hand man to Rice, and yeah, that's kind of it. So, yeah, he's not the bloodthirsty antagonist I was referring to. This dude has like zero personality throughout the entire game. The real antagonist I was talking about is Rice.
Now I give you a choice. Very simple. Your right hand or your left?
Left.
Was that my left or your left?
Of course, being the same guy you're after, Rice is someone who just wants to watch the world burn. After the initial outbreak, he put together a group of bandits consisting of ex-army members to go around and rule the quarantine zone with an iron fist. They're ordered to steal from other groups and kill whomever they want, and being able to do whatever he wants, Rice gets to do whatever he wants, even if that means killing his own people if they dare step an inch out of line. There isn't a single soul within Haran that doesn't fear this man. Recognizing just how useful you can be, Rice allows the trade to happen as long as you become his lapdog in a way. He instructs you to meet with the group's dispatch operator Kareem to get your first assignment as a new member of the bandits. Low-key, Kareem should have been what Tahir is, as you not only get much more interaction with this guy, but certain quest moments just make him far better of a character than Tahir could ever be.
An American. I have an uncle there. Lives in Texas. You from Texas? You a cowboy?
I'm from Chicago.
Hey, does anyone want to come over to my house and... Oh, I forgot! You can't come to my house, because no one can ever come to my house, because I live in a middle place, between world and time! I'm just kidding, guys. I live in the old city of Chicago.
Anyhow, Kareem instructs you to go to a few radio towers to do some hacking shit or whatever, so that way communication within the quarantine zone can be restored.
Hey, wait a minute, Scrakes. Hi, by the way, I'm every single person watching this video. But wait a minute, wouldn't restoring the radio frequency allow Rice to bypass that jammer that the GRE placed and told you about at the beginning of the game?
Well, yeah, but... Crane goes to the first tower, and before he can start climbing it, he's met with Techland's newer style of the Special Infected.
Oh, what the hell?
This is the Toad, or more commonly known as the average Red Dead 2 roleplayer.
Sit on the ground before I make you sit on the ground. Sit on the ground before I make you sit down. Get over here. Sit on the ground before I make you sit down.
Similar to the floater, this creature is known to spit out bile towards you from a long range. However, this enemy is far more agile, as it can easily hop away from the player to create space or even onto different buildings. Where it excels in agility though, it lacks in health, as this enemy can be easily taken down within a couple of hits. So the best thing to do is take it down first when facing a horde. Other than that, they're pretty easy to face on a one-on-one scale. Climbing the tower to reach the power, yo, that was some bars, bro. Oh my god, I am so white. Oh, that sucked. You find that this shit has already been ransacked. So then you go over to another tower located on the other side of the slums, and luckily that place is guarded by some people who pay up to Rice. With everything intact here, you successfully connect the radio waves, and bada bing bada boom, the radios work again. This not only helps out Rice with his plans, but also the tower too, with dispatching runners to scavenge more areas. But even with this monumental work done, Rice is not finished with you yet. Oh no, 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 you're still of use to him.
Do you live by your own rules, Crane? Or are you merely someone else's puppet? I believe I know the answer. Talk to Kareem before I decide you are no longer worth the trouble.
You're then instructed with your next task, and that is to threaten subgroups and steal their money. Typical things that Crane probably would have already seen in Chicago. The first stop happens, and everything goes pretty smoothly. However, on your way to the second pickup, you're met with this other new zombie. This is the bomber, and it explodes. Yeah, it does exactly what the Suicider did in Dead Island, to the point where it looks bloated, you can hear it beg for its life, and if you provoke it or hit it in any way, then...
Train go boom.
The only thing that confuses me is how Crane survives this explosion. I mean, this locker looks about as safe as hiding in a fridge within a nuclear explosion. But I digress. Crane picks up the money after protecting the fishing village from a horde. He even collects a third payment from a nearby local village. All is pretty well and good. That is, until problem arises when Crane is on his way to drop off the payments.
Crane, do you copy?
I copy. What's wrong?
Someone's turned on the 18th floor. We're doing our best to contain the situation, but we can't sugarcoat this, Crane. We need Anderson right fucking now.
Rise has promised me 2 crates, Brecken. 2 crates. I'm doing this shit as fast as I can, I swear.
Just hurry, please.
Oh my gosh, an outbreak happens in the tower. You need to get back there with the Anderson, or at least clear out the infected. Even the music is ramped up to this tense score. You need to help them out. So off you go to complete yet another task by Kareem by killing a rogue survivor, then potentially clear out a couple of safe houses. And, you know, maybe dropkick a few zombies for fun. Ooh, you see this parkour skills? Maybe I should do a parkour challenge just for the hell of it. Oh, so close. I really messed up that beginning climb, but I kind of was catching up in the end. In fact, if we were to retry it... Oh, right, the tower! You head back to the tower to clear out the outbreak on the 18th floor. Except, you can't actually head to the 18th floor as the game prevents you from doing so. Great game design, I guess. Tried to build up all this tension with the story and the climactic score, and for what? Rather, you meant to go back to Rice's base to pick up the Antizin, but being the scumbag that he is, Rice doesn't live up to his end of the bargain. Instead of giving a few crates of the suppressant that he promised, he offers you 5 vials, which is not going to help anyone out in a long-term basis. He also berates you for being a little beta bitch boy who follows the orders of anyone around you, while simultaneously shooting his own man. There is a lesson here, but I'm not sure what it is. Rice does present you with one final offer though. He will give you those crates of Antizin for the exchange of sending the Scorpion Jade Aldemir to a pit to fight the zombies to the death.
What? No, forget it, I'm not doing it.
I hear no conviction in your voice, Crane. You have not yet made your choice, I can tell. Will you be a dog and save the dwellers of the tower? Or will you be a man and save the maiden?
Wow. What a dilemma. Should you follow the orders blindly, which might prove to be ineffective in the end, or should you do your own thing? Decisions, Crane. Oh, wait, I know what you can do. Why don't you go ahead and call the GRE so they can tell you what to do?
Crane here.
Report.
Look, I'm no longer cooperating with Rise. He wanted me to kidnap Jade Aldemir and dump her with him so he can make her fight in his pit.
Yes, and? Was that it?
What do you mean, was that it? I'm not a fucking human trafficker.
You seem to have forgotten how much is riding on this file, Crane. If Rise wants one girl, then give her to him. You'll be there to keep an eye on her, won't you?
What the fuck kind of humanitarian outfit are you guys? And for that matter, if this project file can save the world, why keep it a fucking secret?
We're not paying you to be insubordinate, Crane. Get this done.
Fuck you, asshole.
At the tower, things couldn't be any worse. You're finally allowed to go up the elevator, but the entire 18th floor has been overrun and barricaded off. You'll never be allowed to go back down there throughout the rest of the game, as who knows how many zombies are down there. With the outbreak, the tower leaders are taking it hard. Jade is emotional while trying to help the survivors regroup on the 19th floor. Brecken is punching a TV. Okay, thank you, Brecken. And Raheem is getting fucking drunk. Yeah, Raheem, that's some Chad shit. We love drinking on a roof. All you need now is some car keys. Ah ha ha ha. Please drink responsibly. Raheem goes on a drunken ramble explaining how you and he are like 2 peas in a pod. Like Sonic and Knuckles. Like fucking George Pickens and Sedarius Lamb. And because you two are so tight, he explains a plan that he's been coming up with since the start of the story. You see, there's a nearby tower that's home to many volatiles. They'll rest up there during the day so they can hunt around for prey at night. With this huge volatile nest, running for supplies is extremely dangerous at night. But if it were to get blown up, wink wink, then our night run would be much more safe. But lay sigh, there's no explosives in sight. Gosh, if only we had some bombs. Anyways though, Raheem gives some exposition about how he was supposed to move out of the country mere days before the outbreak, how he wanted to live his life outside of Haran, blah blah blah. It's just an exposition dump. And after that's all done, you call up the GRE to demand some antizin drops be put down next to the tower. They tell you to go fuck yourself and how they're having conflict with the Ministry of Defense, and they also remind you to just follow the deal with Rice to get closer to the file. So all things considered, the tower is in a really rough shape, but then all of a sudden...
Crane, this is Jade. Do you copy?
Loud and clear, what can I do for you?
I don't know how much time we have, so the short version. I need your help.
Ooh, golly gee! Jade found some unknown thing at Rice's outpost in the school. I wonder what that can be.
God, Crane, you're such an oaf. Why don't you just stick your head out the door and shout, "Here we are, come get us"?
Hey, sometimes there's nothing wrong with the direct approach.
Holy shit.
Oh wow, it's some explosives! I was just talking about how we needed them! What a fastly paced convenient! As Crane leaves the now liberated school, he comes across a new type of infected. This is the Bolter. I forgot to mention that you see it after taking over the first safe house. As a variant of the volatile, this creature only comes out at night, and if it sees you, it kind of just, you know, it just runs away. It doesn't really play a huge role in this game outside of this next mission, in all honesty. But hey, at least the design for it is killer. Not like killer as in a volatile, because these things will not kill you, but it's a good design. Anyways, you return back to the tower to tell Raheem of your findings. He's ecstatic that you were able to find the bombs that quickly, to the point where he and a guy named Omar are already planning to set the explosives. Raheem, you can't do that. You're just a teenage dirtbag who probably listens to Iron Maiden. If you went out there, you would get killed, so don't do it. Don't go out there the second I turn my back, okay? Crane then goes over to meet with Dr. Zara about the Bolter strain of infected. Zara asks you to go get a sample of it for some testing, so you embark on the most difficult mission Dying Light has to offer. Is what I would say if I'm lying. This mission is laughably easy. Just shoot a Bolter one time at night, and you're finished faster than I got nothing, dude. These analogies cannot all be winners. Crane returns to Dr. Zare, and he's all like, "Crane, this is Dr. Camden on the radio. He's stuck in the quarantine part of the city in an actual lab type shit. Low-key, he's just a forgettable version of me, but he's chill, okay? Anywho, the sample you found is pretty cool. It can create fire weapon mods for your weapons, but it's also a step forward into making the cure. I don't want to explain how, and I don't have my lab shit with me to make the cure, and I can't just tell Camden about all this because that's just too much to talk about. So you're gonna have to bring the data to him in the city." And Crane's all like, God, that hurt my throat. And Crane's all like, "Yeah, man, I got you." Anyways, all is well so far. The cure is on the horizon with this newfound data. Soon enough, the tower won't be fighting every day for some antizin. Even the objective with the rice would become obsolete, as a cure would solve the problem of the man-eating society collapsing virus. Things are looking up, but then Raheem gives you a call.
Hey, Crane, you there? Omar and I went to blow up that nest.
Wait, you what? Fucking hell, Raheem, that was my job!
Oh, right, because you're more qualified to handle explosives than I am. You're just a goddamn tourist. But listen, we messed up. Messed up bad.
Alright, what happened? Where are you?
We're on the overpass, and it's all going to shit.
Listen, head to the train yard. Find a place to hide. I'm on my way.
Behind you! Behind you!
Raheem! Raheem!
Raheem, buddy, can you come over here for a second? Here, let me put my hand on your shoulder. Are you just the Dying Light version of Jin? I mean, let's be real here. At least Jin could be a personal pack rat, but you're just a naive kid who thinks he's the main character. And then when you snuck out on a dumbass suicide mission, you get fucked up immediately? What use are you to the story other than being a poor plot device? Regardless, Raheem tells you to hurry up as he sounds like the infected completely ravaged him, so you rush towards him with the highest rate music playing in the background. You kill some zombies along the way and do some parkour on the rooftops. Oh, there's a collectible right here. Hey, that parkour was actually kind of fun. Let's do another parkour challenge. Maybe you can try a combat challenge too. Those are always chaotic. Wow, this game is just so fun. You can easily get so sidetracked. And oh my god, that's right, there's supposed to be a tense moment. You find Raheem in a nearby warehouse where he's getting pinned down by a bunch of infected. After clearing out the infected, you get hit with another Toad introduction. I don't know why there's a cutscene for this one. The special infected, it's not even a mini boss though. It just dies immediately. Why did this cutscene have to exist? But then after that, you encounter Raheem. He's badly injured from the attack, and worst of all, he's already set off the explosives timers. So with just a few minutes left to carry out the mission, and this time it's actually time sensitive, you are set off to the nearby tower to explode the volatile nest. Ooh, that was so badass. Watching that tower go down reminds me of that one time years ago, but the way it collapsed, it was just so badass. I wonder if Raheem saw that.
Come on, Raheem! It's me, kid. I did it! God. Raheem! You should have seen it. Oh, God. The whole damn building came down! Oh, shit! Oh, no, Raheem, stop! Raheem, it's me! It's me, kid, it's Crane! Oh, Jesus! Raheem, stop! That's your fucking bite wound? You goddamn stupid fucking kid! Oh, God. Jade.
Oh. Rest in peace, Raheem. You may have had really little screen time to the point where you're just kinda there, and you may have been nothing more than a plot device for this game's main conflict to arise. There's no but here. Back at the tower, you talk to Brecken about Raheem's death. With everything that just happened to the faction, the death of someone this influential is bound to destroy all morale here. But as long as Jade doesn't find out off the bat, emotions won't get the best of her.
I trusted him. I trusted him with those explosives. God, maybe if I didn't leave him there, he'd still be alive. Oh no. Jade.
Jade, wait.
Jade, god damn it.
Just give her time. She needs to grieve.
Okay, as long as we still have the data for this potential cure, all should be fine.
Whoa. Sarah. Shit! Get down there! We can't let them take it!
Okay, well, as long as a 7-foot-tall goth baddie doesn't show up, we should be completely fine. No? Alright then. To get revenge on the attack on the school, Rice has set out a hit squad to wreak havoc on the tower, while also kidnapping Dr. Zare. At the encampment, you found out from a dying survivor that Rice's men have taken Zare to the one apartment complex where he once tried to negotiate with the bandit leader. So arriving at the complex, you do some parkour to make your way inside and shoot your way down to the garage area. Along the way, Crane contacts the GRE about what's been happening between both factions. The only problem with this check-in though is that the GRE doesn't pick up.
Crane here. I could really use some GRE support right now.
That's too bad, Agent Crane. This is the Ministry of Defense.
The fuck? What the hell's going on? What happened to the GRE?
The global relief efforts position here has been diminished. We are in charge now, and we have declared Harran a Code 1 target zone.
Wait. Just hang on. You can't just carpet bomb this place. There are still hundreds of innocent people in here. Maybe thousands.
Irrelevant. We're doing this to protect billions of lives. Surely you can understand that.
Okay, just listen. There's this scientist in here named Zara, and he's been doing research on a cure, and he's really close. I've seen the research. If you bomb the city, just...
Acknowledged. The chances of one scientist in a wrecked city coming up with useful results are negligible at best, but... you have 48 hours.
This is a mega bummer. I don't really have much to say about this right now, but the Ministry does become the teeniest bit important in a little while later. Back to saving Zare, this complex seems very lightly guarded, all things considered. You find Zare at the tail end of the basement garage, safe and sound, only it was all a trap. Once Zare tells you that he gave the data to Jade, Rice and his men completely ambush you. Oh, hey Tahir. You guys remember Tahir? Yeah, I wonder what he has to say about all this.
With pleasure. And these two? What should we do with them?
Okay, That's cool. He doesn't show up until his boss fight hours down the line, by the way. So, bye to here. With the ambush in mind, Rice basically tells you how bad of a guy he is by telling his men to go after Jade. And if you couldn't tell how bad he really is, he just stabs Zare in the leg for whatever reason, and then he sends you to the pit. You
take Crane to the pit.
You wake up in a pit. However, it's just not any pit. It's a dangerous pit. Here, Rice confronts you about being the biggest snake in the grass, the biggest liar in a city full of, well, liars. It's obvious he found out who you truly are, and to exterminate you in the most stylish way possible. Rice is forcing you to fight to the death in an arena surrounded by hundreds of the living and undead. I wish Techland did more with this arena, as not only does the pit itself look so cool, being stranded in a giant hole full of bare weapons, makeshift spikes, and surrounded by chanting bandits is so aesthetically memorable. But then you have to survive wave after wave of the undead that come out of the various shipping containers laid throughout the ground. This would be a perfect area for people to just survive until they couldn't in a game like this. But you never return to this pit, at least to survive against the infected like this ever again. Like, all in all, I kind of wish that Techland included a wave-based survival here, as they did with Dead Island 1. As you survive the first few waves of the infected, Rice taunts you by giving you manageable supplies like a medkit and a machete. However, the normal zombies here are the least of your concern, as this is where you're introduced to the most fearsome special infected this game has to offer. This is the Demolisher. It's kind of like the Ram from Dead Island if the Ram was 20 feet tall, mutated to no end, and was given more steroids than the Liver King has ever taken. This behemoth will charge headfirst at you, completely laying you out like he's Ray motherfucking Lewis. When he's not charging at you though, he's either swinging his giant jerk-off arm or throwing literal boulders at you. If he couldn't be any more dangerous, this Demolisher also has a huge layer of SWAT armor guarding its body, so its head, torso, and back need to be chipped away for some time until you're finally able to take the beast down. This thing, from the way it looks to how it attacks, is so terrifying. I wouldn't even doubt if the Demolisher could solo Leon Kennedy, and this guy knows how to parry a car. As you defeat the boss, Rice comes down to give you a congratulatory monologue to Crane, and how else can he congratulate you by exposing your secret of being a GRE operative? If things couldn't get worse with this revelation, Rice informs one of his goons to go ahead and release the files. This would be a catastrophic moment, but Rice lets you in on another secret that he knows. This file isn't about an unfinished cure. There's no danger of releasing information about something that could cause the virus to mutate, as there's no information that could cause the virus to mutate. Rather, the information Rice got was how the GRE created this in the first place, and how they were planning on selling this as a weapon to the highest bidder. He taunts you for being nothing more than a lapdog, a follower who will do nothing but whatever somebody tells you, and how blindly following people that tell you what to do will end up with others being killed. You're just a sheep in a den full of shepherds, or some shit. As Rice turns around to instruct the men to kill you, Crane does the most unnecessary slow motion action scene that you would probably see from something like The Matrix. Boom, high kick, swish, swing, chopping noise, pow, pow, pow. I don't really know why Crane doesn't just kill off Rice right here now, but oh well, a hand chop is cool too. As Crane tries to escape, Zare gets stabbed in the heart, which effectively kills the man, and Rice lets out a badass war cry. Then Crane runs from about 500 bullets flying at him at once, has an infection seizure, and dies. Well, he doesn't actually die, but saying this here adds a little bit more drama to what I'm saying. After some time though, Crane wakes up at the ferry survivor camp all the way across the map. Apparently Brecken saved him from the seizure, and then tells Crane that he needs to find Jane in the quarantine zone known as Old Town. And then, apart from a few conversations on the radio, this is the last time Brecken is shown in the story. You would think he would have more screen time as he's the tower leader and all, but no. Once the second act starts, he'll be seen just as much as Raheem rotting in that one train. To get to Old Town, Crane must talk to the Saviors, and no, they're not like the Saviors from The Walking Dead. Instead, they're a more boring group that just smuggles people to and from Old Town in the sewers, and surprise, surprise, the group that had no context before becomes hostile to Crane midway through the journey as a way to get back on a furious Rice's good side. The only real memorable thing about this group that will actually never show up through the rest of this game is the near pitiful guide through the sewers before they betray you. This guy takes about 2 hours to walk 20 steps and then tells you to piss off. Once you fight your way through the sewers though, you're finally introduced to the second and my personal favorite open world area, Old Town.
here goes nothing. Jade, it's Crane. Do you copy? Jade, it's Crane. Can you hear me? Damn it. All right. It's time for some local talent. Troy, this is Crane. Do you copy?
Crane? It's great to hear from you. What can I help you with?
Yeah, I'm in your neck of the woods now, and I'd love to put our heads together. Where can I find you?
You're here? In the Zero? Fantastic. Have you seen a pair of towers, one taller than the other, with scaffolding around them? We call that our loft. Head that way, and we'll be waiting.
This contaminated city is where vertical movements shine. Inspired by Mediterranean cities, this place is home to many multi-story, compact, and wealthy buildings. Traveling higher up is not only really fun to do, but also really necessary. The streets below are chock full of zombies standing from shoulder to shoulder, and these zombies are not like the ones from the slums. These ones here are far stronger, tougher, and more mutated, so using your crummy lead pipe that you impaled in a slum zombie isn't going to do shit against these ones. The first thing Crane does upon arriving to this new area is go to a nearby tower to meet with a group of friendly survivors. I forgot to mention these people. These are the Embers, and this is their leader, Troy. She actually introduces herself to thank you early in the game, like soon after turning on the communication towers, but I kind of just forgot to mention it. Big whoop, you want to fight about it? I don't even want to talk much about this group, to be honest. Troy and the Embers is like wrecking in the tower, but more forgettable and only in this area. I mean, to be fair, Troy has a cool character design, but this design doesn't translate to her personality, as I can't tell a thing about her. Regardless though, while at the base, Troy gets you into contact with a still very upset Jade. Crane lets her know that all this time you are a GRE agent, and even though this understandably upsets Jade, it really shouldn't matter. The Ministry of Defense is breathing down Haran's neck with a promise of a firebomb, so Dr. Camden is going to need that data as soon as possible. Like my Tinder match from last week, Jade still ghosts Crane, and after a short tour around the city, she's nowhere to be found. However, what is found is a news story that has just been published worldwide. In it, the GRE is exposed for their literal war crimes, but that is overshadowed by the story of the supposed last survivor of Haran making his way out of the country. With the fabricated news, the Ministry of Defense has all the reason to firebomb the quarantine zone, wiping out everything in the process. That's kind of why the jets were flying around, if you couldn't tell. I know, I'm pretty smart and literate from connecting the dots here. You know, not to brag or anything, but I did spend 4 years and tens of thousands of dollars at university to become this media literate. With the Ministry going forth with this lie, they turned the countrywide jammers back on, so it's up to you and the Embers to find a way to stop the firebombing and to save Haran in some Mission Impossible type shit. The first thing you guys do is go to a nearby apartment to set it ablaze, but it's not in like the sense of blowing up a tower where some twerp runs off to become the hero of the night only to fold immediately under pressure. This explosion will be planned, coordinated, and made sure the world knows that it was the work of actual people. Kinda like the time that CeeLo Green's phone exploded in his face. The plan is to ignite certain rooms of the building to create a frowny face out of the fire. And to do this, Crane and this one guy, his name is Michael aside from this one mission and the fact that he wants to bone the hairless molar at himself, this guy is just kinda existent, I guess, must set off some gas stoves while placing out some plastic explosives. And when the time is right, you must activate the detonator and allow the explosion to happen all at once. And that's pretty easy peasy lemonade, or however the phrase goes. This mission is pretty cool. The tight quarters in this building make it so that parkour is just not an option. It's very easy to get overwhelmed and taken out within seconds, even if you're on the normal difficulty. The place is very dark and grim, and you get a bit of an understanding of just how this virus could have easily spread, as there's no way anybody could have survived in a place like this. But by far the best part of this mission is this cutscene.
Is that a child crying? Fuck, what is this?
This is the Screamer, and yes, it's a motherfucking child zombie? Yeah, that's right, suck my nuts, No More Room in Hell 2. Oh, you guys want to appeal to a casual audience, and so you don't want to include a feature that was already in the first game? But yet you can shoot this bitch in the face if you want, and still Dying Light has consistently 10 times the player count compared to y'all at all times. Fun fact, even though this is the official introduction of the last special infected of the game, this isn't the first time you fight it. Side missions like Legless Spider have scripted moments where you take them on in a store. This has nothing to do with anything. I just thought it was a really cool fact that they were here before officially getting introduced to Did I say introducted? Anyways, bombs get planted, you make your great escape, and train goes boom. You all have successfully created a message to tell the outside world that there are still survivors in the zone. But unfortunately, that all goes awry as the Ministry sends out some jets to blow the tower into rubble. Not all is lost, however, as one person was able to see the message before the Ministry tampered. Jade. She calls up Crane to forgive you for what has happened. She finally trusts Crane and knows that he's here to make sure that all the people within Haran are safe. And now she wants to meet up with Crane in a specific place within Old Town to discuss giving the data over to Dr. Camden, so that way the cure can be created once and for all. But there's a problem.
Jade? Jade? Troy, this is Crane. Rise has taken Jade. He has her in some museum somewhere. Do you know what he's talking about?
Museum, yes. Rise is using it as his headquarters. Crane, you can't go there. That place was built as a fortress. You'd be walking into a massive trap.
No, it's not subtle enough to be a trap. There's gotta be a way to sneak in, right? I mean, some way to surprise him?
Let me think. Tariq, maybe? He's the museum's curator. He should know something about the dungeons hidden beneath the fortress.
Great, I'll talk to him.
Alright, there's a building with a rooftop garden. You'll find Tariq there.
Now, you can't just waltz right into this museum all willy-nilly and not expect to get shot up. You'll probably be safer in that one Minecraft video where this neckbeard roleplays being in a terrorist attack at school. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Why did he think this is a good video to make? Anyways, a local curator informs Crane that the best way to enter is through the flooded network beneath the museum. Although the place is filled to the brim with icky, gross water, this would be the best way to enter without getting noticed by Rice's men. So making your way through the rundown architecture, you confront Rice.
I don't negotiate with assholes, Rice. I get out of here with Jade, or I take your other hand too. Your choice!
Iconic line, Sonic the Hedgehog. Through the museum, you have to battle some thugs, as well as some ginormous hordes of zombies that not even a fraction of Dead Island can show at one time, and soon enough, you finally come across a seemingly injured Jade. She tries to say that everything is fine.
I'll be right as rain.
You're what?
A lady can't go without coffee these days. It's unthinkable. If someone would just do the bloody wedding, then I could get a cup of coffee.
But like a snake taunting its prey, Rice is here to tell you that everything is not, in fact, fine. You see, he knows just about every little plan that you're up to, every single plot that you've been doing throughout this game. And that is because of those antenna towers that you tapped the communication through all the way back in the beginning of the game. He knows about the potential cure, and he's taken the data that Jade once had that should be given over to Dr. Camden. And if things aren't bad enough, after taking care of some zombies that Rice sent after you, he reveals that Jade is actually bitten. Wait. Remember that cutscene from long ago? The one that I told you to keep in the back of your minds? The one where Crane keeps a vial of antizin after destroying an entire crate before nightfall? Yeah. That was a pretty cool cutscene. It seems as if Crane didn't keep this in the back of his mind though, as the vial is never brought up again. Rather, Rice, being the Mother Teresa that he's so known for, just throws Crane a freshly new antizin injector. And after Crane suffers another plot convenience seizure, Rice gives Crane the ultimate, well, ultimatum. Either he can inject the antizin into himself so he can live another day, or give it to Jade so she can continue the fight. Low-key, this entire dilemma would have been thrown right out of the window had Crane remembered about that huge plot hole of a cutscene at the beginning of the game. But rather, nothing happened, so why did he keep that vial in the first place? Whatever though, Jade tells Crane that he should self-inject the antizin, and after running through some trippy PT levels of repeating rooms, you're met with the weirdest segment of Dying Light's campaign. In this, you very slowly jump around different parts of your mind that revolve around past events of what has already happened in the game. As you do so, Jade talks about how she fights physically as the Scorpion, but also mentally through her numerous hardships. She tells you about the losses throughout the main story and how that caused her to break down and take matters into her own hands. It's very obvious that she likes you, but not as much as her brother. She whipped her dick out and said damn like Chris Tucker, and she pulls her wiener out as she's— I'm sorry, my one homeboy Dumpy has been getting me to listen to Akimbos, and Loki, his crazy lyrics are still on my mind. Regardless, her hardships from her losses turn into acceptance as she pulls a John Cena and declares that her time is finally up. The final cutscene in this trippy event ends with a near zombified had Jade giving Crane the antizin shot. And once again, Crane was unable to make the final decision himself. This entire scene is interesting to say the least. I know that's what like every student says when they're tasked with giving the broadest discussion about a topic they didn't research before, but I have no other way of putting this. The entire environment is something that you would see out of a Black Ops 3 campaign while in that confusing ass frozen forest. I mean, everything within here does look cool, don't get me wrong. I like going through the disjointed tower turned school that has a very neat Half-Life Easter egg. I like parkouring the different areas, especially the upside down highway and scattered metal tower. And I like Jade's speech. It actually gives a lot more lore about who she is that you would not get from other characters like Brecken. Actually, what is Brecken up to while all this is going down?
I'm gonna fart. Don't tell anybody. Oh god, that's terrible. I hope the microphone didn't pick that up.
Overall, I enjoy the creativity Techland implemented to make this exposition dump not feel as much of a drag if this was just a singular cutscene. This part definitely stands out and is pretty fun to go through for the first time playing. I don't know about everyone else, but every single time I replay this game, this segment is by far the most boring. There is zero replayability value as the creative shock value of this environment is no longer there. There's also no combat, looting, and as I said, there's just a good part of this hallucination where you're just walking so slowly. It's one of those parts in the game that I never look forward to as I know exactly what's gonna happen, and I know it'll slow down the pace of the grander high stakes mission. Anyways, once receiving the injection, Rice gets extremely upset about the lack of decision that Crane makes, so he sends in some of his goons to finish the job, but this is where the Scorpion shows off her stinger. Yeah, get that man, Jade. Fuck him up with that machete. Kick that bozo. Show them who all is. Who? Oh.
It's the natural order of things, Crane. Kill or be killed. Eat or be eaten.
Jade.
Rest in peace, Jade. You were definitely one of the most well-written characters in the main story. As a last resort, Rice sends in Tahir to fight you. Remember Tahir? Yeah, he's still in the game. Not for long though, as this fight is very easy. He attacks like a typical bandit in the game, except he can sometimes knock you down or call in reinforcements in his second stage. But all in all, this fight can be finished within just a few minutes.
Look at that. Jade lost her life for this thing. It's just lying on the floor. I guess Rice must have dropped it when he was trying not to get shot, huh?
This never happens, by the way. I don't know what shots Crane is talking about. Just like that, Crane gets, albeit only half of the data, but enough to give to Camden. He then turns to a dying Tahir, says some corny-ass final lines to the man.
Guess you're not the kind of loose end you leave untied.
And boom, Tahir is gone. Rest in peace, Tahir. You were definitely written into this game, I guess. After escaping the museum, Crane gives Dr. Camden a call, telling him that he has some samples. He plans on going to the lab to drop them off, but he has to do one more thing first. He needs to prevent the Ministry of Defense from firebombing this country once and for all. Now, the last plan didn't work, but the Embers have a new plan that the Ministry cannot cover up, broadcasting a message to all radios. To do this, you must go to a giant antenna on the outskirts of the old town and place down some doohickey to bypass the countrywide jammer. This part is pretty cool. You go through all different points to get to this antenna, from going through the overrun survivor camps in the sewers to jumping off a dam that would definitely break every bone in your body. It's all pretty neato. The best part is by far climbing the actual antenna. You jump on all ends of the tower and even evade a crashing elevator, all while the safety of the sun creeps over the horizon line. It's cinematically beautiful and just a fun parkour experience that I would never do in real life because I would eat shit after the first jump. Once making it to the top of the antenna, Crane contacts the military seconds before the firebomb commences. As the climactic bombing is about to start, the military receives the transmission and calls off the entire thing.
Anyone who can hear me, please listen. My name is Kyle Crane, and I'm sending this message from inside the Haran quarantine. Colonel Tanner and the Ministry of Defense have lied to you. There are still survivors inside the walls. They plan to firebomb Haran, but if those bombs drop, you will know Tanner and the Ministry are cold-blooded murderers.
Holy shit! There's someone alive in the quarantine zone? Hey, do you copy? Do you copy? It's Waldron! I knew it!
That was was too close.
Yeah, I bet you knew that after you blew up a smiley-faced tower. I don't think zombies can do that, but whatever, man. While Crane is up on the tower, he gets a call from the GRE. That's right, they're back and they're scummier than ever. The GRE offers Crane a way out of Haran so long as he hands them Zare's research. Realizing that this is just a ploy for the GRE to claim that they were making a cure all along, Crane basically tells them to go to hell and that he'll contact them once he's made up his mind. Crane obviously wants nothing to do with the slimy corporation, and for now, all he's worried about is finally getting this data over to Dr. Camden. So, making your way over there, this laboratory that Dr. Camden is locked up in is completely locked down and surrounded by zombies. This is to stop Rice's men from breaking into the building to kill Camden, so making your way through the underground section of the building, you're tasked with turning on the nearby emergency generators to gain access to his room. As you're making your way through the undead-infested lab, Camden gives a plot dump about how he got separated from Dr. Zare. This is kind of like the exposition dump that Jade gave, but this time it's far less boring. Camden explains how the lab was once full of GRE operatives and scientists who were trying to work on the cure. However, an outbreak occurred within the lab that either killed people off or sent them out of the building, with Camden being the only survivor remaining down here. Zare and a GRE operative align themselves with the Tower faction in the hopes of continuing research against this virus, and all in the while, Camden has spent countless nights down here, unable to get any closer to figuring out a cure or even escaping here. That is, until Crane arrived with the samples. After resetting the power and taking on a boatload of zombies, Crane makes his way over to Dr. Camden's room. He hands him the samples and Camden starts synthesizing them or some shit. I don't know, I'm not a scientist. The only way I learn about science is from Rick and Morty. Did you guys know he turned himself into a pickle? Fuck, that's so funny. Camden is able to collect the data from the samples, but it'll take some time to get any viable conclusions. Plus, this is only half of the samples, so Crane is going to need to get the other half from Rice. Now, before Crane goes off to do the last mission of the game, he asks Camden about the GRE operative who supposedly helped Zare extract. And it's fucking Amir who's the operative. Do you guys remember Amir? Did I even mention him? I can't even remember. He's the dude that gets eaten alive while saving you in the first cutscene of the game. The one that Jade was head over heels for and didn't have a single conversation with you? I'm sorry, if Amir even did exist, because at this point I don't even believe he did, this story would not even have changed. Yet this, I guess you can call it a plot twist, is just thrown at you, with Techland expecting you to even remember this supposed guy's name. Hashtag Amir doesn't exist. Or some shit. What does this bit of information do to help us figure out the plot for this game? I'll tell you what it does. Jack shit. Once leaving the lab, Crane contacts the GRE to tell them his final decision. But the GRE isn't the ones who pick up. Oh no, 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 my friends. It's Rice on the other end.
This is Crane, do you copy?
Kyle Crane, you can hear me, can you not?
Rice, where are you?
Exactly where I should be, atop my own tower. Of course, mine is not quite complete, but it still stands as a monument to chaos, to entropy, to what it means to be ruled only by oneself.
I'll kill you for what you did to Jade. For everything, I will fucking kill you!
I had hoped that would be your attitude. You see, we are at war, you and I. A war of opposing philosophies. A war to see whose vision of the world proves true. Come, Crane. Come and challenge me. What is it you Americans are so fond of saying? I dare you.
You know what? Forget it. There is no war. There's only your fucked up outlook. Go to hell.
Oh, no. I won't be going to hell. I will be leaving Haran, though, you see. I have made a deal with our GRE brothers, using your very own communicator, no less. They know I have all of Dr. Zare's research data. They call it the keys to the kingdom. Very shortly, a helicopter will come and take me away. Imagine the damage I shall be able to do outside the confines of these walls. Of course, if you think you can stop me.
You crazy son of a bitch!
That is what I had hoped to hear. Come and find me, Crane. Let us finish what we began.
As usual, Rice has completely one-upped Crane. Not only does he still have the latter half of the samples, where they promised his safe evacuation from Haran. Knowing that Rice will stop at nothing to spread chaos to every society once he leaves, Crane must go to his headquarters to stop him once and for all. So, sparing no time, unless you want to spare every bit of time, Crane heads back all the way through the sewers to the slums to confront Rice. In the meantime, though, Brecken and the tower are helping out by...
I'm gonna fart, don't tell anybody. Oh god, that's terrible. I hope the microphone didn't pick that up.
By doing absolutely nothing at all. Here we are though. Crane makes it over to Rice's tower for the final mission of the game. Here he will have to storm the construction area, fight off countless bandits, and then stop Rice from good. Except there's something strange going on here. The bandits are all dead. The different floors on this tower are completely booby-trapped, and Rice is sitting atop of everything, acting more manic than ever. He's lost it all by killing off every single one of his men just to get revenge on Crane. Now, making your way through this tower is by far my favorite part of this game. You have to wade through countless infested areas where bandits used to rule. You even go through the now dilapidated pit from the first act of this game. All while this happens, Rice is either taunting you over the mega speaker or shooting rockets at you. This guy is insane. That's not all of it though. There's a part within here where you're sent underneath a construction lot. Being thrust down here lands you in a massive volatile nest, and the second you're down here, you're put into a chase sequence against the countless beasts. It is so ass-clenchingly tenseful, as you don't know if these volatiles will catch up to you and kill you to death. You have to constantly keep running, as looking back once might be the reason why you end up dead. This part alone is just super fun, and don't take my word for it. Even if you haven't played this game, you've probably seen this segment so many times by engagement farmers on Twitter. There's still more to come with this mission, as making it about halfway up the tower, you come across a dying Kareem. He tells Crane that Rice shot everybody out of maniacal anger, and that the next floor is littered with mines. So to get past the floors, you're gonna have to jump across to the next tower, scale that, and then jump back to Rice's tower. Dude, it's like what Raheem said in that one time, Crane on a crane or something. It's a full circle moment. Oh my god, he's shooting another rocket! This whole mission is just so cool. It really represents the greatness of Dying Light. Being able to go from the dark underground where all the volatiles lie, all the way up to scaling a damn skyscraper. This final mission is something that I showed to someone who has never played this game to entice them with all the badass things that you can do in this game. And even this mission is hands down more polished and more fun than any other mission in the first two Dead Island games. It really shows how much Techland has improved over the years while also showing their full creative vision of a zombie title they wanted to create in the first place. This mission through and through is just fucking phenomenal. That is, until the very end part. You see, once climbing to the top of the tower, Crane faces off against Rice. The one-on-one showdown is finally coming to fruition after countless encounters costing the lives of countless survivors. These two people would downright hate each other and what they stand for. So tell me, why would the most climactic encounters within Dying Light end off in a goddamn quick time event? Throughout this entire time, I don't even want to call it a fight, you have to survive by pressing a button at the right time. And getting really spicy here, you may have to repeatedly press a button for a moment or two. This should have been a test of your skills. Throughout the entire game, you learn about how to survive within Haran. Crane adopts new skills to take out any sort of threat. Crane figures out how to parkour to his advantage so he doesn't become a rotting corpse on the street. He also learns the mentality of this new world, as the people have completely stripped their ways of thinking in a normal life to survive this hellish one. And all in the while, both sides of this faction war are brutally killed off or tormented to no end. And when there's the final two left standing, the leader of the bandits versus the leader of the survivors, a fight to determine the fate of the world, we ended off in a quick time event. This creative decision is just downright stupid. There was no other quick time event like this throughout the entirety of the game. Hell, even the Demolisher and the Tahir boss fights actually had you taking them on. So I repeat my question, why was this the final feature of the main story? Looking through the internet, I could not find a single interview that explains the thought process behind this decision, but I have found dozens upon hundreds of upset fans that were left with a sour taste in their mouth due to this anticlimactic ending for the game. This entire final segment is nothing less than a letdown of a long, great build-up. The final fight is just a pathetic QTE. Rice gives off his typical bad guy speech that he's been giving off for so many hours. You know, Crane is just a lapdog, he has no spine, and Suleiman is dead just like his brother, but now Rice will show the world what suffering is, yada yada yada. And while Rice talks and talks and talks, Crane just makes quick work of the guy and tries to recover the data samples.
Yes, go on. You cannot resist. Do it, I won't fight you. Just as you killed Tahir. Do it!
Fuck you, asshole. You want me to make my own rules? Rule number 1. You're gonna spend the rest of your goddamn life in fucking agony.
Okay, Crane, I gotta be honest, man, this makes no fucking sense, as you just put down his right-hand man, who is infinitely less brutal than him. Whatever, I guess. So, as Crane attempts to get the data at the ledge of the building, Rice charges at you, knocking you both down onto a loose shipping container. I guess Rice is the kind of loose end you don't leave untied, huh, Crane? Then a GRE helicopter comes up to extract whomever survives this fight, but as Rice gives his 20th evil speech of the day, Crane slides a knife into her throat, killing the warmonger. Crane then gets back onto the building where the GRE flat out begs for the research data.
And I can think of a lot of reasons to tell you to go fuck yourself, but why don't we just pretend for a minute that you don't think I'm stupid?
Thank you, Sonic. And with that, Crane tells him to fuck off. They're not getting the cure. As the GRE leaves, Camden calls Crane shortly afterwards to tell him that the data really did help lead to a cure. And even Brecken chimes in by saying,
I'm gonna fart, don't tell anybody. Oh god, that's terrible. I hope the microphone didn't pick that up.
Okay, that's the last time I'll do this joke. I can already feel my viewer retention plummeting. And Crane looks off into the sunset to figure out what's next in store for helping out Haran. The end. This story fucking sucks. I'm not gonna beat around the bush and say that the main story was the main focus of Dying Light, because instead, I'm gonna beat my dick and say it's not the case. Nobody within Techland wanted to create a narrative-focused game, so in turn, nobody who has played this game played it for the story. And there are a couple of reasons for this. In an interview with Dying Light's producer, Taimon Smaktala, he had this to say about the focus on the story.
The whole Dying Light project is the most ambitious project we've ever done at Techland, so we knew from the start that we want to cover all bases. And story was definitely one of the bases that we wanted to cover. But we also knew that it would be hard for us to create a story that'll be engaging for an American audience, because we are just a company from Poland and we think in Polish ways, and maybe that's not what people in America expect. I think that most of all, we were trying to focus on all the elements that make the Dying Light experience complete, but the most important thing for us was the natural movement system, because we really believe that it's something that can change the FPS genre and first-person games in general. Of course, we have zombies, we have many weapons, we fight with those zombies, but we did that before in Dead Island Riptide, so we knew how to do it effectively. With the natural movement system, it was something new, so we focused on that for more of the production of the game. What we have right now is something that really changes how you play FPS games.
It kind of makes sense as to why things felt overshadowed within Dying Light's main story. From the get-go, Techland heavily pushed their marketing to discuss the more revolutionary features never seen in a zombie genre, and in most other genres too. A lot of time, effort, and overall focus went into polishing a parkour mechanic that they hadn't created prior to this. To delegate more effort into something as trifling as a story when Techland never pushed for that in the first place would just be poor management and use of resources. Add that to the fact that Eastern cultures tell different types of stories, and especially different language than Western culture, and yeah, it makes total sense as to why this story wouldn't be perfect. Nonetheless, the story is an integral part of Dying Light, as it's the main reason that you progress throughout Haran. So with that, I do have to address this major sore thumb, and by far the weakest point of the game. The fact of the matter is that my thoughts about this story is that it is just weak. The pacing is extremely inconsistent, as the first half of the game feels slow while the second half feels very fast. You meet characters early on, get a monologue from them or about them to describe who they are, and then they die or just disappear. A lot of the times when they're alive and well, they're just never seen again and can't even be considered as an afterthought. Do you guys remember Spike? All the way from the first mission in the open world slums. He's not used in the second part of the story, but he doesn't die from the Rice attack on the courtyard camp. In fact, he shows back up in the museum within Old Town, but he's used as nothing more than a quartermaster like the one at the tower. It's not to say that I don't like these characters, it's actually quite the opposite. Just like in Dead Island, I think Techland does a great job of creating characters who are very memorable. I still enjoy Raheem, Zare, Brecken, Jade, Crane, and especially Rice. Albeit, I think a lot of the writing for these characters are corny, but in a more fun and enjoyable way.
To feel right at home. A crane on a crane.
Outside of the last three characters that I just mentioned though, they're not shown enough in the main story. I'll put an emphasis on main story because I'll talk about the side content later on. So when a character's death does happen, I really just don't care. I wish for like Raheem, for example, there would be a mission early on where you have to scavenge around while he tells you where to go, or maybe you and him look for some supplies before the school raid with Jade. It would make his monologue about how you and him are two peas in a pod that much more believable, but we don't get that, and in turn, we're given absolute whiplash with the plot's pacing. Another Another huge thing that I don't like is the number of plot holes this story has to offer. The Antizin vial that Crane keeps a hold of but never does anything with. The numerous quote-unquote time-sensitive missions, or Amir in general, all go nowhere. They all make zero sense when you actually take a step back and think about what's going on. And these plot holes, if addressed properly, would have changed the story drastically. So yeah, those are my thoughts on the matter. I know I just talked about this for so much just to say, like, it's kind of ass, but there's nothing else to say about this. I have yet to meet any single person who has played Dying Light, who has enjoyed the story, or who had thought that this is like a main focus, or should be a main focus of the game. So if I were to rate this story, I would maybe rate it like 2 Sam B heads out of 5. There we go. Okay, doing a little bit of self-reflecting right here. We all love some self-reflecting, but I feel like I did spend way too long going over a story that I just said doesn't matter. But you know what does matter within Dying Light? You know what this game takes pride in that makes it so beloved by many, including me? The gameplay, baby. That's right, transitioning into the next part of the video here. What can I say about this gameplay that millions of players haven't said already? The entirety of Dying Light's gameplay is truly one of a kind, as it completely overhauled freeform movements that were barely emerging in games like Mirror's Edge. Dying Light had it all. Smooth parkour, thousands of climbable edges, effective skill trees, engaging zombies, zombie parkour, advanced human enemies, drop kicking, crafting. I said there's crafting. Craft a damn Excalibur. And if you don't think that's cool, then I'll open up a can of whoop ass on you. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Where do I even begin with the phenomenal gameplay that Dying Light has to offer? I guess we should start with the most memorable detail, that is the complete upgrade from Techland's last zombie game, the crafting. Rather than, needing a crafting table, Techland has implemented the feature where you can just craft anything, anywhere, all at once. It allows players to have more of a fluid time playing the game, as they no longer have to go out of their way to find this table like it's fucking Minecraft. The crafting mechanic has also removed... Alright, fine, I'll talk about the actual game-defining feature, the parkour. Dying Light would not be Dying Light without the parkour, simple as that. It would really just be Dead Island, but upgraded onto a newer generation of consoles. In fact, I would guarantee that if you told a friend about what Dying Light is, you most likely emphasized the parkour mechanics. It was a feature that was pretty untapped when it first came out, and it is still so polished that many games that try to implement a free-flowing movement system don't live up to what the original Dying Light's movement system was like. Hell, even Dying Light 2 didn't live up to its predecessor. I mean, come on, a stamina system for climbing? Okay, I get it. It would be more realistic to have this, but this is set in a world where zombies have killed most of society. I think we can throw realism right out of the window along with a damn climbing stamina. Dying Light's movement is very fluid. Techland basically gave the player free will to climb, jump, and run to just about anywhere in the game, with no limits whatsoever. Do you want to climb this tower? Go do that. Do you want to run along these rooftops? Do that. Do you want to scale a broken down bridge and then jump off of it like you're pyrocynical hitting 250,000 subscribers? Well, make sure you do a 360 on your way down. Essentially, both the slums and Old Town is your playground to do whatever you want, and there's been so many times where I've hopped on the game just to free run. I cannot express to you how many times I felt like one of those parkour YouTubers who run around skyscrapers looking like they're about to plummet to their death at any second. I could go on and on about how you feel like the king of the world while scaling the tallest point of Iran, or how you feel like the king of cardio by freestyling for miles on end. But what I find absolutely fascinating is just how Techland was able to create such a fluid movement system like this. As I was researching for this retrospective, I came across a video on the GDC Festival of Gaming channel. By the way, if you have a modicum of interest in game development or just how your favorite game functions, go check out this channel. There are hundreds of videos going in depth about the behind the scenes work of so many popular games. Anyways, I saw this video where Techland's game designer Bartosz Kulan discussed the struggles of implementing their parkour vision. Now that they had full creative control of making the zombie game that they envisioned, unlike with Dead Island, they now had access to put in whatever they wanted, like the parkour. But actually putting it in was a bit of a struggle itself. At first, Techland's level designers were in control of manually placing climbable ledges, but that quickly became a nightmare as they created over 50,000 ledges within one map alone. This would have the game run at about 2 frames per second on the PS4, Xbox One, but bear in mind they were still developing this game on the 7th generation of consoles at this time, so this would have caused everyone's consoles to most likely just explode. So going in with another approach, the game designers stepped in and decided to implement what they call forward traces. If I'm gathering what this video is saying correctly, these are equidistant invisible lines that measure the distance of both the player and the given obstacle. If the player is jumping at a ledge within an acceptable distance from the ledge's forward trace, you would be able to climb at the ledge. And of course, if the ledge's forward trace is too far from the player, then they would not be able to climb it. Then they implemented a vertical trace that detects where the ledge actually is, so climbing now looks real. It's kind of like plotting a dot on an X and Y chart if you guys have ever taken an algebra class before, and this allowed Techland an easy way to get their game's engine to detect climbing capability, especially in a 3D environment. The stuff that Techland figured out to make this parkour how they wanted it is so complex and fascinating. Now, this trace implementation solved the main problem of figuring out how to climb, but there were still far more issues that they needed to figure out. Soon, Techland worked on a hanging mechanic that allowed players to slowly climb up a larger scale building. They worked on shimmying, which they created an algorithm to decide if there was a compatible collision to the left, right, above, or below the player, and this makes the player climb more smoothly without needing to just jump, which would send them further away from their original position. After getting the basic climbing mechanics down, Techland needed to heavily polish it to make movement feel non-restricting, which allows the player to move wherever they want. So they created a jump assist, which gives the player slack when jumping too early or too late. Essentially, if you jump too early, you would be given a slight boost for about a meter ahead to allow you to move to the next location without doing, well, this. And jumping too late wouldn't be an issue, as you'd be given a few centimeters of leeway, allowing you to do a sort of invisible jump after stepping off the ledge. Of course, stepping too far off of a ledge would send you stumbling down, but this extra leeway allowed for better movement overall for those who were still adjusting to the mechanics. Other polishes were created, like animations that made climbing for both single and multiplayer look more natural. They added in a free look movement and a faster paced climbing to remove that general stiffiness that you would see in older games, and most impressively, Techland even mapped the jumping button on the controller from the standard X button, or A for shitbox users, to the right bumper. Doing this saves the player a fraction of a second from moving their right thumb from the analog stick to the X button, given that a typical person would have their index and middle fingers on the back of the controller already. All these mechanics might seem small, but they add up to create a memorable experience like this. A great parkour game to contrast with what Dying Light showcased is Assassin's Creed. Over the years, Ubisoft created a more simulation-based movement system that relied on more pre-made animations for the player. Although it made climbing look more intricate, it felt a lot worse for the player as you had to just hold down a button. I recently played Assassin's Creed 3 Remaster, and the climbing was nothing short of frustrating, to be honest. There would be so many times where Connor would be running normally, but then would decide to climb on a nearby ledge, completely ruining the pacing that I would set forth. There were also so many times when Connor would just climb to specific ledges that I was not aiming for, and every single time this happened, I was left screaming at my monitor out of pure anger over the game's unresponsiveness. Now, I'm not speaking for every Assassin's Creed, as I've not played all of them, but this pattern is repeated in following games like Black Flag, Unity, and Syndicate, all games that released around the time of Dying Light. In short, Ubisoft leaned towards more scripted climbing, which catered to flashiness over practicality. Dying Light, on the other hand, does not have this issue. In turn, it makes climbing feel responsive and quick. There's no trouble with failing the climb even after a decade since the game's release. That really means something, especially coming from Techland. Like, no shade to the company, but this is the same group of people whose last big project had very stiff movement. Getting across a flat plane was an enraging experience in some parts, let alone being able to move vertically. The difference between Dying Light's movement and Dead Island's movement is complete day and night, no pun intended. It just shows what a company can do if its limit is not from a creatively conflicting publisher or console limitation, but rather the sky. Get it? Because, like, the sky is the limit, you know? Alright, moving on. The other major thing that makes Dying Light stand out from all of the zombie games is, of course, the day-night mechanic. Like, it's in the title, you would think the light would mean something if it's dying, but contrary to popular belief, Dead Island 1 did not have a night system in place. The absolute most that they would have was a weather system that allowed storms to occur, but this only took place in the city part of the game. So taking a step up with Dying Light, Techland decided to go above and beyond with implementing it. Once the sun goes down, which is about 50 real minutes, the dangers of the night comes out. Dozens roam around, ready to find their next victim. If they spot you, a huge chase sequence happens, in which they more than likely will tear you from limb to limb. On top of that, the normal zombie AI changes tenfold. They're given a more feral persona, allowing them to chase you like a volatile with having majorly increased health and attack damage. Getting caught with your pants down is an absolute disaster, especially if you are low level, but the rewards from roaming at night is far better. Loot drops from the zombies as well as the world itself are far better, as any kind of XP is doubled. Plus, that bolter zombie actually plays a pivotal part here, as you need its loot drops to craft strong weapon mods. Plus, there are a few missions that rely on scavenging at night, so if you want to 100% this game, you're going to have to venture out into the unknown darkness of night. So really, there's a risk of a reward factor here. If you want to take down tough enemies, you're going to have to face them when you're at a weaker point, and it's pretty terrifying to do so. You don't know if or when you will be ambushed by the night crawlers. Getting spotted by one can almost mean certain death unless you know how to parkour efficiently, or if you know how to fight. Now, fighting volatiles and other night beasts head-on is the most foolish thing you can do. These volatiles alone are absolute tanks, so facing it one-on-one is like facing Iron Mike Tyson in his prime. But there's one key thing that you can use against them if you want a sliver of a chance to survive, and that is to use UV lights. Whether by using a UV light bulb, flares, or the sanctity of the sun, any form of UV lighting will affect all volatiles. If they're called out into the light, the volatiles will glow a bright orange, burn slowly, and retreat for a few seconds to recuperate. This is a great way to escape them, or if you're ballsy enough, this is a great way to take them head on. My favorite part of using the UV light is when a volatile is trapped. Sometimes they're stuck in a corner so you can just spam flares at it. Other times it's caught in a safe house where it'll stay there looking completely helpless until it just ragdolls onto the ground. It's funny seeing these terrifying creatures fold instantly to simple light. Nonetheless, this UV feature really balances out the difficulty of being out at night. It gives you a fighting chance to live another day, as without it, there would definitely be no way that anybody could survive out in this world with these terrifying creatures coming out at every night. All in all, the contrast between Dead Island's lack of a day-night cycle compared to Dying Light's iconic mechanics is... I already used this joke like 2 minutes ago. To call this mechanic a step up from Techland's predecessor would be an absolute understatement to the environment that they've built here. Another huge step is the level progression Techland has put in place. At face value, you're likely to just claim that Dead Island and Dying Light are the same when it comes to facing zombies. And if you haven't played the game either, I really wouldn't blame you. Both games share a lot of similarities when it comes to zombie types. There is a majority of shambling zombies, fast-running infected to blindside you, and special infected like the thug or the boomer to deviate from the normal type of zombies that you would see in other games. But so long as you play the game, you'll unlock more skills as well as better weapons to take them down. However, this is really where the similarities end. Dead Island is a fairly repetitive RPG when it comes to its core gameplay loop. You go around the island of Banoi or Palanai, taking down zombies while completing quests to level up. These skill points can go into any of the 3 skill trees that each playable character has exclusive access to, and finally, as you level up while collecting new weapons scattered across a respective area, the zombies reach a level cap, at which point you have to move to a new area to fight harder enemies. It's a very to-the-point way of grinding, pretty much seen in all other RPGs like World of Warcraft and Paper Mario, with its major standout feature being the ability to craft cool-looking weapon mods and workbenches. Dying Light, on the other hand, takes that RPG element and fully diversifies it. Yes, you are required to complete quests and kill zombies to level up, but attaining new skills is far more complex. Instead of gaining 1 skill point that can be spent on 3 general skill trees, Techland decided to split certain skills into the respective categories. So completing general quests will give you Survivor XP to later use skill points on a general build. This is where you can upgrade stuff like inventory spaces, crafting abilities, and even get the grappling hook. Side tangent, the grappling hook is the greatest thing that Techland has put into this game. The grappling hook allows you to immediately send you flying towards a chosen ledge, so it makes parkouring a lot faster paced. It's very easy to learn, very easy to master, and the only reason why I'm mentioning this is that they completely ruined it in Dying Light 2. Why is it just a piece of rope that you can swing from? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and I'm pretty sure this gem right here was never broke. Side tangent over. The other two skill trees go towards parkour and combat, and the only way to get these skill points to upgrade these trees is by strictly doing parkour and combat respectively. In my opinion, this is such a natural way to feel like you're getting stronger over time. Towards the beginning of the story, Kyle Crane states that the only bit of parkour that he's done is just some track in high school. Combine that with the fact that he's never fought the undead before like this, and he's completely new to this, or how Raheem calls him, a noob. This game is so 2015 coded. Progressing through the game by having Crane learn about specific things is just about how anybody learns any skill. It wouldn't make sense for him to know how to parkour faster simply by shooting a zombie in the head. So to have him essentially learn through trial and error feels more natural. It also gives the player more satisfaction from getting these skills. You're not meant to know how to be the next American Ninja Warrior after playing this game for 2 minutes. You're going to fail in more ways than one. Like you might not make this wide jump off the bat, or you might not outrun a volatile instantly. But through trading Crane, you have this feeling of being more powerful as you learn how to increase your stamina, drop kick a zombie off the building, or how to effectively throw a weapon without making it look pitiful like No More Room in Hell 2. Not only are these skills improved, but the weapons are too. Just like in Dead Island, there's a wide range of weapons that you can use to your discretion at any time. One-handed, two-handed, throwing, and ranged weapons are found frequently throughout the game. But unlike Dead Island, you can use any type of weapon without feeling inefficient as you use them with the wrong character. On top of that, the weapon crafting got a major overhaul here. Instead of searching for workbenches to craft weapons or mods, you're freely able to do so within the confines of Crane's inventory. As long as you found the right blueprint while having the right materials, Crane can turn any basic everyday objects into a weapon of mass destruction. And I love this change. I thought that although the modification mechanic in Dead Island was neat, there were quite a few kinks that needed to be ironed out, with this being one of them. Now, you don't have to go out of your way to search for very limited workbenches scattered throughout the map. Instead, you could just peep into your inventory and there you go. It's so simple, so effective, and doesn't force you to stop what you're doing to go out of your way to craft something. Additionally, you can also repair your weapons at any given time. Instead of needing money for some damn reason, I never understood why money was so pivotal to repair a broken hammer. You can just hold whatever broken weapon you have and repair it with a press of a button and a piece of scrap metal. I sound like a broken record when I say that this is much more effective, but it is. There were so many times where I felt I was just boned in Dead Island, as all my primary weapons would be broken. So I would be standing there, thumb on my ass, and waiting for a zombie to kill me. But in Dying Light, I've never had this problem. Plus, the small detail of having a weapon look repaired after repairing it for the first time is so cool to see. Then there's some other little things that make weapons so much cooler than before. The ability to add in weapon upgrades was a neat feature too. That way, instead of relying on luck to find a powerfully pre-modified weapons in this game like it's fucking Terraria, you can apply the upgrades that you want if you have them. It seriously affects a weapon's damage, durability, and more, making no two weapon the same, unless some overpowered person joins your game and gives you king stacked weapons. But hey, I would rather have those type of people in the community than hackers that ruin your experience. Now, getting the weapon of your dreams is one thing, but using them to bash in the brains of the undead is a phenomenal experience as well. The combat within Dying Light feels so fluid and so responsive to the point where I'm enjoying every second of it. There's never really a time when the combat system is a monotonous thing to do in this game. A great reason as to why this is the case is simply because of the weapon's usage itself. At first, you're most likely going to have the most pitiful weapons that will take a hot minute to take down anything. Using like a rusty pipe, you'll probably have to put in a good dozen hits into a zombie to take it down. But as you progress though, taking down a zombie not only becomes a breeze, but a satisfying one at that. Using a blunt weapon to break the bones of an infected feels like you're actually putting in a whole lot of oomph into your swings. And using a bladed weapon to cut the infected in half with one powerful swing is also great, as you feel like you're goddamn Samurai Jack with your cutting skills. And don't even get me started on what it's like to throw a machete clean into an enemy's head, Modern Warfare 2 style. Then there's the cherry on top being slow motion. This small feature that Techland put in makes combat just that much more satisfying, as you get the extra second to relish that brutal strike onto that poor soul you just demolished. And I also need to briefly talk about the gun usage in Dying Light. Although it could be a bit of a cop-out to rely on guns in a combat-heavy game like this, it's still pretty satisfying to pop the heads of the undead. Of course, using these guns comes at the expense of attracting more infected, but it's so easy to headshot a room full of zombies in a matter of seconds. I also really adore how bandits respond to you having a gun. If some bandit patrol comes across you with a pew-pew, there's a good chance that they'll surrender unless they figure out that you have no bullets. You know the saying, don't bring a knife to a not knife fight or some shit. Apart from the weapons themselves, you can use your newfound parkour and combat skills to your absolute advantage. There are so many skills and combat moves that you can try out when facing a group of zombies. I love swinging a two-handed weapon around to hit everything surrounding me. I love jumping over a zombie just to crash down onto another one right behind it, and I of course love the drop kicking. I think I've spent tens of hours of my time just drop kicking enemies. Drop kick a zombie into another zombie, drop kick a zombie off a tall building, drop kick a random dude just trying to survive. Everybody gets a drop kick. In short, the combat is just really great. I find myself running around countless times trying to find my next fight so I can try out the next satisfying combat move. It's all really so polished, so responsive, and so engaging for the player to partake in. If combat isn't your thing though, you can't deny that the parkour in this game is amazing. A lot of that is due to the drop-dead gorgeous maps that allow you to freely roam around. Within Dying Light, you're able to go between both the old town and slums at any point, given that you beat this fuck-ass story. Both areas offer such a differing experience of traversal, and yet they shine in their own ways. The slums are sprawling, sun-bleached, and chaotic, clearly inspired by dense, improvised urban environments where everything feels stacked on top of itself. Rooftops are cluttered with water tanks, wooden planks, and makeshift bridges, creating this scrappy survivalist playground. You're constantly hopping across uneven surfaces, climbing up rusted scaffolding, and squeezing through narrow gaps. In essence, Techland designed this area almost like a training ground for the player, as parkour routes are readable but not obvious, and it encourages experimentation without including fatal mistakes. I also really love this implementation of the marathon event that's built mostly in the slums area. No, it's not the marathon, the newly released game, but rather a countrywide event that was supposed to happen moments prior to the outbreak. You'll definitely spot makeshift structures, advertisements, and even zombies that promote the event sprawled throughout the entirety of both maps. But here, it's really noticeable, and it really makes the environmental storytelling stand out far more. You're never really given a mission that explicitly tells you what happened here when the outbreak started. At most, you're given clues from random NPCs and just the environment to piece together what went down. It's a really cool feature to include. Old Town, on the other hand, feels like a higher stakes parkour map. It's tighter, more vertical, and far more deliberate in its layout. This town pulls Middle Eastern and Mediterranean architectural styles with its narrow alleyways, tall stone buildings, and open courtyards. Instead of the messy improvisation of the slums, Old Town is elegant, but very dangerous. You're scaling higher heights, making longer jumps, and relying on more precision rather than improvisation. One wrong jump, and you can be spiraling down to your demise. Plus, the density of how many zombies are on the ground level too forces you to mostly traverse on the roofs. According to developer interviews and design breakdowns, this shift was intentional. Once players had mastered the basics of the slums, Old Town was meant to push that mastery further, emphasizing flow and speed over cautious movement. All in all, these maps are what makes the world of Dying Light so memorable. It's not just that these maps look good, but rather every inch of them is built with purpose. The slums and Old Town aren't just different locations, but rather the different stages of your growth as a player. One teaches you how to move, while the other refines it and challenges it. And by the time you've mastered both, the city of Haran stops feeling like an obstacle and starts feeling like an extension of you. Everything, and I mean everything, is a step up in Dying Light. Techland went all out to create the game that they had envisioned, while adding features that they knew the player would enjoy. Like, did you know Dying Light is their first zombie game that includes a swimming mechanic? Not even Dead Island, a game that is set on islands, allow you to swim. You end up just being like Claude from GTA 3 if you touch open water in that game. There's a pretty clear reason why this and many more features are fully fleshed out here. Well, I guess too, if you counted new generations of consoles being a reason. In that case, there's a main reason why this is the case. That being simply because Techland wasn't as constricted as when they were working with Deep Silver. Going back to the swimming mechanic, one of Techland's developers, Bartosz Kulan, had this to say with the free ability to create what they want with Deep Silver compared to Warner Bros.
Sometimes I get stubborn. We want to do something really good, and I think we really need to have all the basic mechanics and movements. Swimming to me is basic. It was a lot of pain for me in Dead Island that you couldn't swim. Our publisher told us that we couldn't do it because we had time restrictions. They told me the water could only go to your knees. If you got to the deep water, you were going out of the playable area. It sucked. I don't want this game to suck.
In contrast, when asked about Dying Light, Kulan had this to say.
We had a big argument about it. I wanted to do a swimming mechanic for Dying Light, says game programmer Bartosz Kulan. The designer said, no, we don't have the time for it. I said, okay, I'll come on Saturday and I'll do it. They said, okay, so we have swimming.
You see how stark that difference is? How just allowing programmers to freely pitch their ideas and have features be considered enough for implementation give them the sheer motivation to make something meaningful to them? The freedom is what Techland needed to make Dying Light. I'm not gonna sit here and vilify Deep Silver for what Dead Island could have been. Time restrictions are hard for everyone included, but there's a clear difference when it comes to how Techland viewed both projects. One project, unfortunately, became more of a contractual obligation than anything, while the other became a full-fledged passion project. It's evident through how both gameplay loops lasted over the years in terms of polish and player count that the passion project has outlasted long since the obligation. Techland was able to create the zombie game of their dreams. Then, in turn, players were able to enjoy what the developers made out of pure love. It is such a win-win situation, as the devs got to create something that the players have enjoyed for over 10 years now. But even with the gameplay being as good as it still is, even a decade later, there is still one thing that cemented Dying Light's legacy for good: the side content. After playing Dying Light countless times, it's pretty safe to say that the main story is not the best part, nor was it never the focal part for Dying Light. Techland wanted to focus on making sure the game was fun for the player, so that once you wrap up the main quest, you can still pick up where you left off and continue doing whatever the fuck your heart desires. This isn't a game like Telltale's The Walking Dead or even The Last of Us. In turn, there's so much additional content in just the base game alone. So much so that you can enjoy Dying Light for hours at a time and barely even scratch the surface of what else is in here. Apart from the main story, you can also dip your toes into trying out side quests, quarantine zones, combat and parkour trials, random events, defending missions, bounty boards, Bozak's Horde, the prison, and much, much more. It is insane how much Techland has packed into this game without making the gameplay feel tedious and bloated. Just about every single one of these extra pieces of content is unique in its own way, and it's really fun to play by yourself or with friends. And did I mention that most of the extra content that Techland has put into this game is free? Starting off, let's take a look at the side missions. In Dying Light, there are roughly 52 different side missions for you to take on. And for context, the main story only has 13. If you're like the average burnt peanut viewer and don't know what math is, that is 4 times the amount of missions in the side content compared to the main. But the craziest thing is that most of these side quests offer infinitely better stories than taking on Rice in the main. To break down the quest distributions, 36 of them are in the slums, 15 are in the old town, and 1 is in the area where you scale the antenna. Granted, some of these quests are simply fetch quests. Like some of them you just walk up onto a job board that says, "My asshole is itchy, find me 4 rolls of toilet paper," or whatever, and that's the entire quest. But the others consist of fully extensive, multi-mission quests that can last for over an hour. If I were to talk about every single one of these side quests, I would be in this segment for an hour and a half at least. Trust me, I tried to write down every single side quest and never again. So instead, I will be talking about the top 3 that I always play, no matter how many times I restart the game, starting with Cease and Desist. I'm not gonna lie, I always thought this side plot was multi-mission, but I guess not. It's just a very long and very good one. Once clearing out of the school with Jade, many residents at the tower will spread word of survivors now living there. For anyone to randomly end up in a quarantined area like this, no less one that used to belong to Rice, is pretty ballsy. This Joe Swanson wannabe might seem familiar to anybody who's played this game before, and that's because his face is plastered all over the slums of Haran. This is Errol Asani, the governor of the district before the entire country went to hell. Somehow, he's been able to survive the apocalypse with his daughter, niece, and personal security guard, but that luck might dry up soon.
A squad of his thugs has tracked me to my last safe house in the slabs. Edward was just there. He says they're searching the area. It's only a matter of time before they show up here.
Sounds like you got quite a problem.
I would pay you very well to resolve it.
You know, people say that a lot to me.
Trust me, what I can offer you can't be found anywhere else, at any price.
And I'll think about it.
This being the perfect excuse to kill some of Rice's thugs, Crane heads over to the safe house that Arrow used to be holed up at. This place is completely overrun by zombies to the point that not even Rice's thugs can fend off the man-eaters. But one man's tragedy is another man's triumph, as Crane was able to locate the rest of the squad from a walkie-talkie left on the ground. However, the man on the radio was, of course, Kareem. With how he handled you working with Rice, he is no dummy. He knows that if his men were on the other line, they would have responded to the first call-out. So by the time you make it to Kareem's safe house, the place would already be barricaded, powered down, and ready to be defended. Good thing you probably had a gun by this point.
over to the lift, Karim, just in case.
With all the henchmen now becoming Swiss cheese, Kareem surrenders the second he sees Crane. As I said, he's no dummy. If Crane would get past everybody else, then good old Kareem would get Kareemed. He would get Kareemed. Kareem. Rather than fighting, Kareem explains how Errol has been playing you like a puppet this entire time. Rice never gave a single shit about him, as his political power means nothing in a time like this. Kareem, on the contrary, has some personal beef with the cripple. During the initial days of the outbreak, he was the bodyguard who worked with Edward to protect Errol. But on one fateful day, Errol got bitten, and because Kareem is Haran's next Einstein, he decided to cut off the governor's leg. This left Errol in an uncontrollable rage, as he knew later that same day the antizin drops would start. He also knows that with the radio jammers gone, he can call a one-way ticket out of this hell via a government-issued helicopter. Kareem would have been on that helicopter, but Errol no longer associates with his ex-bodyguard due to the incident. So he tried to get that one-way ticket out of there one way or another. Back at the school, Errol gives the truth and his side of the story on why he left Kareem. Already just through conversations with this guy, Errol seems to be a giant liar and a good one at that. Kinda like every political figure ever. Ha 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 ha. Give me some skin, guys. He uses his humble political head persona to get people to do what he wants for him, and then tosses them aside like they are nothing. And he's about to do the same with you. Errol promises Crane a seat on the helicopter, but you have to get some spray cans that are scattered all over this apartment complex, and use them to spray a signal on the school's roof. Once doing so, Errol has just one last request for you before the helicopter comes in and takes everyone away from this country.
Good. Now there is one last thing. There's a duffel bag in a locker on the second floor. I'd like you to bring it to me. Since you'll probably open it, there's no point trying to hide the fact that there's $24.7 million inside it. 1/3 of it is yours, if you can bring it back.
Why doesn't Edward get it?
There are too many biters there. I can't risk losing him. We'd be completely defenseless.
And this money's yours?
Most of the bank's depositors are no longer human. Stealing from them isn't a crime. Or have you never once taken the wallet of a biter that you've beaten to death?
Okay, I'll recover the bag, but there's no calling in the evac until I say so. When I bring back the money, I'm taking the radio.
That is unacceptable.
Yeah, but you'll accept it anyway because you have no choice.
You're worse than Kareem. Very well. I accept your terms.
Okay, seems like no problem. I just have to go into this basement. Oh, Rice's zombified thugs are here. That's a pretty nice touch. And, oh. Where's the bag? Turns out you've been duped. You've been got, buddy old pal. According to Errol, he tried to name you as one of the passengers from the helicopter, but when the GRE heard your name, they denied access to anybody. Knowing that Crane could not leave, Errol decided to lure you away so that everybody else can get out of here. Well, except Edward, bro just gets left behind. Going to the rooftop, Crane sees that the roof is completely abandoned, except for one person.
Hello, Crane. How's your day been?
Hey, I thought we had an understanding.
I think we have a better understanding now. But if you want to shoot me...
Another time, maybe.
He did leave you a few goodies. I was going to nick them, but I thought, no, Crane's earned them. Let him have them.
Wow, you're almost okay, Kareem.
Almost. Until next time.
Good luck, Kareem.
Exactly.
And that's cease and desist. I fucking love this mission. I love how this is something tailored around a pretty minute character in the main story, but it makes you appreciate and understand him far more. Kareem is not this morally bad person that you're led to believe in the early parts of the game. He's someone who was dealt with a pretty shit hand as he tried to save an undeserving man who then left him to die. And when the opportunity arose that would keep him alive, he took it. He's not some one-note villain like fucking, Trapezoid or whatever his name is over here. And I'm just glad that there was a main story character that had a side mission like this. I really feel like there should have been something similar to other characters like Raheem, Brecken, or Spike, or any others that don't have much of an exploration of character. Not gonna lie, originally I had something written like, oh, the side mission is limited too, as you can't play it once Kareem dies in the main story. However, that's just not true. I guess I never played this mission before finishing the main story because he's alive and well after taking that shot to the gut. Bro's like Kenny in The Walking Dead. Not even a bullet to the stomach could stop these guys. Now, this isn't the only side mission that explores more of a Dying Light antagonist. The Shadow of the King is a side quest within Old Town that explores more of Rice's character, and in this side mission, a fortune teller sends you off to explore a barricaded hotel building. Scavenging the building, you can find Suleiman's room before he turned into Rice, and this little safe room holds some confidential files consisting of Suleiman in a general's uniform back when he was a, well, general, as well as a first-hand look at Suleiman's brother before he was killed in the outbreak. I just wanted to tell you guys about this mission so y'all don't think that Cease and Desist is the only side mission that delves deeper into a character within the main story, but this mission is not my top 3. It's a bit quick and lacking in true depth discoveries of Rice. A mission that is in my top 3 though is Legless Spider. I love this mission. It is so comically and hilariously worthless. While roaming around Old Town, Crane can come across a runner by the name of Spider trapped on a roof. He says he was injured from a Rice ambush, but that doesn't matter as you need to get these supplies to a fellow named David. Apparently everything that's inside this bag could be the reason that this entire outbreak started. But before you hand in any supplies, you have to hit up some voodoo stores to get some more of these supplies. Cool fun fact, God, I'm just so filled with amazing facts and side tangents in this video. Anyways, this is the mission I was referring to earlier in the video that introduces the zombie child before it actually gets into the intro cutscene. Make sure you all have that fun fact written down. I will quiz you guys later on it. Once you get those items though, you head over to David's place to give him the supplies, but Rice's thugs have gotten there first. It seems like whatever this David person is uncovering, many people are pretty interested to see what he's found out. But then you talk to the guy.
Thanks. I owe you. Who are you? Crane. Spider sent me. Why? What's happened to him? He ran into Rice's people, but he'll be alright. Like, I brought the things he was collecting for you. You're a lifesaver. Thanks, Crane. This is really going to make a difference. So, tell me what this is all about. Oh, I thought you knew. I know it involves the source of the epidemic. Yes, the meteorite. I know where it landed. You think the epidemic came from space? You think that's a coincidence? You have some proof of this? I did. Rice's men just took off with my last samples. I was going to send Spider out for some more. Could you do it?
To further prove whatever the fuck he's trying to prove, he wants you to head over to a nearby excavation site where one of the meteors that he mentioned has landed. In here, you have to collect any pieces that are still there to return to the crazy man, and this part is pretty good. It's suggested that Crane turns on the nearby generator as the meteor glistens in some UV light, but that also spawns in a freakish amount of zombies. Once getting those meteor pieces without a generator, because, you know, I'm just such a Dying Light pro at this game, Crane heads back to David and his little conspiracy theory. In here, David goes into a full conspiracy tangent about this virus.
Alright, I've got your meteor fragments. Good. I'll load the shards into the accelerator chamber, and we'll be ready to take the fight to the reptilians. Whoa, wait, whoa. Who are we taking the fight to? Okay, technically they're gadoids from Orion, but reptilians is a recognized euphemism, even if it's a bit redneck. Uh-huh. And these gadoids did what now? Please. They came to Earth eons ago, and formed the Order of the Illuminati. Now they want to dominate us and spread around the entire 4th level. They have been turning people into slaves. But now you're going to stop them, because you have this. I do? Remember, it's not going to cut through a fast variable gamma shield, but short of that, it should deatomize anything out there. Right. Got it. Anything else? I'd estimate you can count on 500 charges before you need to replace the meteor shards. So go get them, soldier. Send them to hell. Envoyez-les à l'enfer. Gee, thanks, David. Thanks a lot.
David then gives you the anti-gadoid gun, and to say that this weapon would be the most powerful gun that you can find in the entirety of Dying Light would be, in fact, a lie. This gun, taking some absurd ammo that you can't even craft, does absolutely no damage to anything. Instead, it just lets out a loud noise in case any of these infected were gadoids. And what are gadoids, you might ask? Well, they are, apparently bony fish. So if any of these infected thugs or just anybody in general are secretly Atlantic cods, Pacific cods, or some other type of fish, they're not gonna stand a chance. Overall, this mission is just hilarious. The build up to trying to figure out why this outbreak started, only for the guy to be the most common conspiracy nut, always gets a kick out of me. But what I think is the best side mission of Dying Light is chasing past. I have zero idea what Techland was cooking when they made this, but they were straight up acting like Gordon Ramsay with this cooking. As you talk to the museum curator about how to get into the museum, he asks for a favor from you. The little kid that's right next to him just showed up to the survivor camp out of the blue and hasn't said a word since he showed up here. It's clear as day that the kid is traumatized over something, so the curator wants you to go figure out what happened. The only lead that you get to piece everything together is a voice recorder where the kid is talking to a mic person and an address of an apartment from where the kid once lived. Going to the apartment, you get put into this noir-style detective minigame. All color saturation is gone, some bluesy music starts playing in the background, and your only task is to look for some clues. As you rummage through the apartment complex, you learn more about what happened in this desolate area. Apparently, this kid's father went missing sometime after the start of the outbreak. Acting as detectives themselves, this kid and Mike go to search the nearby apartment rooms to discover where their dad went. Their trails lead to the basement where they end up in one of their neighbors' designated areas. After entering the basement yourself, you find out that Mike, who turned out to be the kid's dog, has been killed by the neighbor who has also eaten the kid's father. Oh my god, little dude, I would be traumatized too if this mentally deranged psycho ate my family. Where's that shitty Silent Hill Ascension trauma sticker? This kid definitely deserves that. One common theme that I found in most of these side quests Techland has is that these stories are genuinely more interesting and engaging than the main story. All of these side quests, especially Chasing Past, include stories that have steady pacing, great shock value, and well thought out characters. Most of these missions stand out to me far more, as they leave long-lasting and emotion-provoking impressions. They can also include very fun gameplay, and even though the main story does have fun gameplay elements that make their own missions stand out, the side quests take it even further with some of the stuff that you are required to do. Apart from these 3 side quests, there are far more that I love to death because they're that fun. There's one about a gunsmith who has to look over a group of children, one of them being critically diabetic, and his daycare employed wife has succumbed to the virus. There's a series of side missions, including Dying Light's most iconic duo, Tolga and Fatim, where these twins come up with the dumbest plan imaginable while berating you for not being as supposedly smart as them. There's even a side mission that mocks Dead Island's side mission, where you have to collect an infinite amount of alcohol for their resident alcoholic. It's without a shadow of a doubt that Techland had so much fun making these creative storylines. Every time I play this game, these side missions are what I look forward to the most. I'm sorry, Raheem, you're cool and all to talk to, but characters like Kareem are much more cooler with their added backstory. Now, side quests aren't the only thing you can do while parkouring around the city of Haran. Across both maps, you can find a whole range of different, smaller activities to partake in. One of the most fun, in my opinion, is the different challenges. Within high rooftops or low safe areas, you can find different trials that test your skills to the max. Specializing in combat or parkour, these challenges will give you an assigned task to do. These tasks will have you either kill zombies in a certain way or parkour to an area in under a certain time. With the different requirements that these challenges offer, your skills can be really tested in single player, but it's even more fun to do in multiplayer. Fighting against your friend to get the last zombie kill or to make it to the finish line first is always really fun. Like, Dying Light is definitely a game structured around having an enjoyable multiplayer experience, and these challenges really reinforce that idea. Additionally, there are random events that can happen throughout the world that you can optionally take care of. These range from helping random survivors fend off zombies, to ambushing bandits, to even claiming airdrops. Each of these random events give rewards like cash, weapon mods, or supplies to turn into a quartermaster for extra XP. These random events can happen, get this, randomly, and they're just a great way to do something extra while obtaining some rewards to build up Crane. Now, one of these random events you can find are some survivors who tell their own story of how they got here. I might be wrong on this, but I believe some are located randomly on buildings, while others can be located at scripted spots, but don't take my word for that. But these characters will give a 1 to 2 minute dialogue just building up the world of Haran, which I always love. But one that's always stuck with me the most is this one guy who talks about Spike, the quartermaster in Old Town. Apparently, Spike was a college professor in America who moved to Haran to escape the controversy of his life. What was the controversy, you might ask? Well, he fucked his own student. Yeah, I don't know where to go with this. I just thought, you know, that was kind of weird. With all the side content that I just talked about, you probably think there is more than enough to keep the player entertained for tens of hours on end. But yet, with everything that I have mentioned, I have barely scratched the surface of what all is in here. That's mostly thanks to Techland, which has made it its life goal to keep adding content years after release. Like, there are quarantine zones that get added once in a while, where you have to enter a high zombie dense building and extract supplies to give to the quartermaster. There are bounty boards where you have to do certain challenges while in the world of Haran, like looting one of these quarantine zones while not being caught by any volatiles. There's a prison prison raid that was added a little while after the main game was released. This free-to-play update allows you to visit Huron's maximum security prison, where you're tasked with speedrunning this absolute death trap to get to the other side of the island. Getting to the final part invokes a boss fight, and only when you can survive that, you are given an access to huge amounts of loot. Then there's the Bozak Horde. Bozak is one of the guys who challenges Crane to do parkour in mostly Old Town, but this is also a free-to-play update that has you stripped bare of all of your supplies. You get kidnapped to an unknown trial area, and to make it out of this demented area, you have to do certain abstract objectives that Bozak tells you on the intercom before time runs out. Bozak's Horde is incredibly challenging, especially for those who are low level. In fact, I've only beaten this game mode a few times in my life, but it's so much fun and definitely something you should try to beat. With that, there's another game mode that you can play called Hell Raid. This is actually not free to play. I'll make a separate video on this as it's nothing like Dying Light, and supposedly this was going to be a standalone game before becoming a DLC. But still, it's here. There's so much to do in this game, and I've not even talked about the community that adds even more content into here. Like, Techland has supported anybody in the community to create different game modes or maps for all to play for free. Techland loves this to the point where you'll most likely find them hosting events for people to create the best theme maps in both Dying Light 1 and 2. And not only that, if you set your game to public, you can even face off in a PvP battle during nighttime. Called Be the Zombie, you or other randoms can join into matches to become a volatile mini-boss. The volatile's goal is to kill off 10 survivors in a 1v4 combat system, while the survivors must destroy 5 nests placed randomly around the map. Whoever reaches the objective first wins. This game mode is, albeit very split between the community. While some people enjoy the fast-paced and refreshing gameplay loot not seen in the rest of the game, other fans don't enjoy how this mode can happen at random times. As long as you're in a public match, anybody can join in to wreak havoc on your lobby. To me, it's an okay game mode. I never really go out of my way to be part of this mode, but usually if someone joins my match to become the volatile, I'll find myself enjoying the PvP once in a while. All in all, you can probably sink a couple hundred hours into this game alone to experience all that Techland has put in. And you'll probably enjoy those couple hundreds of hours, as Techland made the gameplay loop just that much enjoyable. It won't feel like a slog at all. It's so evident that Techland adores this game. There are very few companies that will update their games regularly over the span of 5 years, let alone a decade. Didn't Wildlight Entertainment shut down Highguard 3 months after it was released? Didn't Overkill's The Walking Dead shut down 2 weeks after it was released? Yeah, Techland absolutely mogs those companies. And just to reinforce how much Techland adores this IP, I need to take a second to mention the dozens of Easter eggs that are spread throughout the game. Around every corner, Techland has put in so many funny references to other popular media that completely show their love for what inspired them. Some of the most apparent ones that you've probably seen while playing this is the Half-Life Easter egg that I've already mentioned in the school. There's a giant banner on the tower's tower thanking the community for over a decade of support, which I always love to see. There's even a giant memorial that honors the father of zombie media, George Romero's passing. All of these Easter eggs are in your face. Techland made sure that you know where their intention lies when it comes to portraying good media, messages, or people. But beyond that though, there are so many other Easter eggs that you probably have missed. I know there are a couple of things that I've only recently come across. Some things that come to mind is the Super Mario level, where you can play in World 1-1 but with zombies. There's a Plants vs. Zombies Easter egg that completely baffles me, as how is this Easter egg better than the entirety of that one AI slop EA put out last year? And I can't even believe I'm mentioning this, but there's a Destiny 1 Easter egg where you go into a cave that offers quote-unquote infinite XP, but then gets patched? I mean, low-key, I don't really know what that means. Let me ask resident Destiny player Nanok what it means.
The cave in the top right corner of the slums, named Loot Cave, is a very clever reference to the Loot Cave in vanilla Destiny 1. The Loot Cave was a never-ending stream of enemies that also came with a never-ending stream of loot at a time when getting half-decent gear was very difficult.
Hold on, beep, 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 breaking news. Hold on, guys. I have just realized that nobody has ever played Destiny in the big 2026, so who the fuck cares about this anymore? There are just so many small or big Easter eggs that you can find throughout this world. This world just feels so alive and chock full of adoration towards other media. Techland is not shy to pay homage to other works, as seen with anything in the game. In turn, it gives the players such a great amount of refreshing content to play time and time again, and it sparks conversation as people are like, hey, do you know that this Easter egg is in this game? Did you know that this Easter egg is in this game? Hey, follow me, I need to show you this Easter egg. It just builds a stronger community full of people who appreciate media in general. With everything that you can do, with everything that you can view, and with everything that you can experience, there is basically nothing more that I can say about any of this, except that I just recommend you to play Dying Light for yourself. Even if you've played this game some odd years ago, there's a great chance that you'll probably find something new in your playthrough experience. So with everything said, that is pretty much Dying Light in a nutshell. A great game with great content. Although the story itself is by far the lowest point of the entire playthrough, Techland more than makes it up with the gameplay and side content. The player is given so much freedom to do what they want by themselves or with friends outside of the story, and combine that with the fact that the core gameplay is just so polished, and you're still in for a great experience. Upon the release of Dying Light, Techland was met with great praise, at least from fans. Most journalist websites pretty much cited the same highs and lows from this video. However, they would rate this game an average of 7 out of 10, as they believed that the story was the main pull for the game. Fan reception, on the other hand, couldn't be any better if Techland tried. On March 19th, 2015, it was reported by GameSpot that Dying Light reached a sales count of over 3.2 million copies. That's only 45 days after its initial release. Things only went up after a year since the release, as the sales count exceeded 5 million copies. And as far as we know in current time, Dying Light 1 was reported to have sold over 20 million copies as reported in a 2022 article. In the current day, the game is still going extremely strong. On the Steam alone, the game sits at a 94% positive rate with over 90,000 players contributing to that rating. And looking at the Steam charts, Dying Light has an average player count of around 4,000 to 7,000 with recent peaks of 15,000. For context, it's over 16 times the amount of average players than on Dead Island and 3 times on Dead Island 2. Not to mention, I'm only talking about this on Steam. Who really knows how many players are playing this across all current and past gen consoles? Even Techland is still putting out major content changes to the game out of pure love for the product and their community, as just a few months ago they released a major graphics update which completely overhauled all textures. They didn't need to do this. Dying Light did not look all that bad before this update, yet they did, and they made it so much more beautiful just because, fuck it, why not? It is a total 180 from how they viewed the limiting Dead Island, as that game has never received any major content update aside from the definitive edition release. Recognizing the success of Dying Light, Techland immediately went all in to work on the next big project. With the love that they had for creating Dying Light and with the cult classic reception from fans, the Polish company was quick to work on their next big project. So, half a year later, at Gamescom 2015, Techland announced their next big expansion, Dying Light the following.